All right, good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order this May 3rd, 2024 special meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
I'm here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, just a heads up, if you're planning on making public comment today, which I heard there might be one or two, make sure you fill out a slip because we're going to close public comment as soon as it opens so that the roll doesn't continue to grow. So next item of business, County Executive Officer's Report.
No report this morning.
No report this morning. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And lastly, in addition to Chair Lavanino's announcement regarding public comment, for those of you intending to present slides or any visual images today and you have not alerted the two clerks in the back of the room, Leah Graham and Chelsea Lindsay, if you can do that prior to speaking so we can note your name on our list, that would be greatly appreciated. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Okay, very good. So now is the time for general public comment. This is the time for the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. So that means if it's something about housing, any of these projects, wait, we're going to get to that public comment in a minute. So this is for anything else. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I do believe the clerk of the board's office is still going through all the speaker slips we received this morning. I am aware of at least one request to speak on general public comment, so we will go to Diane Sandoval. And I will wait to hear from staff. Diane?
Sure.
Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Dear Chair, members of the board, I'm Diana Sandoval, and I'm in the 1st District. I'm here for the 3rd time to discuss the unsafe bridge that Building and Safety allowed to be rebuilt without permits on my property. As the mom of 2 small children, safety has always been my main priority. I've been pleading with Ms. Plowman and Building and Safety to please enforce its own judgments and ordinances for the safe rebuilding of the bridge. I've been pleading with the county to enforce proper permits to prevent another accident. In 2017, someone fell through the bridge. My property was held liable, even though my property doesn't use the bridge. It's a service entrance for a private polo estate, but because I'm the majority owner and it's on my property, I am legally responsible. Since I last spoke, Building and Safety decided to fast-track and issue a same-day, over-the-counter permit for the structurally unsafe bridge. This permit authorizes the unsafe bridge with deficient abutments for pedestrian and light utility use, despite never having been permitted before. In recent discussion with fellow bridge owners, we've shared our experience with the permitting process. Surprisingly, none of those owners were given the over-the-counter permit for repairs, even for bridges damaged by the 2018 debris flow, or properties that rely on the bridge as their only access. Are the rules selectively applied to the ultra-rich? Building and Safety's handling of this bridge on my property makes me believe that is the case. Despite regulations meant to treat everyone equally and implement safeguards, the actions taken or perhaps not taken raises questions about fairness and accountability. It's a concerning reflection of a system where privilege holds more influence and seems to outweigh fairness and justice. Which leads me to a comparison of one of the bridges less than 3 miles away that is currently undergoing permitting for the same work of replacing deck, railings, and beams. Both bridges are in the coastal zone, over 120 square feet, in a ESH, and a flood zone. But this bridge requires plan check, ESH, fire engineering, zoning, flood control, and other reviews. In contrast, the bridge conditions on my property are worse. The abutments are deficient per 4 structural engineers, including the county's engineer who stated the abutments are of primary concern. Let me repeat, that's the county's own engineer. The bridge on my property was red tagged, encroaches on my property due to being rebuilt outside of the easement, and has a previous lawsuit for negligently maintaining, repairing, constructing, and modifying the bridge. Despite all of this, the bridge on my property was issued an over-the-counter permit, while the other bridge is undergoing the regular permit process. On Monday, I submitted an appeal of over-the-counter permit number 24 CNP 00475 to Building and Safety. Today, I'm asking you to please support this appeal, which I provided to you. The over-the-counter permit should be revoked due to the bridge's unsafe condition, the incomplete application, the trespass on my property, which Building and Safety allowed, resulting in the violation of my property rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I do believe that the clerk of the board is still going through speaker slips, so if there are any other requests on general public comment and not an item on today's agenda, which is regarding housing, please come to the podium and state your name before your comments. Alrighty, I believe that concludes general public
Okay,
comment.
we're going to close general public comment. We will now go to our departmental agenda. Departmental agenda item number 1. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County Planning Commission's recommendations to follow the procedures outlined below and approve case numbers 24 GPA 3, 24 GPA 4, 24 GPA 5, 24 RZN 1, 24 RZN 2, 24 ORD 7, 24 ORD 8, and 23 EIR 4 to implement select programs of the 2023 through 2031 Housing Element Update and approve rezone sites and select county-owned sites to accommodate the county's Regional Housing Needs Allocation, RHNA, plus the 15% buffer for the lower and moderate income levels.
Okay, and then I need to ask County Council, we had ex parte scheduled for right now, but is it okay to do it after the staff presentation?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as long as you do ex parte before you start
Deliberate.
discussion,
Okay,
that'll work.
very good. All right, at that point now, we'll turn it over to our staff for the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today we are here for our second hearing on the housing element rezones. On Tuesday, we held the first hearing where the board heard the full presentation about this second step in the housing element adoption process and did a conceptual consideration of North County sites. Today, what we're going to be covering is a recap and finalizing the North County site selection. We will be discussing the circulation element and EIR mitigation measures. We will be going over the interactive map of the South Coast sites, discussing the developers' letters of intent, taking board questions, public comment, and then deliberation. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So as Ms. Plowman indicated, we wanted to start off first with a recap of the board-selected North County sites. So we've listed here the 8 properties that the board conceptually approved for rezones at the last hearing on Tuesday. And then we did have one comment that we received regarding the property from the property owner on Key Site 11 that we will be discussing as we walk through the final tally. And then we have 4 sites that we had some discussion of at the hearing on Tuesday and heard from some board members, but we didn't close the loop on that, and so we wanted to circle back for those sites, and those sites include Key Site 1, Key Site 3, the Latter-day Saints property, and Mariposa Royale. So I will switch over and we'll bring up that Excel spreadsheet tally that we had been working with at the last hearing. And we'll start just moving from, let's start with key site 11. So the board's conceptual action on Tuesday was to rezone the residential portion, DR 2025. The applicant or owner did reach out and wondered if the Planning Commission's recommendation of DR 2030 would be something that your board would consider. So I just wanted to circle back to that. The Planning Commission had recommended for the residential portion a DR density of 20 to 30. Board mentioned 2025, but before we move on, I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. That was actually an oversight of mine that I jumped right to the 2020-25, but I was willing to, and I hope I have the support of my colleagues of making that 2030 as the Planning Commission had recommended for that site.
Okay.
Let's make that change in the proposed zoning.
Great. So then moving down, next on the list is Mariposa Real. We had heard from Supervisor Nelson that while potentially supportive of some development of that site, wasn't necessarily ready to include it amongst the list of rezone properties. We also heard from Supervisor Hartman that she was supportive because of the potential for affordable units to come out of that property. But we never heard from the rest of the board members, so we just wanted to close the loop on that and see where everyone landed.
Chair.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I think if the board recalls my comments about this project is that there had been no conversations at all with our office and People Self-Help Housing. Peter Trio reached out to me the very next day. We're going to be in ongoing talks, and I'm happy to bring this one back forward after we right-size that. Also, as I mentioned before, my large concern with the amount of density that was coming into the Union Valley Parkway and Hummel corridor has a lot to do with the traffic issues. I met immediately the next day with Chris Sneddon, Public Works Director, and we began moving forward with a corridor study. That doesn't mean years. We're looking for some preliminary decisions on that in the next month or two of what the right measures that will need to be taking place to move forward with that. And then I'm hoping that the other projects in that area can come around and make sure that they're part of that, whatever mitigation measures that would be necessary. So again, Mariposa Real is something I'm ultimately supportive of. Is that right density? I'm not sure. I need to meet with the group and take a look at what they're planning. And then I'd like to see that come back here potentially this later on with that. So I would ask for you to support a no today, but a yes in the future.
Okay. Do we need to do I guess, so what I'm thinking here is that you're looking for direction on all the North County sites first before we get into the South County. Okay. So yeah, I'll be a no on Mariposa Real for now. Supervisor Hartman?
My inclination is still be a yes, but at the end, we have to vote on the entire package, right? So
That's correct.
So this is largely symbolic, but represents how important I think affordable housing over the long term is. It must be deed restricted, or we're just going to create demand for more high-end housing to support the lower-end housing, and we'll be stuck in this forever. So, so while I respect and understand and appreciate my colleague in the 4th District, I'd still like a Y by my name.
Okay. 1 and 2. Supervisor Capps?
I'll do a reluctant no to support Supervisor Nelson's approach and process. I know he also shares the commitment for affordable housing, and like Supervisor Hartman, I'm very much interested in this project because it is deed restricted and all about affordable housing, but I support his need to do due diligence and happy to vote no.
Supervisor Williams?
Suppose I'm a yes, but later. I mean, you know, this is an example of a project that under normal circumstances I would be jumping up and down in joy for. And, you know, in fact, if it was in South County, I would be jumping up and down in joy even more so, and probably, you know, be trying to, you know, add it to our numbers. But we're not having trouble reaching our numbers in the North County. We are having our trouble reaching our numbers in the South County. And so, you know, if this process has only begun with Mr. Nelson's office and the applicant, then, you know, maybe it's a little premature.
Supervisor Nelson? Oh, you didn't have your light on. Okay, or you did. But well, I think, can you recap or have staff recap? I think it's interesting when we're going through these now, when we're saying no, and it's like, well, you're saying no to affordable housing. We're actually considerably over the number in North County. And I think Supervisor Nelson was talking about the fact that we put a lot more projects. We try to throw as many projects up there as possible so that we would have a menu to choose from. I think we selected plenty of items as a yes. So it feels weird now that we're now kind of voting no on affordable housing when we've overstocked affordable units in the North County already. But let's go through the process. Can we get that number, though, when we finish up this list of what was required and what we actually approved? That would be helpful in the North County.
And
Supervisor
I just think
Hartman?
there's one really important issue here, and that is, and why I'm symbolic in my vote. The market changes over time, and we're making assumptions about the market providing affordable housing. That isn't deed restricted in perpetuity or over the long run. And as I said last time, I've had experience trying to find deed-restricted affordable housing for people and waiting 2.5 months. Okay. So we don't have an oversupply, whatever the numbers say.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I understand the concern. We do, as I mentioned before, the market is somewhat working in the North County, where, you know, those numbers that I was able to provide on what the market was versus what the state's requiring. So it is a different market that we have up in the Santa Maria Valley. That said, I am committed to this. I've shown my commitment ongoing, and I'm not going to back away from that. This isn't a bait and switch. It's just I need to work some of these projects through a little bit. Many of these projects have not had community meetings. Many of these other projects that we're talking about on the South Coast have been much more sophisticated with you know, consultants and lobbyists and attorneys. These North County projects didn't necessarily go through that process. Now that they're kind of bubbling up, some of these ones that are on the margin, I want to help address that. I don't want to prematurely, you know, maybe make it too dense, and then there's some consequences of now having to come back to us and bring it back down and what that looks like. So I'm asking you guys, or asking my colleagues to trust me that I'm going to work with these developers. I also made the same commitment to Latter-day Saints. You know, was mentioned that they were working with the Housing Authority. I talked to Mr. Plansky in the parking lot this morning. They're not, so I need to get that connection in place too before we move forward. So you know, if these projects end up working with great nonprofits like People's Self-Help Housing or the Santa Barbara County Housing Authority, I'm a big fan, and so I'm committed to that. So I just add that to the conversation.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, and just to answer a prior question, you are correct. These are surplus. Your board had gotten to green with 8 sites where there was unanimous position on. These were just remaining ones that were discussed, and we just wanted to kind of close the loop.
Tie the bow. Got it.
So next on the list then was a discussion regarding key sites 1 and 3, with the concept being transferring the current MRO zoning from key site 3 to key site 1. Supervisor Nelson supported that action, and there was discussion about doing a little further looking into that before hearing from the rest of the board. So we just wanted to circle back to that one.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. You know, going back to the goal of getting more housing, I believe that this switch would actually facilitate housing sooner in the North County, as well as also facilitate a commercial project that's adjacent. The Keysite 3 project, they want to assert later on that they have those rights, then I think that's something we could figure out then. But I think for me to be able to move Keysite 1 forward, I would need to make that switch, so I was hoping to get support from my colleagues.
Supervisor Hartman?
Is it feasible? I mean, can we do it?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I mean, the board has the ability to make the change. It's just a question of what will follow.
And are there concerns among staff about that?
Well, all I can say is that the applicant has made it clear to me and the department that they are interested in pursuing their vested rights for Keysite 3.
So, can I
Supervisor
jump in?
Nelson.
Yeah, if I could jump in, I don't mean to interrupt, but they've had vested rights for 15 years, and that's what's frustrating for me is that they kind of hold the keys to those housing units, and if they want to go ahead and try to prove that up at some point, that's their business. To the feasibility of it, this was actually in our housing element, this potential switch, is that correct? So what we submitted to the state, because we were concerned that the state might reject that because that initial zoning was done as part of the previous housing cycle. So there was some concern among staff, and that's one of the reasons why we actually put it in our housing element as this is a potential option, which was ultimately approved by this board and by the state.
So if I'm reading between the tea leaves, if we do this, we're likely to have a lawsuit, but if we don't do it, we're likely to have kind of a dead parcel that ought to be developed. Is that your interpretation?
Not necessarily. You know, I think they would have an opportunity if they actually proposed a project to assert that they may have had those vested rights. I don't know if that's true or not, but that would be something that they would assert at that time when they actually finally brought a project forward there. Is that, I'm looking at county council, that's my understanding of that.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, that's correct.
So Supervisor Nelson, so you could end up with two MROs right next to each other, and you're okay with that?
Well, that's a risk I'm willing to take. I know that the Keysite 1 project will need something in the future, so this, to get that commercial project, to get housing sooner, to meet the needs that we're all trying to do here, this is a move that I think that would ultimately satisfy what we're all looking to accomplish, and that's one of the reasons why I'm making that is unorthodox as it is. I think it's actually a smart move for the county.
So would we, in our motion or how we phrase this, we wouldn't be actually saying we're moving the MRO designation to Keysite 3, would we?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, it would be a down zone for Keysite 3 and an up zone for Keysite 1. They're kind of tied to, I think
would have to be
the
tied
proposal
together.
is to have them tied together.
All right, can we skip this one and go to Latter-day Saints and then come back to it or something? Because I'm not prepared to support that yet. I mean, I understand why we would like to do it. I don't like walking into legal quagmires and somebody has a vested right. It's hard, I mean, to take that away. So what happens if somebody has a vested right? It just sits there for, I mean, possibility could sit there forever.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I mean, part of what happens is if we receive an application, and this happens from time to time, the applicant may assert that they have vested rights, and then that's something that we look at that time. I don't know that there's a time limit on vested rights. I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so what you're willing to risk is that we move the designation to Keysite 1. Keysite 3 comes back and claims vested rights. They win in a lawsuit that they do have the vested right, and you end up with two MRO parcels next to each other, and you're okay with that?
Correct, and
Okay.
I don't think it's actually a lawsuit necessarily as an assertion with a
All right.
project.
Okay. All right, well, with that said,
Mr.
County
Chair,
Council.
members of the board, Senior Deputy Brian Pettit just reminded me that this is a vesting tentative map, so it does have an expiration date. I just don't know when that is. So they don't last forever in this case.
okay. Well, good. So he's on the clock. All right, well then you can put me as a yes on that key site 1. And key site 3 takes care of that as well. So other board members, Supervisor Hartman is a yes. We're all yeses on that.
If it increases the viability of something happening, I
Right.
think it's a win.
Yeah, that vesting happened before I got here, so it's been a while. All right, Latter-day Saints.
Latter-day Saints.
Okay.
So we had heard, again, from a few board members on Tuesday, but not everyone, so we just wanted to close the loop on Latter-day Saints as well. Supervisor Nelson had started that off with a recommendation that, while, again, not against housing on that site, wasn't quite ready to support the rezone at this point.
Yeah, for me, this is a perfect project for the next cycle, which I hope everybody understands starts in 5 years. So whoever isn't approved this time around, we've got sites identified. I just don't think it's ready yet, but so I would be a no.
And
D1's the only one not in yet. Supervisor Nelson, you want to?
well, I wanted to say, one of the cool things is if we actually develop more in this cycle, we get to count that as part of our inventory to the state next cycle. So it doesn't mean it's dead for 5 years, in my opinion, actually. It means that we just need to continue to work on it to make sure it fits the spot that it's in. And I had meetings last week with the developer. I'm still trying to collect those things. I mean, I've got a lot of moving parts in my district, Keyside 26, but I am committed to making additional attention to this project this summer and see if it potentially could come back to the board.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
This is, again, another project that I would normally jump up and down in happiness about. I understand that there's some issues to be worked out, which, may be an impediment. I would argue that perhaps it should be worked on in trying to get numbers that we, inevitably, some projects don't get built.
Absolutely.
This is kind of like one that should be this, and I would argue Mariposa Real should be ones that are built this cycle because they're all affordable projects that we normally treat differently to some extent. And particularly, this one is interesting in that if they had just had the church remain ownership, they wouldn't even have to go through our process because state law now allows a church to develop as a by right housing developer.
My new favorite term, YIGB. So,
Yes. So
You want to
I
spell
guess
that out
no
for
for
us?
now,
Yeah,
but
yes, in God's backyard.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay,
Jokes there. We're going to let that one go. All right.
Okay, I think that wraps up then for the North County sites. And again, when we get to the end of the day, we'll take final votes on that. So just to let you know where that leaves us with the tally after looking at these last few sites is a surplus of 114 lower income units above what was required with even with the 15% buffer.
Okay. So 114 above the 15% buffer. Okay. Excellent. So we'll vote on this at the end in the entire package.
Okay.
All right.
So continuing along with the presentation then, there were some questions raised on Tuesday about traffic in regards to both the circulation element as well as the mitigation measures of the EIR. And you requested some additional information on that. So as we discussed on Tuesday, the EIR evaluates impacts with regards to vehicle miles traveled, not levels of service. The EIR identified significant impacts with that category and recommended a handful of mitigation strategies to reduce those VMTs. That said, some of these mitigation strategies would mitigate traffic congestion as well. It's important to note that one of the primary ways in which to reduce traffic is to site housing in areas that are close to jobs, schools, commercial services, serving the day-to-day needs of the residents. Addressing the jobs housing imbalance, as you know, was one of the primary goals of this housing cycle and why the South County has received 75% of the RENA allocation this time around. And I would say most of the housing sites before your consideration today in the South Coast meet that, help achieve that goal. So what do some of those site-based strategies for reducing VMTs look like? It's things such as establishing and improving pedestrian and bicycle connectivity to and between housing sites and adjacent jobs and services, both to reduce the need for both short and medium range vehicle trips. It's making sure projects include bicycle parking and accommodating to support and encourage multimodal transportation. It's things such as requiring HOAs to subsidize or provide discounted transit access, establishing other rideshare and carpool programs, and educating residents about active transportation opportunities. In addition to those TDM strategies that can be applied to future development, mitigation measure T3 requires incorporating applicable active transportation plan improvements that are directly serving proposed housing sites and making sure those features or elements get built as part of those housing projects. So that might be providing bicycle path, walkability, other components of the active transportation plan. And lastly, it's looking at a comprehensive update to our traffic fee calculations and fees that get applied to future projects. As you know, with housing projects, as part of the approval process, they're subject to the payment of traffic mitigation fees. Those fees haven't been comprehensively updated in some time. And so as part of the update to both, so there's currently a process underway that is updating those fees. And that will be further informed as we do further updates to the circulation element that will identify capital improvements in the different communities that can support ensuring that the fees are sufficient to fund those improvements.
Mr. Chair? Yes. You know, I thought, even though you gave a great explanation on Tuesday, I think it might be important to reiterate our ability to use LOS as a threshold for mitigation, simply because I try to respond to folks, even people, at times like this when a lot of people are weighing it. Sometimes I wonder whether that's actually a great strategy because then folks sort of focus on you. But I, and even folks that I have corresponded with over many years, seem to not believe that we can use LOS standards as a threshold for mitigation. So, it may be that they're getting different messages from other jurisdictions, but I think it's really important that County Council and P&D staff reiterate what our constraints are in state law concerning LOS and VMT standards, because you guys jumped to this, but didn't. We need to go back. Even though you said it on Tuesday, I think it's got to be said again.
Agree.
Supervisor Williams, through the chair. So as was discussed on Tuesday, a number of years ago at the state level, CEQA was modified so that you no longer look at levels of service for CEQA impacts. Instead, they shifted to vehicle miles traveled as a better indicator of actual significant impacts to the region, specifically with regards to greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. So that change was made, and that precludes an agency from looking at levels of service in the context of EIR analysis and requiring mitigation because a project might address or impact levels of service. That said, we have retained levels of service within our community plans and within our circulation element and our various policy documents. So Levels of service did not go away. It's no longer a CEQA issue. It's more of a policy issue. As we discussed on Tuesday, levels of service and the general framework of sustaining a level of service C, or in some communities such as Montecito and San Ynez, they actually have a level of service standard of B, which is fairly high. That can require a constraint or add a constraint to the ability for the county to meet its housing requirements. We're not getting out of these RHNA requirements, and we have to remove governmental barriers to these housing projects. Staff looked at the circulation element policies and the level of service and identified the potential issue that as projects come forward over the next 7 years through this housing cycle, that they might be in a situation where they might impact an intersection to the point where that level of service cannot be maintained at the desired level of C or better. So staff did recommend a modification to the circulation element that would allow projects that the county is requiring or relying on to meet its RHNA to be granted relief from those level of service standards. That said, as written, the policy amendment does not let projects off the hook. It specifically says that projects must comply with those standards unless doing so would render the project infeasible or require a reduction in density. And that's where we believe that change is consistent with state housing laws that provide various protections for housing projects and make it difficult for a county or any jurisdiction to deny a project or require a reduction in project's density due to a standard such as levels of service. So I just wanted to walk through briefly.
I think I just wanted to add, we are looking at the Housing Accountability Act, and that specifically indicates that a jurisdiction cannot deny a project unless there's a public health and safety impact based on an objective standard like levels of service. So every jurisdiction who maintains those types of policies in their documents are going to have to grapple with this. And so we can't force a project to reduce its density or to deny that project based on the level of service change. So that is what we have determined, and that is why we have proposed what we did. And turn it back over to Mr. Tuttle.
Supervisor Capps.
Just a point of order, please, Mr. Chair. Is there, I believe there's a required vote on this amendment? Okay. Okay. Well, are we deliberating or are we asking questions?
Just
That's coming later?
questions. Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Hartman.
So we're working on our circulation element now. We have a level of service. Do you propose keeping that level of service in the circulation element that we're changing?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I would say we're very early on in the initial stages of the update to the circulation element. I do anticipate that it's likely that we will be looking closely at the current standards and making recommending changes to those countywide. What that exactly will look like, we're far from being able to chime in on that because we're going to require significant traffic modeling studies to determine the lay of the land with regard to current traffic traffic levels and what can be expected with population growth and housing growth.
Two more questions. How long do you think we'll be working on the circulation element? When will it be complete, estimated?
I believe we've estimated fiscal year 2025, 26. So year and a half to probably 2 to 2.5 years, late 25, 26.
And we know after today where new housing will happen over the next 7 years. And I assume we can begin, I mean, the circulation element is going to be how we try to deal with the infrastructure needs on roads for that. But I assume we can begin planning right away for how to mitigate these impacts. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Once these sites have been selected and there's a greater certainty of what might be coming down the pike with these projects, that will all feed into the traffic models and traffic studies that are done to identify where the pinch points are and what the opportunities are. And what we can expect as a community in terms of into the future levels of service that are achievable and reasonable to maintain.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I think the disconnect here is level of service often correlates with safety, right? So we have to make a safety finding, but at the same time, we're going to potentially make it less safe. And so I know that that's not exactly what level of service means, but there is often those correlate together. As the level of service decreases, there's also potential safety issues. What I want to make sure is that we still have the tools to make sure that these areas are still safe for both motorists and pedestrians and other multimodal users. So that's going to be pretty important here.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Absolutely, and as Ms. Plowman indicated, public health and safety is one of the remaining tools that does give jurisdictions latitude to make sure that projects are designed and improvements are required to ensure adequate public health and safety. Does not always correlate directly with level of service. Whether you're waiting at an intersection for 30 seconds or 60 seconds doesn't necessarily result in a safety reduction, but there is some relationship, absolutely.
I know on Tuesday, Public Works Director Stanton was in the room. I don't know if he is right now, but maybe when he come back, he isn't here. But I wouldn't mind hearing from Director Stanton about just kind of how level of service and safety, and maybe not now, maybe a little bit later. I don't mean to put him on the spot, but maybe we could just hear a little bit more about how those things connect, because if we have an intersection that the level of service drops, but if we can still maintain the safety level, then I guess there's able to do that. If we're not able to maintain that safety level and there's additional improvements, then we'd have the tools to deny the project or reduce the density. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct.
Okay, well, I think that gives me a little bit less heartburn, but I'm still concerned about this, and I'm still concerned about this potentially applying county-wide. I know there's a trouble spot here, and I guess that comes to my other question. Would this change only apply to projects that were moved forward in the housing element, or would it now apply to all projects countywide?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, as written, it is not limited to sites that are rezoned through today's effort. It would be any project that the county is relying on to meet its RENA. So that would include pending projects that are already in the pipeline. It would include those that are rezoned. It could also include other projects that come along that are providing the lower and moderate income units that help us meet our RENA.
What I want to avoid is creating a tool that may end up causing additional conflict between developers and the county because of trying to evaluate this whole cost thing, you know? And instead of having them have that as a set number from the very beginning that they have to adjust into their calculations, that now becomes a negotiation with staff, and then, you know, we're getting lobbied, and that becomes a problem down the line. So, you know, my preference is for this to be narrowly tailored, if possible, to the corridor that we're talking about. Would that potentially be an option?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I would not recommend doing that. I would, if the board wanted to tailor it, I would do it by community plan. I would not do it by a specific corridor.
Okay, thank you. That would be an option, to do it by community plan. All right, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I just have a question about all of that. Is if it's the state law, it's the state law for the whole county. So what, you know, I don't understand why we could or would, you know, do that. If it's not the state law, then why were we doing it? If it is the state law, then it doesn't mean we can pick and choose what to apply it to. So I want some, you know, clarity on that. And mostly I want to understand if I'm getting this right. We can use LOS to identify intersections that will have less levels of service because of a project, and use that to identify improvements that need to be made. But we can't use it to reduce the density or deny a project. So therefore, everything hinges on the feasibility question, and the success or failure of this policy depends on our ability to analyze the feasibility of the transportation improvements that some of these projects would require. So I just, you know, want to understand how are we going to arm ourselves with the capability to look at feasibility, because some of these projects are going to be required and should be required to make improvements, you know, and some of them should be, you know, easier to demonstrate feasibility. I would say a hypothetical like a lot of land that is already owned by the applicant, you know, or that is already capitalized, but where the project could reduce LOS at an important intersection, you know, to me, we should be able to demonstrate feasibility in that kind of a maybe less than hypothetical case.
Supervisor Williams, through the chair. So to clarify on your first question or first point regarding the state law, so what I would say, and I believe we touched on this on Tuesday, is regardless of whether the board adopts this amendment to the circulation element, that state law exists. So if the board chooses to decide that, you know what, not comfortable with these changes to the circulation element at this point, the issue doesn't go away. We would just be dealing with it on a project-by-project basis. The purpose of the amendment, proposed amendment to the circulation element, is just to be upfront about it and to acknowledge that this is an issue and to sort of chart a course. But it's not required in order to address this issue on a project-by-project basis. And we will still have to be looking at each project and determining what the issues are, and that kind of leads to this slide. And so, you know, every study or every project would be required to prepare a traffic study. Those traffic studies identify existing and projected future conditions at intersections and roadways, and then look at what the project's contribution or impacts to those facilities are. The traffic study then identifies improvements that would help offset or reduce those impacts. And then that's where you start getting into feasibility, both from a physical standpoint as well as an economical, financial standpoint.
And that housing and that traffic study takes place whether or not we make this.
Correct. Yes. And so, and in the South Coast, and for many of the sites we're working with, some of those intersections and roadways fall within adjacent jurisdictions, City of Goleta, for example. And so there will necessarily need to be coordination with those jurisdictions because they will be needing to sign off on any improvements.
I would just say historically we have done that, where we've worked with for instance, the City of Goleta, and we identified an improvement that needed to be made. We worked on that together, and then we conditioned that project to make that improvement.
So I just wanted to highlight some theoretical examples of the types of improvements we might be talking about, and every intersection will be suitable for a different range of improvements. Examples could be signalization, projects that only allow right in, right outs, so you're not having to cross traffic lanes in order to get in or out of a project, providing turn pockets. Some sites might be suitable for a roundabout. For example, Cathedral Oaks, Glen Annie, there's ample right-of-way at that location that might be ripe for a roundabout or whatever improvement is identified that would address congestion issues there. Other intersections are fairly built out and fairly constrained, and you are hamstrung in what options and tools you have at your disposal to improve those intersections. Maybe it's the timing of the signals, but those might only have marginal benefit. Certainly pedestrian improvements, crosswalks, those flashing beacons and lights and things of that nature, those are always available and not significant cost. Other ways you can address traffic are by dispersing the ingress and egress with the site, by having multiple ways in and out so that not all traffic is being siphoned or directed to a single place. So those are just a range of improvements that we might see along the way. And I want to make very clear with the proposed amendment to the circulation element that a project would not be off the hook for making these improvements. It's just there might be a point where it does become either the site or the intersection that's impacted is so heavily constrained that there's simply no way to fully offset the project's impacts. And we wouldn't just be able to say, okay, sorry project, you're denied for that reason, or you have to shave off 10% of your units for that reason. So that's what we're just trying to get ahead of with this proposal. But with or without it, this will be an issue as we move forward.
All right.
So with that wraps up. I think we're ready to move into the South Coast sites. I'm going to hand it off to Ms. Morera, and she will start walking through the South Coast inventory.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to beat this up, but it's just sort of really important. I think particularly, important on some of the South County projects. It's probably particularly important on the North County projects too. So what is the difference in how you will treat it, whether or not we pass this change? It sounds to me like there isn't one because it's already state law. Is that?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I would say that's correct.
Got it. So where people, including ourselves, are getting this wrong in communication is that there's really any change that is happening. It's just a question of whether our ordinance reflects the change that has already taken place because the state has taken action.
That's correct.
Got it.
Okay. All right. So let's move to the next portion of the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Thank you, Alex. I'm now going to walk through the South Coast sites on the county's interactive map and share key features for each one. The review will cover all 18 South Coast potential rezone sites, the 2 South Coast pending projects that have a rezone component, those being Baylord and Tatum, as well as all 9 county-owned sites that were identified in the housing element update for future housing development. The Planning Commission recommended to rezone 16 out of the 18 potential rezone sites and 1 out of the 2 pending projects. It recommended selecting all 9 county-owned sites. It did not recommend rezoning Georgie, McCloskey, Leland, or Baylord. So we'll begin on the east side of the South Coast with Baylord. Baylord is 6.98 acres and is currently zoned 3E1. It has 4 residents and row crops on site. The site is identified as a potential rezone site to DR20. This site is a pending project and has a builder's remedy application. This site could produce 41 lower income units and 141 above moderate income units. The applicant for Baylord submitted a letter of intent
and if rezoned, they would increase their lower income units by 9. Baylord is in the coastal zone, and rezoning it would require Coastal Commission certification. It's also in an existing rural neighborhood and would require a redesignation as a new urban area to ensure consistency with the coastal land use plan. The Planning Commission did not recommend to rezone Baylord. Next, we have Van Wingerden 2. Van Wingerden 2 is 9.68 acres and is currently zoned Ag 110 and used for commercial agriculture. This site is identified as a potential rezone to DR 2030 and could provide 90 lower income units, 45 moderate income units, and 45 above moderate income units. Van Wingerden 2 is also in the coastal zone and in a rural area. Next, we have Van Wingerden 1. Van Wingerden 1 is 15.1 acres and is currently zoned Ag 15 and used for commercial agriculture. This site is identified as a potential rezone site to DR 2030 and could provide 118 lower income units, 59 moderate income units, and 59 above moderate income units. Like Van Wingerden 2 and Baylord, Van Wingerden 1 is also in the coastal zone and a rural area. So the flag lot and probation building come next. These are the first of the county's 9 county-owned sites, and they both fall within the city of Santa Barbara's limits. Flag lot is 0.22 acres and is occupied by a parking lot. The probation building is 0.97 acres and is occupied by a public building. And both are potential redevelopment sites where Flag Lot could provide 13 lower income units and the probation building could provide 36 moderate income units and 12 above moderate income units. Next, we have Hope Church. Hope Church is 2.95 acres, currently zoned 8R1, and is partially developed with a church and a parking lot on site. The site is identified as a potential rezone to DR 2030 and could provide 25 lower income units, 13 moderate income units, and 12 above moderate income units on the undeveloped portion. Next, we have the St. Vincent sites. On the left, you have St. Vincent's West with 2 APNs, and on the right, St. Vincent's East with 1 APN. St. Vincent's East is 15.69 acres and is currently zoned DR1 and DR 4.6, while St. Vincent's West is 33.37 acres across both APNs and is zoned DR1. Both sites are currently vacant and identified as potential rezone sites to DR 2030. St. Vincent's East could provide 75 lower income units, and St. Vincent's West could provide 100 lower income units. Next, we have the remaining county-owned sites shown here in teal, beginning with the Juvenile Hall site. Juvenile Hall is 11.08 acres and is currently zoned rec. It contains the former County Juvenile Hall building, which is no longer in use. The site is identified as a potential redevelopment site and could provide 45 moderate income units and 30 above moderate income units. Next is the food bank. And the food bank is 0.35 acres, also zoned rec. It's located on a larger county-owned parcel that includes several other proposed redevelopment sites to the west and the County Juvenile Hall to the east. It's occupied by an aging food bank. The site is identified as a potential redevelopment site that could provide 14 lower income units. Next, we have the site between Page and Fire Station. This site is 0.72 acres and is currently zoned rec. It contains an aging public building and adjoins a fire station. The site is identified as a potential redevelopment site and could provide 18 lower income units. Next, we have Hollister Lofts. This is a .57 acre site, also currently zoned rec. Hollister Lofts is a county-owned site as well as a pending project with a proposed rezone from rec to DR20. This site could provide 36 lower-income units. Next is the county-owned Archives parking lot. This site is 1.49 acres, is currently zoned rec, and is one of several county-owned sites on the Calle Real campus, and is occupied by a parking lot. This site is identified as a potential redevelopment site that could provide 59 moderate-income units. To the west is the Child Family Services parking lot. This site is .47 acres, currently zoned rec, and it's used as a parking lot. The site is identified as a potential redevelopment site that could provide 18 lower-income units. Lastly, for the county-owned sites, we have the Above Behavioral Wellness Park Deck. This site is .98 acres, currently zoned rec, and is occupied by a parking lot and a public building. This site is also a potential redevelopment site and could provide 20 lower-income units and 19 moderate-income units. Next, we have San Marcos Growers 1 and 2, and I'll highlight those here. This is the smaller portion, and this is the larger portion. San Marcos 1 is 27.37 acres, and San Marcos 2 is 5.7 acres. Both parcels are currently zoned Ag 1-5 and are occupied by agricultural operations and a landscape maintenance company. The site is identified as a potential rezone site to DR 3040. Developers for San Marcos submitted a builder's remedy application, and they later submitted a letter of intent indicating that if rezoned, they would provide 200 lower-income units, 50 moderate-income units, and 746 above moderate-income units. Above San Marcos, we have Tatum. Tatum is 23 acres and is currently zoned DR 20 and 10E1. The site is currently vacant and is identified as a potential rezone site to DR 2030. Developers for Tatum submitted a builder's remedy application and also submitted a letter of intent, indicating that if rezoned, they would provide 110 lower-income units, 27 moderate-income units, and 408 above moderate-income units. Next, we have Montessori. Montessori is 11.4 acres and zoned Ag 1-5. This site is also vacant and is identified as a potential rezone site to DR 2030. Developers for Montessori submitted a builder's remedy application, and like the other two previous sites, they also submitted a letter of intent afterwards, indicating that if rezoned, they would provide 23 lower-income units, 69 moderate-income units, and 367 above moderate-income units. On April 1st, the Planning Commission altered the recommended rezoning for Montessori to DR 12.3, DR 3040, and REC. Under this recommended rezone, Montessori could provide 80 lower-income units, 40 moderate-income units, and 76 above moderate-income units. Next, we have McCloskey-Leland. McCloskey-Leland is 6.95 acres and is currently zoned Ag 1-5. It's currently occupied by a family-operated avocado orchard, a greenhouse, and 2 single-family dwellings. The site is identified as a potential rezone site to DR 3040, and under a rezone, it could provide 100 lower-income units, 50 moderate-income units, and 50 above moderate-income units. The Planning Commission did not recommend to rezone this site. Now we'll move to the Patterson Urban Ag Block. All 7 sites in this area are within the Santa Barbara Airport's area of influence and therefore fall either partially or entirely within an airport safety zone. Staff complied with SBCAG's Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan and adjusted the projected unit build-out on each of these sites according to their safety zone. For instance, staff did not calculate any units on portions of sites within Safety Zone 2, and they calculated a density of 20 to 25 units per acre on portions of sites within Airport Safety Zone 4. So we'll begin with Georgie. Georgie is 64.8 acres, zoned Ag 110, and is used primarily for the farming of lemons and avocados. This site is identified as a potential rezone site to DR 3040. This is a builder's remedy site. The developers for Georgie also submitted a letter of intent for the project, indicating that under a rezone, they would provide 300 lower-income units, 120 moderate-income units, and 757 above moderate-income units. Balancing Act reflects housing element update assumptions for this site, which are 300 lower-income units, 456 moderate-income units, and 456 above moderate-income units. This site falls partially within Airport Safety Zone 2 of the Santa Barbara Airport, and the Planning Commission did not recommend to rezone Georgie. Adjacent to Georgie is St. Athanasius. St. Athanasius is 20.56 acres and zoned Ag 110. It's partially developed with a church on the northern part of the site and farming operations on the southern part. It's identified as a potential rezone site to DR 3040. With a rezone, St. Athanasius could provide 150 lower-income units, 75 moderate-income units, and 75 above moderate-income units. This site is partially within Airport Safety Zones 2 and 4. Next, we have Scott. Scott is 9.38 acres and zoned Ag 110. The site currently houses a landscaping materials yard. Scott is identified as a potential rezone site to DR 3040 and could provide 123 lower-income units, 62 moderate-income units, and 61 above moderate-income units. Scott and Eckville, the neighboring parcel to the east, fall largely within Safety Zone 4. Next are Eckville and the Caird parcels. The developer for all 4 sites submitted a letter of intent that will be covered later in the presentation, but for purposes of Balancing Act and fulfilling the RENA, staff assumed build-out assumptions reflected in the housing element update. Eckville, which is this site here, is 8.23 acres, zoned Ag 110, and used as a nursery for flowering plants. This site is identified as a potential rezone to DR 3040, which could produce 109 lower-income units, 55 moderate-income units, and 54 above moderate-income units. Caird 1, 2, and 3 are all zoned Ag 110. Caird 1 is 15.22 acres, Caird 2 is 15.85 acres, and Caird 3 is the largest at 60.83 acres. The primary uses on these sites are greenhouses and row crops. Caird 1 and 2 are identified as potential rezone sites to DR 2025, whereas Caird 3 is identified as a potential rezone to DR 2025 and Ag 110 in order to preserve agricultural zoning on the southern portion of the property that falls within the coastal zone. Caird 1 could produce 96 lower-income units, 48 moderate-income units, and 48 above moderate-income units, while Caird 2 could produce 38 lower-income units, 19 moderate-income units, and 19 above moderate-income units, and Caird 3 could produce 195 lower-income units, 98 moderate, and 97 above moderate. All 3 sites fall within Airport Safety Zone 4, and Caird 3 also falls partially within Safety Zone 2. The next potential rezone site is in Isla Vista and is Friendship Manor. Friendship Manor is 1.2 acres and is currently zoned SRH 20, or High Density Student Residential. The site is vacant, although it's unofficially used as a parking lot, and it's identified as a potential rezone site to DR 3040. Under a rezone, Friendship Manor could provide 18 lower-income units, 9 moderate, and 9 above moderate-income units. This site is also in the coastal zone and would require certification by the Coastal Commission. And finally, we have Glen Annie. Glen Annie is comprised of 3 APNs totaling 94.7 acres. It's currently zoned Ag 240 and used as a golf course. Glen Annie is identified as a potential rezone site to DR5 and DR 2030. Glen Annie provided a letter of intent to the county, which will also be covered later in the presentation, but Balancing Act reflects unit counts reported in the housing element. If rezoned, Glen Annie could produce 300 lower income units, 350 moderate income units, and 350 above moderate income units. This site is also in the rural area. Okay. So to preface the letters of intent for the South Coast sites, I wanted to recap the criteria and priorities for selecting rezone sites that you, the board, put forward on January 9th at the public hearing with developers. These recommended criteria are listed in no particular order and include projects that include low, moderate, and upper moderate housing, including projects that provide more than the bare minimum of affordable units. In this case, upper moderate income means households earning 120 to 200% of the area median income. Projects where developers partner with a housing nonprofit or the county housing authority to help achieve the county's affordability targets, or projects that donate a portion of their land to a nonprofit to develop deed-restricted units that provide long-term affordability. The criteria also includes projects that partner with employers or otherwise serve the local workforce through master leases, right of first offer, or other innovative ideas. Projects that conform to their respective community plan. Projects that provide on-site public recreation amenities or community spaces, including the potential for sports fields. Projects that forego their builder's remedy applications and seek a rezone instead. Projects along travel corridors where jobs are located and could provide some mixed-use development, and projects that include a mix of for sale and rental units. It also includes projects that provide affordable units that are price restricted for an extended period of time, and pending projects that require a rezone to facilitate the development of lower and moderate income housing. And many applicants for potential rezone sites incorporated some elements of these criteria in their letters of intent. So this slide explains the income levels associated with the very low, low, and moderate income RHNA levels. It also shows the target income levels associated with the upper moderate income category, which typically accommodates workforce housing, but which falls under the above moderate income category for purposes of the RHNA. The column in the middle shows the percentage of the county's area median income for each income level, and the column on the right shows that value in dollar amounts for a family of 4. These values are all based on the 2023 county's AMI, which was $107,300 for a family of 4. So the next few slides cover the letters of intent the county received for South Coast sites and show the additional benefits that these projects would offer if rezoned. Baylord would increase their lower income units from 41 to 50. San Marcos would shift 50 of their above moderate income units into the moderate income category and provide 2 acres of public open space. Tatum would increase their units from 344 to 545 and would increase their affordable units from 69 lower income to 110 lower income and 27 moderate income. They would also provide 3 acres of public open space. All 3 of the projects on this slide are partnering with the County Housing Authority and the Chamber Consortium and would withdraw their builder's remedy applications upon rezone. Cared 1, 2, 3 in Equil would provide a total of 1,200 units with 250 lower, 50 moderate, and 180 upper moderate income units. They would also provide 11 acres of public open space. Glen Annie would provide 800 to 1,000 units total, with 231 to 308 lower and moderate income units, and they would provide on-site recreation, parks, trails, as well as a child care center. Montessori would increase its total units from 345 to 459. It said it would increase the affordable units from 69 lower income to 23 lower, 69 moderate, and 23 upper moderate income units, and it would withdraw its builder's remedy application upon rezone. As I mentioned in the interactive map review, these units don't reflect the Planning Commission's recommendation for Montessori. We'll review their recommendation shortly. Lastly, Georgie would provide 1,177 units with 300 lower, 120 moderate, and 60 upper moderate income units, and they would provide a 6-acre public park and child care facility. To recap what the Planning Commission recommended to the Board of Supervisors, this slide shows all the potential rezone sites that the Commission was in favor of rezoning. These sites are Van Wingerden 1 and 2, Hope Church, St. Vincent's East and West, San Marcos Growers, Tatum, Montessori, St. Athanasius, Scott, Equil, Cared 1, 2, and 3, Friendship Manor, and Glen Annie. Again, the Planning Commission did not recommend to rezone Baylord, McCloskey, Leland, or Georgie. This is a closer look at the Planning Commission's recommendation for Montessori. They reduced the DR 3040 portion of the site to 5.3 acres and added a 3.1 acre portion of lower density residential zoning, DR 12.3, on the western side of the site to act as a transition between the low density residential and the high density residential on either side. They also added a 3 acres of recreation on the southern portion of the site. Finally, the Planning Commission recommended that the board select all 9 county-owned sites for future housing development. Staff would like to mention, too, that if the board increases the density on the probation building to 60 units per acre, that site could yield an additional 12 to 13 units. The table on the right of the slide shows the South Coast RENA surplus in each income category if all of the Planning Commission's recommendations are followed. The county would have a surplus of 228 lower income units, 254 moderate, and above 2,600 in the above moderate income category. And with that, I'd like to open it up to questions from the board.
Any questions from board members? Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Thank you to the team. We're at the final stretch here. I appreciate it, and everybody for being here. Forgive me, I'm going to have a lot of questions and comments, as 75% of what we're talking about is in my district. And so just off the bat, I wanted to express or ask a very clarifying kind of meta question, because it comes up a lot in the emails that we received from so many people when people just say, just ignore the state or thwart the state. In fact, it's in the press today, a teacher asking us to just take the penalties. So Director Plowman, could you just speak to that? Because I think it's really important for people to understand what the severe ramifications would be if we did that.
Yes, Supervisor Capps through the chair. So the state is quite serious about jurisdictions providing housing, and if you do not, and we've seen with some other jurisdictions that have bucked the state's requirements, they have gone after them and sued them. And in particular, the city of Beverly Hills lost their ability to permit anything but housing. So there are some severe consequences. So your local permit authority can be stripped from you, and HCD could be issuing permits for you. We would be ineligible for a number of grant applications that affect all kinds of things in our community, like roads, affordable housing for homeless, and I'm trying to think what other consequences out there, but they're very serious, and they're not to be taken lightly. Builder's remedy.
So
If we're out of compliance, projects could continue to come in on sites that are not zoned for housing and be able to build builder's remedy projects, and would not have to comply with our zoning and general plan designations.
So in essence, we'd be losing more control.
We
We're
would
all
lose
feeling
more-
the pressure, we're feeling the vice
Yeah.
on us, but we'd actually be sort of handing it over to them to create more of that pressure.
Yeah, that's the potential, yep.
Okay, thank you. If I may, I'd move on to the county-owned sites. I'm delighted that we have so many of them in there. I think on the original presentation, it was attachment 14. I was hoping someone might be able to pull it up, that lists the sites. I just had some questions about the affordability allocation, because again, just as background, appreciate my Brown Act partner on this, Supervisor Hartman and I were quite eager to see the county ponying up and leading by example and adding sites, and grateful to the team that we were able to add that in. But I do have questions about the affordability proportions.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. I have it on my screen. We can't
Okay.
Pull it up, but if you have a question, I
Yeah,
could.
yeah.
Or
So
if you'd
again,
like me
I
to
just,
read off, I could
I'm
do
a
that.
bit of a Johnny one note on this, but I just believe that the future is for government to be making sure that all of our land is utilized, and if it's not, it should be going to our biggest crisis, which is affordable housing. And we do have underutilized sites all throughout the county. 9 were included in this housing element, and I'm, again, delighted that we were able to do that. I think we can do far more than that and look forward to a workforce study that Supervisor Williams initiated years ago, and that's going to add even more to a future housing demands. But with these 320 sites, I was surprised to see that the allocation isn't more towards the low income end, because that's clearly the need that we have. And just to spell it out, the obvious, when you own the land, you can do it more cheaply. And it just seems like an incredible opportunity to take care of our own staff, a third of whom don't live in the county, presumably because they can't afford to. And so I just wanted to ask about these assumptions. The ones that I've calculated on my phone were that we had, low income was only 37% of what we're talking about. And to me, that just seems off in its priorities. Whereas moderate is 50%, and then I'm even more kind of confused about 13% going to above moderate. So before we move further along, I question that proportion, and would just urge us to really take care of staff, our county staff, who make far less than what the majority of this housing would be able to afford.
Yeah. Supervisor Capps, through the chair, all good questions. So we allocated the units into the different categories based on what we needed to help meet our RHNA allocation. That was the primary reason. So you see a lot of moderate units because those are extremely hard to come by. There is no subsidy for moderate units, and we don't have nonprofits and a housing authority that can build those units. So that's why you see a large number. And we needed to build those on county-owned sites because other sites in the private sector are not building them. Or we've seen some proposed now, but initially they were not. We do have some above moderate sites that accommodate above moderate units, and the thinking behind that was that these, while we own the land, the cost of construction is quite high. And in some instances, the county may need some market rate units to be able to finance some of those units. And it wouldn't be dissimilar to how Cottage Hospital developed their Bella Riviera project at the old St. Francis Hospital. They had a set number of market rate units that helped fund a substantial number of units that go at subsidized prices to their staff. So that was the thinking. Of course, the board has the discretion to change things. I want to offer one thing while we're here, and not to put anything into disarray, but in looking at this in the last few days, we think we could increase the unit count at the probation site
Great.
by 13 units and still be within the type of zoning levels and be consistent with what we see in the city of Santa Barbara. So I just wanted to offer that as part of this discussion.
Well, that's good news. And I don't know when the appropriate time is, but I just want to make the case that we revisit those allocations. I have a slide, I don't know if it could be brought up, but of our own county staff, because I just wanted to make sure I understood like who we're talking about. And low income folks are the eligibility workers that we talk a lot about in our social services, who make less than $69,000 a year, yet are so essential to the county work that we do. The moderate is our accountants, firefighter trainees, behavior wellness practitioners, and then above moderate would be more like patrol deputies, et cetera. So again, these are real people and houses that I think would be just gobbled up by workforce that we need to serve and do a better job. So I'm just hoping that this board can take a second look at the allocations and tilt it more towards lower income.
Where? Yeah, I'm just curious. I think all of our eligibility workers are North County employees. I mean, they're stationed in North County, aren't they, Mona? Or yeah.
I'd say a large proportion of them are.
Okay.
Well, I'll give another example then. Custodians and arborists.
No, yeah, it's great, and I think and it's a discussion we're going to have, I think, later on in the day. But I understand why we'd want to do that, but to actually make these things pencil out and work, we have to have some above market or market rate just to finance that. So I would like to see a model.
So we're told. I mean, I would love to see the numbers that's what it takes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
well,
saying? Yeah.
I think we're going to have some experts here today
Right.
that have done this in the past, and I'm looking over at Mr. Polanski, actually, that he does this all the time, and I'd kind of like to hear his take on how he would kind of see that math work out.
Good.
So,
So
perfect.
let me also just bring up the county's financial needs of why the employee housing was viewed as multiple incomes, stratus of income originally, before Supervisor Capps, you were here. I mean, this started already going in progress. And the reason is, I think you can see here in the slide that, number one, a lot of our most difficult to fill positions that were behind the intention of doing employee housing would not qualify as low income. And additionally, even the low income employees would not qualify if they were dual income and had no children for low. And so if we designated it all low, we would be disqualifying almost all county staff from those homes. And I think it's really important when we're projecting to the public that we might be able to reduce the impacts of growth by putting housing closer to jobs, that we substantiate that as much as possible and make sure more of our employees are living closer to the jobs. The second piece of logic that I just ask you to think about is if we reduce our number of mods on the county-owned sites, then we are razor thin on mods. Right now, we only have a 254, margin. We may end up then having to trigger a further rezone of private land because of our calculation shifting. And I don't, so I just ask you to think about it. So there's two pieces there.
I just don't see it that way, and we can get into it. But these numbers, by the way, up on the slide these are for single people. So if you had two custodians, they wouldn't even qualify for. So my point is, we need more low income, and the best way to do it is on land that we already own. And I feel as though it's really important to push for that. And we all are talking about a lot of other low income in the other projects that we'll rezone as well. So this isn't the only bite of the apple. Anyway, I feel strongly about it and hope we can revisit it during deliberation.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that math. Even two of our lowest paid employees in the entire county, if they are married together, would be disqualified from low income under those criteria unless they had a great number of children.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I
We're
just
going to
want
have plenty of time for deliberation. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to offer something up too, is that when the county is looking at developing these sites, we'll be doing more analysis about what can actually be accommodated on the site, the total number of units, and then, decisions about income categories can be made then too. They can be shifted as long as we continue to meet our RENA numbers in every income category for 8 years. So it's a calculation we can run, so it doesn't have to be set in stone today on the county-owned sites.
Cool. Because we've never done this before. And this is our first venture. And we're diving into the deep end right on. All right. So Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I just had a question about those county-owned sites. And actually about this question about if we actually had a block that moderate that were unfulfilled. The state wouldn't give us credit for the lower that were below moderate. I mean, it's not cascading in any way. If we end up having more low income, would we not?
They do not.
Category.
Yeah,
so they are that prescriptive that they want to make sure that, okay, that's just odd. I mean, especially if we end up doing in excess in the low income category, you would think that would satisfy their wants and needs. So that's Sacramento for you. Then the thing about the county sites is that even what we have here in the future, we can even maybe make them more dense or make them taller. We're going to have the maximum flexibility on county sites, is what I understand.
That's correct.
Okay, and so right now, county sites are a tool that we're going to use to have a compliant rezone process so that we don't get into big trouble with the state. Correct. And so we get to manipulate they're kind of the Swiss Army knife right now in this process. And so we'll, the best that we can, use those to try to satisfy the state requirements. And then in the future, as we have problems arise and as there's developments that could pop up, or a developer that comes to the county and says, hey, I really have this great project and I have some financing and I like to do this, so we can kind of work with them on what we need to continue to stay compliant. So that's, I guess that's where how I've seen this move forward, is that's our opportunity with these sites. So I guess that's not a question.
Chair
Excellent.
Lavigno
Yes.
and Supervisor Nelson, I think just to be clear, the numbers we're showing here are to show HCD that we can accommodate a certain number of units at different levels. But when it actually comes down to construction and demonstrating to HCD how we're doing in terms of meeting our RENA, we'll actually look at what's actually produced on a site, and that's what will be reflected, and that's what HCD will then begin monitoring in terms of our performance and whether or not we trigger the no net loss.
Supervisor Hartman.
So just to put a finer point on it, then we want to maintain maximum flexibility with our county-owned sites so that we can plug in as needed for the RENA numbers as we progress through the cycle.
Okay. All right. So that ends the staff presentation. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we currently have 93 requests to speak on today's agenda.
93.
93.
Okay. County Council.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, just a reminder to do ex parte.
Oh, thank you for that. So before we go to our 93 speakers, we're going to go to our ex parte announcements. I think Supervisor Hartman's already put hers in the record.
Yes, mine are written in the record, but I need to add that I've taken donations from 2 members connected with the Chumash site and have sent letters returning that money. And there was some question about the home builders, but returning that as well.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. Just ex parte communication. I didn't have a lot of communication with South County sites, but I did talk to, on the CARE projects, I talked to Laurel Perez, Ron Caird, and Chuck Landy. On the Glen Annie site, Jim, Ted, and Gilleray. The Montessori site, I spoke to their representatives. On the San Marcos site, I spoke with the Hodges, as well as John Blair and Andrew Fuller. The Georgie site I met with the Georgie's father and son, as well as the Nelson's father and son. I also heard from various members of the community in opposition to the Glen Annie site as far as the recreational asset that was, as well as the traffic that might be concerned. I also spoke to many of the neighbors of the CARE 2 project and their concerns about potential flooding, as well as public safety in case of emergency. So that was my communication with those in the public and the project applicants.
Okay, great. Supervisor Capps?
So, County Council, may I ask, can I follow Supervisor Hartman's lead and just submit, I have about 65 names. I don't know if I want to list them all off. This has been a major undertaking to meet with everybody, and I've been grateful to do so, but a lot of names on this document.
Supervisor Capps, yes, you could just submit that to the clerk now, and
Okay,
then she'll
so
post
just
it.
suffice to say, I've met with every project several times, and every neighbor, and walked every foot of it, pretty much, so all going in the public record. Thanks.
Great. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'll do the same. I mean, I assume that we're mainly worried about applicants, because if we're talking about my communications about some of these projects, for instance, Baylord and Van Wingerden 2, I would have to list about 900 people in the city of Carpinteria, because I've walked their homes and talked to them about the project. So if that's the case, then the list that I'm about to submit is incomplete, but maybe council could clarify that in the future.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the real goal of Ex parte is that everyone has the same information. So information from applicants is usually the most significant, but it can be other individuals as well. But again, the goal is really just to make sure all 5 of you have the same information. So a lot of times you're going to have repeat information as part of that, or you're receiving information that's already been provided by the staff, and so it's not really required to disclose that. We're just trying to make sure that everyone has the same information before them before you decide.
Okay. And then the only project applicant I met with was Galleray from representing the Glen Annie folks. And then I had a short phone call with Mr. John Plansky yesterday morning. Okay, so we've done that. We have 90-something speakers. I'm going to close the roll at this point for public comment. So here's our issue. If we go 3 minutes, we may have to go to a second meeting, because that'll be 5.5 hours of public comment. We'll also have a lunch built in there. I don't want to have to try to bring everybody back. We just soon try to get this done today. So we're going to go with it 2 minutes. If you would like to go first, okay, here.
Just remember what the consequence is. We thought we would drop out of compliance.
Correct.
Right? And any day of delay means we could drop out of compliance and have another slew of builder's remedy projects that are just waiting to be submitted.
So let's do this. Whoever groaned and really feels that their 3 minutes is going to make the difference between 2 and 3 minutes, you can't get done what you want to say in 2 minutes, I'm going to let you lead off, okay? I'm going to go the opposite way. Instead of saying 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, if you feel necessary that you need 3 minutes, you're going to lead off. Everybody else is going to get 2 minutes. We're going to do it opposite. So, as you come to the counter, as you come to the microphone, please state your name, and we will try to dig through the 93 and get you in order. Once, and I'm assuming that's going to be a handful of people. I hope everybody doesn't think if we're in, once we get past 20 people at 3 minutes, if that's a problem, then we're going to readjust it at that point. So go ahead, sir, lead off, give your name.
And Chair Lavanino, members of the board, before we proceed, my apologies. If for those members on Zoom, you do not need to use the raise hand feature. We will be calling your name. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, hold on, we have county council first.
Mr. Chair, I was just wondering, since we're doing it in the opposite order, usually we do 1
Yes,
minute.
I know.
Do you want to get an idea of how many people are
Yeah, raise your
requesting
hand if
these?
you feel you have to have 3 minutes. Okay, that's 20 or so. On Zoom, raise your hand.
Cheers.
You know what? I'm going to make an executive decision here. Everybody's getting 2 minutes. I'm the chair. The judge has ruled. If you can't get it done in 2 minutes, believe me, we read your 1,000 emails. We understand where most people are at. So let's go. 2 minutes.
Okay.
So Chair, excuse me, Chair Levanino, members of the board, since we are going to go in order with 2 minutes, if we can please go in the order that we
Let's
have.
go in order so we can make it more orderly. I'm
Fabulous.
sorry, sir.
Thank you.
It won't be the last time somebody wags a finger at me today. Let's go. And by the way, we're going to do 2 minutes. We have 93 speakers. If you go over 2 minutes, don't think that I'm the one that's being a jerk by cutting you off. It's 2 minutes. Everybody's got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
We will begin with Charles Landy to be followed by Nick Henderson. Charles?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one last thing before we start, because it's going to be long. We're going to have 2 people called out. We'd like the next person, instead of waiting to make a grand entrance, please come up and stand by the podium so you're ready to go. Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Hi, I'm Chuck Landy with the Carrot Eckwell Properties, and I will take 30 seconds, hopefully. We have just a brief recap. Most of you know exactly what we're proposing. I thought we just hit some highlights.
Well,
Yeah, you can just roll through pretty well. As you were told earlier, the site itself is along Patterson. It's 100 gross acres.
yeah,
Go ahead. It's a net of 60 acres in round numbers. The key elements here, we spent about 2 years making sure that we had enough water to serve the site. The courts did prove that out, and it was recognized and acknowledged by Goleta Water District. We have sewer, we have all the other utilities that are key to it. The site itself, as most of you have seen, is paved in asphalt and concrete, improved with greenhouses. The reason for it is the high water table. You can't grow anything in the ground in 99% of the property. The property is adjacent to several large employers representing several thousand employees. It is within the Zone 2 and Zone 4 and coastal zone. We've recognized in Zone 2 we have 10 acres. In Zone 2 you cannot build any residential, so it's excluded. That 10 acres is public space. It'll be improved with parks as we collectively in the entitlement process choose. The southern portion is in the coastal zone, and it too will not have it. In the, I'm talking fast as I can. On the east side, in the southeast corner, there is a triangle of 7.45 acres. It is part of our buildable acreage. It's on the east side of the creek. It's a net of 4.45 acres. It is adjacent to some existing 1- and 2-story homes that you can see on the right-hand side of the slide.
That's what happens when you hit lead off. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Supervisor Capps has a question for you.
Yes, Mr. Land. I just wanted to let you know and voice the concerns of the neighbors around this, especially the triangle piece, cared to, about fire. And I don't know if we have a representative from County Fire here.
We do, Mr. Fred
May
Tant.
you please speak to the process, and this applies to a lot of Goleta properties and developments. Folks are really nervous about what will happen with all of these new people living here and traffic. Can you please speak to the fire department's role and approval?
Sure. Can we put the map back up? I think we just got to get a little closer. How's this? All right.
Thank you.
I'm shorter, so.
And by the way, that speaker box goes up and down. There's a little thing on the side. And so if you're shorter, it can go down. There we go. That cost $1 million. So, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It did not.
It did not cost
It
$1
did
million.
not cost $1 million.
We got to turn the room up.
Okay. Everyone, my name is Fred Tan. I'm the newest fire marshal for the Santa Barbara County Fire Department. Just for the public benefit, fire marshals typically enforce and use the California Fire Code for development. That with our local amendments and our development standards, we can ensure. We use those to ensure public safety and firefighter safety. Also, our brothers in Brown, the deputy sheriffs. When we go through development, we work closely with planning and then building and safety to ensure all the elements of the fire code, whether it's access, hydrants, sprinkler systems, addressing, a lot of things that we look at will ensure the public safety. I think Supervisor Capps, some of the concerns are about wildland fire or?
No,
Just
evacuation.
Evacuation. Well, there is a countywide evacuation study being done right now. So at the very least, and I know that's a very bad, it could be a term that people don't like, but we're going to make sure that there's minimum access requirements that we can get in and people can get out. And that's our main concern, because there are, in the last 10 years, last 2 years have been a little slower, but there have been a lot of significant fires throughout the state, throughout the area. Weed, California being one of the examples where firefighters just couldn't get into subdivisions. So we're ensuring that there's going to be good access for firefighters to make access and the minimum requirements for people to get out.
So just to ask a leading question, before any plan is ever finalized, fire has to sign off.
Fire will have to sign off on access and
Thank
water.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Capps, I think it's worth noting that this area is not in the high fire hazard area, this part of Goleta.
The neighbors there are quite concerned, and I encourage the developer to reach out to them if this moves forward about that very issue, as well as other neighbors have brought up these concerns. So I'm glad to get this question out first off the bat here.
Sure. I think we hope that in some areas, we hope that development makes things a little bit safer in some regards.
Okay, I'm sorry. Before we go forward, I was alerted by staff that I have to add to my ex parte that I also did meet with San Marcos developers and with CARED. Okay, with that, we'll go to Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I think just to piggyback on Supervisor Capps' comment, maybe to staff. So lack of access in a fire, that would be one of the things that we say was a safety issue that we, at that point, then the project would potentially be denied or have to have a reduction in units if those findings were made, to be consistent with the state.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay,
Public health and
I
safety
wanted to make sure
still
that got
gives
out
us
there
that
because
ability.
as we talked about the level of service issue, we're going to have those professionals like Fire Marshal Tan look at that, and then at that point, if he can't make those determinations, then it gives us the tools later on to say, hey, we may need to back up or rethink this site.
Okay, let's continue with public comment.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we will remain here in Santa Barbara with Nick Henderson, to be followed by John Blair. Nick?
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. I'm Nick Henderson with Cottage Health. To be brief, we had a lot of success with our Bella Riviera project about 12 years ago. We're very interested in doing more of that. We're supportive of added inventory, especially affordable inventory in South County, ideally located close to where we work. So I think for all of us that have essential workers, helping us recruit with housing helps us retain, which is, I think, key to our community's sustainability. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
We will now go to John Blair, to be followed by Jeff Nelson. John?
Can we pull up our site plan? Is that possible?
And then if you want to bring that up, your microphone. So bring the box up.
Oh.
There you go.
I was too busy making edits, and I hope they make sense.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. My name is John Blair, and I'm a member of the project team of San Marcos Ranch, proposed on the San Marcos Growers sites in partnership with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. We are pleased that the Planning Commission selected the San Marcos sites to be rezoned and encourage you to adopt their recommendation. The board and public asked us to consider increasing our affordable units, add public recreation space, and figure out how to connect neighboring projects. We have addressed your requests. Affordability, we've increased San Marcos Ranch to 25% of deed-restricted affordable units, 200 low-income and 50 moderate income. At the urging of Supervisor Capps, who has publicly expressed her concern for more affordable units in all developments, today we announced an additional 28 units of deed-restricted low-income and 30 additional deed-restricted workforce units at 160% of AMI. This brings the total affordable units to over 30% of our project, or 308 units. We will donate a public park which preserves existing large oaks and specimen nursery trees on the property. Our park complements and enlarges the Oak Park Trail area, which will be provided by the adjacent Tatum project, offering a community benefit for the entire neighborhood to enjoy. In total, it will be 5 to 6 acres in size. We've created an off-street walking path which allows neighborhood residents to access Vaughn's CVS Shopping Center and San Marcos High School by foot safely. We are pleased to announce we have endorsements from nearby Dignity Moves, which as our affordable housing units are a logical next step for their residents, Santa Barbara County Trails Council and County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee, CRATAC, have endorsed us for our public open space and trails. The Coastal Housing Coalition for providing rental housing, and the South Coast Chamber for participating in their employer-sponsored housing consortium.
Thank you.
John.
It's your time. Oh, Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Mr. Blair, thank you very much for that announcement. I just want to make sure we all heard that that's breaking news of more affordable low income in this project. While I'm at it, if I could also reflect what a strong concern from your neighbors there, especially at Sungate Ranch, for lower density. Are you prepared to modify lower density to 2030?
Supervisor Capps, we would be happy to do that.
That's
So
going
20
from
to
30
30 per
40.
acre.
Okay, so going from 30 to 40 to 20 to 30.
Yes, we'll comply with that.
Excellent.
Ms. Plowman.
Just one clarification. That's on the larger parcel, and then the smaller parcel for Housing Authority would still be 30/40, is my understanding. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We can keep all the affordable units we've committed to by doing that.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now go to Jeff Nelson to be followed by Jessica Delabra.
We have a PowerPoint and would like to get the PowerPoint up in the clicker. So, all right, here we go. Thank you. I'm Jeff Nelson for the Georgie project, the Orchard project. County should rezone all 18 sites, including and particularly the Georgie site. The Planning Commission recommended 16 of 18 sites be approved, not Georgie. If your issue is affordable, at 40%, we provide the most affordable and supported by water rights. If your issue is loss of ag, the Ag Advisory Committee supports rezoning Georgie. If your issue is preschools, we've got that. If your issue is traffic, we have the top traffic rating in the programmatic EIR. We have a real project, fully planned, diverse housing, complex, livable, and we're going to be in the ground as soon as possible. The state compliance impacts all 5 districts. All 5 districts suffer if you do not have enough units. If Georgie is excluded, it would not look right to the state, I believe. It has the best affordable numbers. It's the environmentally superior alternative location, most advanced in planning and integral to coordinating circulation for the other projects around us that have been recommended for rezone. Independent of that, we believe it's the best project. Before and after, we had 20% low. After, we've got moderate, we've got missing middle, public park, 6 acres, childcare, and we have done great projects within a mile of this. The Tree Farm Project, diverse housing, the Knoll Hilltop Village. We believe that the next great project next great place to live is the Orchard. The Georgie property requested be rezoned. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
I promise I won't have questions for everybody, but all the developers are coming up at once. So I do need to ask, please, if you could address the airport issue and the fact that so many of the units are planned for the flight path, and what would happen if it's deemed that those cannot be built there?
Okay, so 98% of our density is in Zone 6. It's in the upper area. All of our affordables up there. The airport authority has a number of permitted uses. There are mini storage, et cetera, and one of them is live-work. And so we have created live-work units and want to vet that. If they say no and we can't get it, it won't impact our affordable numbers, and it won't materially affect our density, because we've dedicated 6 acres of that to a public park, and we've got part of it dedicated to a road that'll be part of the complementary circulation for the whole area.
So it would not throw off your affordability percentage?
It would not. It would actually make our percentage higher slightly, but it would not reduce the number of affordable units. It would knock out 20 to 40 live-work units, but we've got 1,170 independent of that.
Thank you. And just second question, my final question is, you mentioned the live work, and I just want to ask you sort of who are you hoping to house here? Because in an initial ex parte meeting, you had indicated that the goal was to get folks who are, out of towners to come here. And, my jaw dropped, and I just want to make sure. I've heard other things since, and I just want to give you the opportunity to publicly address that, because that was certainly alarming to me.
That is not the goal. It would be an opportunity for a business to come into town. However, I think there are a lot of families where either the husband or the wife would love to have a commercial space, a 600 square foot loft attached to their home. And we've had more interest in this than any other part of the project, frankly, because it's in the Goleta community plan as an aspiration, but we don't have any of that now. And I think it would be a great complement to the commercial, to the live-work aspirations of our area.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
My question is for planning staff, and that is, who determines whether this live work in the Zone 2 would be allowed? What does that process look like?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, right now, currently, it would be the Airport Land Use Committee, SBCAG, in their review of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. Once the county updates our zoning code to comply with the current Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, it would likely become county staff at that point.
And would county staff like to render an opinion about this at this time?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, we have discussed this issue. We've looked into it. We've discussed it with SBCAG staff. We don't believe the residential component is permitted within the Airport Safety Zone 2, even under the sort of the guise of the live work.
Okay. We're going to go to one more speaker, and then we are going to take a 10-minute break. We have to have breaks for our translator because they can't just continually be translating all day. So go ahead.
Yes, we will now go to Jessica DeLabra.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jessica Wishan-DeLarbra, and I've been fortunate to serve as the CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Southern Santa Barbara County for about 6 years. We're dedicated to building homes, communities, and hope, and we build new, affordable, deed-restricted, low-income ownership units, and we also preserve naturally affordable housing. I want to thank the County Board of Supervisors for your focus on this invaluable process and the importance of creating affordable housing opportunities. I'm here to urge your support of rezoning the Glen Annie property. By way of email, we also shared with you a letter with 80 signatures in favor of Glen Annie's rezone, and 3 additional letters coming personally from existing Habitat homeowner families. Habitat is fortunate to be in discussions with Glen Annie owners about a land donation and partnership that would enable 10 to 15 homes to be constructed, all of those deed-restricted ownership and for low-income individuals and families. The Glen Annie development team has invested in a thoughtful community process, which includes partnerships as a part of their model. We believe this is a win-win for affordable housing, publicly accessible recreation, education, childcare, and the environment. What is most important to Habitat's values is that 52% of its proposed units are slated to be in the low-income, moderate-income, and upper-moderate-income categories. This includes 200 low-income units, 100 in the moderate, and 200 in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce's Workforce Initiative. Thank you so much for your focus on the importance of including low-income, affordable units as a part of your process. And I also just wanted to add that the numbers Habitat uses from HCD is $82,000 for a low-income individual household, and it's really easy to be low-income in Santa Barbara, and we need more units to support that population. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll be back at a few minutes after 11:10, so about 11:12, and we're going to stay on schedule. Okay, just for a little bit of agenda management as well, our next break is going to be at 1 o'clock. It will be for 15 minutes. We're also trying to figure out a way to post the entire public comment list so you can see if your name's not up for a couple hours that you might want to go do something else. But, or listening to everybody else's comments is also great. So with that, we'll continue on with public comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. And before we proceed along those same lines, please note if you are a member of the public, we are going to all speakers in Santa Barbara first, which is a total of 32, or excuse me, which is a total of 55, and then we will be going to Zoom. So those members on Zoom, you are after the 55 speakers in Santa Barbara. And with that, we will begin with Dustin Hoysenth to be followed by Liz Rodriguez. Dustin?
Hello, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. My name is Dustin Hoyseth, Public Policy Manager with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing businesses from Goleta to Carpinteria. I'm here today to express the Chamber's support for the rezones of Glen Annie, San Marcos Ranch, the Cared Properties, the Georgie site, and the Baylord site. We support Glen Annie because it will offer a variety of housing types to support the varied life stages of our local workforce, and because it has been our pilot project and longest supporter of the employer-sponsored housing consortium effort. We support San Marcos Ranch because it will offer much-needed rental stock to the region in proximity to thousands of jobs, and they are also a consortium partner. We support the Cared Properties because it will offer a neighborhood-appropriate mix of single-family and multifamily homes that will support our local workforce, and they are also a consortium partner. We support the Georgie site because they will also offer a variety of housing types as well as rental units, and are a consortium partner. We support Baylord because it will provide much-needed rental apartment units to the Carpinteria area and the region, and has been vetted and approved twice by our Public Policy Committee of business members. We support all of these projects because our member businesses consistently tell us that workforce challenges, recruitment, and retention as a direct result of the lack of housing supply in our region is among their top concerns. We support these sites because we need a mix of appropriate housing types as well as affordability levels in order to support our workforce needs. Your decision today will shape what at least the next 8 years of housing in the unincorporated county will look like. I know that a large factor in your decision today must be how the county is going to meet their state allocated housing numbers. And it can be a challenge to meet those allocated affordable unit numbers without going over the requirement of market rate units. However, the Chamber urges you to look beyond the state allocated numbers into our region's needs. All of the projects I previously mentioned are deserving of rezones regardless of how the numbers shake out. Workforce housing doesn't necessarily fit one designated income or housing type, and our true issue is supply. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Liz Rodriguez to be followed by Randy Berg. Liz?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Lizzie Rodriguez, and I would like to express my support for the Planning Commission's recommendations of sites to be included in the county housing element update. The proposed rezone sites will lead to much-needed housing stock of various types and income levels, alleviating much of the pressure we are experiencing in Santa Barbara County. You are used to seeing me before you on issues related to criminal justice, mental health services, and homelessness. I'm here today because one of the biggest challenges our vulnerable community members face is not having access to housing. When justice-involved individuals face the additional barrier of not having access to housing, it puts them at risk for homelessness and subsequent recidivism, which ultimately impacts taxpayer dollars. Research demonstrates that stable housing plays a crucial role in public safety, reduced homelessness, and fosters a sense of stability and belonging throughout the community. Rezoning will open more options for individuals struggling to find suitable housing. I am one of them. My partner and I are in a situation where I'm the sole income provider and we need to care for my mother-in-law. We're having difficulty finding a 2 or 3 bedroom rental below $5,000, and $5,000 is nowhere near affordable, which is why we're considering moving out of the area, which is devastating for us personally, but considering my partner's a volunteer police officer and I've been so involved in community programs and services and advocating, we've been embedded in the community fabric. Yet we're finding it difficult to find a place to call home here. As an executive board member of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, I support their efforts to create an employer-sponsored housing consortium, which will not only give local employers the opportunity to secure housing for market rate housing stock goes beyond local workforce, but it also streamlines the relationship between local employers and developers.
Thank you, Liz.
That's your time. Thank you.
I encourage you to see
Well,
today's
that would be your
decision as
time.
a
Thank
confluence
you.
of all our critical community
See,
issues.
this is why it's really difficult when we have 90 speakers. We all are here together to hear the same thing, so let's try to stay on time. Thank you.
We will now go to Randy Berg to be followed by Al Clark. Randy?
Chair and board, thank you very much for hearing this important matter. As a 37-year resident and a leader at Transform, a tech company in the region. Oh, thank you. As a leader at Transform, a resident, I'm very positive and supportive of the recommendation the staff have made, including or added to the Georgie project. The 80 people that live here have the whole range of housing needs. So most of our production staff comes from Ventura or Oxnard. Many of our engineers now live there, and they make very good money. So it would be important not only for the lowest income opportunities, but even for the range of housing being offered to have housing stock in the community. And so the community of tech companies that Transform is a part of, 24 semiconductor companies and a wide variety of other advanced manufacturing companies need staff at all levels. They all need housing, and this would make a significant impact, and so we strongly support those. I'm also a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and that should be noted. We're also very strongly supportive and appreciate you considering these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Councilmember Al Clark to be followed by Lorelei Moosbrugger. Al?
Good morning, Al.
Hi.
Hi.
Good to see everybody. This is a little bit of an awkward position for me because I know everybody, but different role. And it's presumptuous for me to try to tell you what to do, but I do trust your wisdom and your experience in judgment and resolving these massive state housing law issues that we're facing, and we should face them. We do need lots of housing. I support Laura Caps's efforts to find more affordable housing, and it's we do. If you look at the Santa Barbara Nexus study of Kaiser Marston, for every 100 units you 100 units you build, it takes or market rate units that you build. You've got to have between 18 and 20 low-income units just to service that development. So we do need to find the low-income housing. In Carpenter, we're trying to do that. But it is my duty as mayor of Carpenter to mention our opposition to the two Van Wingerden and the sites and the Baylord parcels. We appreciate all the work that you're doing for the housing laws, but we also have the same task but much smaller than yours. We also fully realize that these new state laws require us to bend, break, and ignore some of our laws. That's just the way it is. However, since the three parcels referred to are all in the coastal zone and are within the urban-rural boundary and result in conservation of agriculture, that they should be reconsidered. The Coastal Commission has already signaled that the Baylord parcel represents their perfect division as a buffer between the existing high-density residential and farming activities. The proposed rezones would trigger major conflicts with policies in the county, the city, LAFCO, and the Coastal Commission. And we see that you have ample other
Thank you, Al. That is your time.
within the county where you could select sites that are not in the coastal zone and the urban zone. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Lorelei Moosbrugger to be followed by Brent Little. Lorelei?
I have an image that you can share. You said you could share my image?
We'll hold your clock. Let's hold the clock until we get our image up.
Thank you. I'm Lorelei Moosbrugger, retired professor, expert in environmental politics. The recommendation before you proposes to locate approximately 1,300 mostly lower and moderate income housing units directly under the flight path. Those residents will be subject to more than 20 flights a day, low, loud, and directly overhead, a number that's projected to increase substantially over the next 20 years. That image shows actual air traffic above 5 parcels being considered for rezoning from agricultural to residential: Scott, Caird, and Eckwell. Scientific research on the health effects of living under the flight path due to both noise and ultrafine particulate matter from jet fuel, which crosses the brain-blood barrier and bypasses the placenta, is consistent in its findings. People who live under the flight path will suffer significant increases in risk for high blood pressure, heart disease, lung disease. Pregnant women have an increased risk of preterm births, and children who live there will be more likely to suffer from cognitive delays and learning disabilities. I submitted a letter complete with the links to this research to the county more than a year ago, and I reminded the Planning Commission of this just last month. I've checked online, and you have that information available to you. Therefore, if you choose to rezone the Scott, Caird, and Eckwell parcels from agricultural to residential, it will be with knowledge that doing so will place those with lower incomes in an environment that poses significant threat to their health, and it will be unnecessary, because if you just do the Georgie property instead, you will be able to get the same number of homes, and those people will not be directly under the flight path. It's a far superior plan. The Planning Commission chose to trade a brief glimpse of lemon orchard from a car window for the health of thousands of people because they are lower income. The Planning Commission doesn't represent us. You do, and you can't abdicate your authority or your responsibility to them. Please, do not rezone agricultural land under the flight path. Rezone the Georgie parcel instead. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Brent.
So here's another thing with 100 speakers. We can't be interrupting with clapping. If you agree, this is what we do in this hearing room, okay? All right, cool. Man, I hate being the principal. All right, let's go.
We will now go to Brent Little, to be followed by Jessica Hadari. Brent?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Brent Little, and I'm here today on behalf of the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara and Red Tail Multifamily Land Development. Today, I've provided for you a letter of support for the Baylord project from State HCD. They interviewed staff of the county, of the City of Carpinteria, and Coastal Commission. They determined that the Baylord project plays a critical role in the county's housing element, and noted that given the history of providing affordable housing in the North County, the Baylord project would represent a significant loss if it's not included. This letter touches on the concern of geographic equity. The Baylord site is the only location in this subregion that is not zoned ag. Nonetheless, the City of Carpinteria has objected to all the rezoned sites in this area. What also gets neglected in this dialogue is the Carpinteria Unified School District wants to sell this property. Intuitively, it stands to reason that the best economical outcome for the district and its students is rezoned to housing. The Baylord site represents the quickest path to monetize this asset and provide housing in this area. We understand why the adjoining neighbors are opposed to the project. Change is difficult. Mr. Chairman, I think you mentioned in the last hearing the angst that we all have over the loss of local control. It's for these reasons that we want to continue our outreach to both the city and the residents. It's our hope that an approved rezone will encourage the city to come back to the table and work with us. Lastly, I want to share a personal experience. I've spent many years as a volunteer for various affordable housing agencies, 10 years on the board and 2 years as board president. I have firsthand knowledge of the challenges of providing affordability. There's 43 individuals in the Carpinteria area right now that are unhoused. Our community will provide 50 affordable units and 132 market rate entry-level housing. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
We will now go to Jessica.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Williams.
Chair, I have a couple questions. One question is just simply on the egress and transportation issues. It's something that has been raised by a number of residents, and wanted to understand if the project envisions some improvements that would mitigate or fix that. And then I guess the other question is, you have alluded to me in the past that you're looking at something different than just using the market for Santa Barbara County for the market rate units. And I'd like to know about that and hear that on the record.
Sure. Yeah, so we are absolutely open to coordinating with the city and doing the improvements that are necessary for that area. I think one misstatement that we keep hearing about this site is there's one route in and out. There's 3 routes in and out, and the total length from the Baylord site to the freeway on-ramp is 900 feet. We provided a traffic study that we submitted to the county that shows that in all cases, the streets around there are LOSA. So I don't know that there's traffic concerns or egress problems that are being stated, but be that as it may, we're absolutely happy to engage the city and do necessary improvements there. So we're clearly open to that. Regarding your other question about, I think it's the market rate housing there. So we've spent a lot of time, and frankly, before this hearing, I didn't really realize it, that one of the targets was the above moderate income level. That's right where we're at. That's who we have identified the market rate units for. When we analyzed our rents, we comped them off of the people that are commuting from Ventura and Oxnard and other places like that. So that's our target demographic. This is not second homes or anything like that.
And so your markets sort of study or comparison for the rents will be Ventura County based instead of Santa Barbara County based. And that there is a little bit of a price differential in that, correct? Meaning you would be foregoing some small percentages per tenant to be targeting based on the Ventura County market, right?
Yeah, as one of the other speakers mentioned, there a $5,000 a month rent. That's a lot of money. That is not what we were looking at. We're looking at Ventura and Oxnard and the rents that are there. I don't think they approach that number, but the concept again is this is entry-level housing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I would just like to note for the record, we were able to post the public comment speaker list online, so that should be reflected shortly, and it will be posted in the back of the room momentarily for any of those looking to see where you fall on that list. And we
Mad
will now,
dash. All right. Everybody's going to run back there now.
we will now go to Jessica Hadari to be followed by Patricia Colleen. Jessica?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Jessica Hadari, and I'm here today on behalf of Red Tail Multifamily Land Development and the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. Today, I will be sharing some brief points regarding the Tatum project. As you already may be aware, the Tatum site is located below the 101 at Turnpike, making it close to jobs and services. The property is roughly 23 acres and is predominantly designated as Res 20 in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. The property size allows us to include multiple housing types interspersed with numerous amenities such as tot lots, dog parks, pools, and 2 central core recreational facilities. The recreational facilities have been scaled to accommodate the anticipated number of residents. The design features resort-style amenities intended to embrace the lifestyle and outdoor living enjoyed here in Southern California. Our current pending application is for 344 units, of which 69 are affordable, with 275 market rate units. The proposed rezone plan increases the unit count to 545 units, of which 110 are affordable and 435 are market rate. The affordable units will be deed restricted. The proposed rezone plan is consistent with the current land use designation together with the state density bonus. We are especially pleased to offer a townhome plan to provide housing opportunities to growing families and the local workforce that are not quite ready for home ownership. These units are larger and more similar to townhomes that would normally be offered in for-sale communities. The western boundary of the property contains an urban oak woodland that we have set aside for future passive park opportunities. We've collaborated with our neighbors to plan for trail linkages that may serve for future and existing residents in the area. The oak woodland has many prominent trees and features that have been exhaustively inventoried and studied. The Tatum site has been contemplated for residential development for many years. We kindly ask that you include this in the housing element rezone to provide a clearer path for necessary district, affordable, and market rate housing at this location.
Thank you. Supervisor Capsa's question.
Yeah, I have a quick question for you. I know originally, I think there was talks with Santa Barbara Unified School District. Is there an agreement with that?
Thank you.
didn't
Sorry, I had
mention
to
it,
skip over the part
Okay.
just for time.
Sure.
And, yes, the property is currently owned by the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and the district's ongoing collaboration and input is integral to our plans.
Okay, so but no formal agreement for housing at this point.
I can allow Brent Little to answer that. Excuse me 1 second, please.
Thanks.
Hi there.
Hi.
Yeah, we have an LOI that we just provided. We've been going back and forth with the district, and we just updated that LOI and provided it to them the other day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Patricia Colleen to be followed by Chris Mobley. Patricia?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Pat Keelan. I'm CEO for Communify, and I am pleased to be here today to support the Van Wingerden 2 rezoning project. Communify is currently partnering with People Self-Help Housing and the Van Wingerden family to provide Head Start services at this project site. And as we know, housing, of course, is one of the most critical needs here in Santa Barbara County. Childcare, affordable childcare is second. So this project will allow the community to be able to access not only affordable housing, but affordable childcare. The Head Start program, of course, we've been operating that since 1967. We've served over 50,000 children since that time. We offer, in addition to quality early education, nutritious meals, mental health services and behavioral health services for children and their families, in addition to other supportive services, including energy assistance, financial and budgeting, so that they can learn how to manage a budget, and offer an array of other services like the Family Self-Sufficiency Program to uplift families and give them an opportunity for upward mobility. So I am pleased to support this project. We are, of course, working in Lompoc on the Brisa and Sena project, so this is not our first rodeo. We are finishing the planning of that project, and we'll be breaking ground in December with opening the Head Start Center next summer. And we believe this project in Carpinteria can offer important and critical services outside of just the affordable housing. So we are pleased to be a part of that and would support your support of this project as it moves forward. Thank you.
We will now go to Chris Mobley to be followed by Galaire McCone. Chris?
Good morning, board. Thank you. I submitted this in writing, and I did make a mistake in the third bullet. I said Van Wingerden 2 when I meant Van Wingerden 1. So there's a little typo there. But basically, my family and I strongly support the availability of more housing in the area, but we're concerned about the rural parcels in Carpinteria that are under consideration. Here's a few thoughts. These parcels are zoned rural for very good reason. This prevents urban sprawl and preserves the character of the Carpinteria Valley, as well as the local coastal zone. Tourism is a major industry in Carpinteria, and one of the main reasons tourists come here is to enjoy its rural, small-town character. Second point, Carpinteria has actually provided a great deal of affordable housing. According to the City of Carpinteria's 2023 economic profile, apartments and mobile homes already account for 53% of the housing stock in the City of Carpinteria, representing a larger proportion of affordable housing for resident households compared to any other city in Santa Barbara or Ventura counties. Apartment rents in Carpinteria are approximately 9% lower than the average monthly rent for all apartments in adjacent Santa Barbara. The third point is construction on these rural parcels will significantly increase congestions, commute times, and carbon emissions. Carpinteria is already experiencing significant congestion in the area near the Van Wingerden 1 parcel, partly due to the past construction of high-density housing developments on San Ynez Avenue and Cravens Lane. The intersections of Via Real and Santa Monica Road is highly congested during commute hours, as is the Via Real frontage road from Carpinteria to Summerlin. The addition of high-density housing in this parcel would significantly exacerbate the problem. Average commute time for Carpinterians is already 26 minutes, which is higher than for residents of either Santa Barbara or Goleta. We also strongly agree with the analysis and recommendations provided by the Carpinteria Valley Association in its April 23rd, 2024 letter. Thank you for your time, and good luck with this big decision.
We will now go to Galaire McCone to be followed by Lisa Knox-Burns. Galaire?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, Supervisors. My name is Galaire Macon, local land use planner representing the Glen Annie site. I did want to start by thanking the hardworking staff, and I think we should give them all a round of applause and standing ovation at the end of today. I'm going to be quick and brief and want to just update you on our community partnerships. We have committed 7.7 acres as a land donation to the Santa Barbara Unified School District. This is a donation at no cost to the district. And the school board unanimously supported the development of an MOU, so that is in the works. That will generate up to 308 low and moderate income deed restricted housing units. In collaboration with Habitat for Humanity, as you heard from Jessica, we've committed to a land donation and development partnership that would enable 10 to 15 new low-income deed-restricted ownership units. A formal partnership has been established with LEAP to create a new approximately 10,000 square foot childcare facility. And lastly, as you've heard, Glen Annie has been deeply involved in the creation of the South Coast Chamber program. And as the pilot project, we've committed to a minimum of 200 units for the provision of that upper moderate income housing. So that's a total of 518 low, moderate, and middle income units in partnerships. I want to address traffic, which has been a hot topic for this site and others. Glen Annie is committed to mitigation measures to lower our traffic impact and improving circulation patterns. There are funding opportunities with the development of this site to help make meaningful improvements, such as a dedicated right-hand turn lane on the off-ramp, improving the intersection of Cathedral Oaks at Glen Annie, installing bus pockets on the Glen Annie project frontage, and working with the high school to improve overall circulation through our partnership. We will not be seeking an exemption from level of service requirements. This is not a by right development. This project will go through a discretionary process, and we will be conditioned to ensure traffic and circulation improvements are completed prior to any occupancy. Thank you.
We will now go to Lisa Knox-Burns to be followed by Arthur Olgene. Lisa?
Yes, well, here we are. Yes, I am Lisa Knox-Burns, and I'm Vice Chair of the Housing Authority of Santa Barbara County. We serve 5,500 low-income households, and in the past 3 years, we've built 414 apartments for low and very low-income households. I want to address the Baylord site today that the Housing Authority was fortunate enough to secure from the Carpinteria-Summerland Unified School District in 2020. I know this site's history because in 1980, I was housing element project manager when your dad, Supervisor Lavanino, was in your seat, and I was sitting with staff over here. So when the Coastal Act was passed in 1972, city-county boundaries were blurred because it was a watershed planning area. The local coastal plan, LCP, focused on preserving open space and excluded the Baylord site from DR 20, which was right next door, and assigned a 3E1 estate residential. The school district retained ownership and leased the land. It was never zoned ag. The Housing Authority Commission voted to support a mixed-income rental community for the following reasons. It's zoned residential, it's located adjacent to multifamily units, it's near a large business park, close to major recreational opportunities, offers outstanding mountain views to future residents, it's one off-ramp from the Casitas Shopping Center, and Barco has partnered with the Red Tail Development Team on a similar proposal called Heritage Ridge, which the City of Goleta Council approved unanimously. When the school district sells the site, it will become housing. The choice for the Coastal Mission is whether or not it will be 2 3-acre estates sold for multi-millions or meet pressing housing needs. I have to close it, so let me say that we want your support, we need to be included, and we are here to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Arthur Olgeen to be followed by Noah Bryant. Arthur?
Two-minute greetings and salutations. My concerns today that I'd like you to consider pertain to the rezoning of the East Goleta Valley area. In the South Patterson area, the agricultural parcels that are directly under the airport flight approach and clear zone make these parcels an absurd option for housing. Several parcels in South Patterson are in a flood zone. In contrast, the Georgie and St. Athenaeus properties are not in flood zones. I am also seriously concerned about the loss of jobs that would occur if the farms in the parcels on South Patterson, Caird 1, 2, 3, Eckwall, and Scott, were taken for housing. These agricultural jobs are held by low-income workers, many of whom reside in the Old Town Goleta area. Job loss would cause a succession of other adverse effects, relocation to other employment, possible loss of housing, family, economic, social strain, potential to move to other areas outside. The better strategy is to rezone the Georgie farm. This would remove the 5 parcels directly under the airport flight path and flood zones from consideration as a rezoned area. It would be out of the flood and flight zones already, and it's already subject to the builder's remedy that well exceeds the RHNA elements regarding low-income housing. Ryan Cruz's article in The Independent describes the Georgie development and takes into consideration many of the state and county targeted RNH elements, including 38% affordable units. This is a remarkable achievement in planning. I understand that some mitigation is required to lessen the impacts on Old Town. However, a benefit of the Georgie plan is that Highway 217 is proximate to the development, permitting direct access to 101. It would lessen the impact of additional traffic on Patterson, and I ask you to consider that as another option.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Noah Bryant to be followed by Joni Jones. Noah?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Noah Bryant, and I stand before you today as a lifelong resident of Santa Barbara. I was born and raised here and attended Carpinteria High School. I'm speaking today in favor of the Ballard project. Ballard, sorry. I'm nervous. You guys make me nervous. It's like, all right. Both of my parents are educators, with my father dedicating 35 years of his life to serving in the Carpinteria School District. My mom teaching everything from preschool to junior college in the community. She actually taught with your mom at the Pace Center at Santa Barbara High School. When I was growing up, it was possible for 2 teachers to afford living on the South Coast. However, over the years, the lack of affordable housing, or really housing in general, has forced many families, including a countless number of the kids I grew up with, to leave their homes in search of more affordable living options. Development represents more than just a construction project. It's a lifeline for our community. It offers the desperately needed housing options that are accessible to our teachers, essential workers, and families struggling to make ends meet in our increasingly expensive market. I urge you to consider the long-term benefits of this development, not just in terms of housing units, but in terms of preserving the heart and soul of both Carpinteria and Santa Barbara County as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Joni Jones to be followed by Steve Hayes. Joni?
I'm Joni, and I represent the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. The League supports moving forward with rezoning, but not taking a position on privately owned sites in the county to rezone. The League offers the following 5 principles to be considered. Please rezone all county-owned sites to build 100% deed-restricted affordable housing at low and moderate income. Please rezone projects that offer the greatest promise for affordability, including those projects that have agreements that have high percentages of affordability. Third, please rezone projects that offer different housing types, including rental and for sale housing with range of amenities and public parks and childcare facilities. Fourth, please rezone projects in geographically dispersed sites so that the impacts on the community, higher density housing will not be concentrated in one community. Finally, please rezone projects that offer a local preference, such as employer-sponsored housing, so that new market rate housing benefits people who work and live in our community. League is concerned with the county, that the county assumes 50% lower and 25% moderate income units will be permitted. Neither the county nor the state currently have programs that give a permanent source of funding. We strongly say 3 actions. Accelerate development of timeline and building 100% deed-restricted affordable
Thank you, Joni.
housing.
That is your time.
Okay.
Thank
Other
you.
2, you know in our letters.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Steve Hayes to be followed by Robin Taylor. Steve?
Hello, Chair and board members. My name is Steve Hayes. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara and founder and managing partner of Hayes Commercial Real Estate. It's a commercial brokerage firm. And I've been in commercial real estate investment and leasing for over 43 years. My primary focus has been to represent and advise companies to relocate and expand in Goleta, Santa Barbara, and Carpinteria. I have found that one of the major challenges that companies are faced with is providing workforce housing. Historically and currently, this continues to be the biggest issue for CEOs of both local companies and divisions of larger companies that are located on the South Coast. I'm pleased that the Planning Commission has submitted sites for rezoning to address this issue. In particular, the San Marcos Grower site, as well as the Tatum site, should be rezoned for housing because these locations simply make sense. They are centrally located, ideally suited for convenience to services, transportation, bus stops, etc. I encourage you to agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve these sites for housing. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Robin Taylor to be followed by Richard Foster. Robin?
Can everyone hear me without playing with this thing? My name's Robin Taylor. I'm one of 4 people here. Some had to leave. From Rancho Goleta, Lakeside Mobileers, Inc. Unfortunately, a 50s name for a longstanding mobile home owned by resident-owned community. We represent the community that will be impacted the most by Giorgio. Everything so far has been hypothetical. Our problem is this. We are landlocked. We are at the far end of Ward Drive. So we have Hollister running this way, Ward Drive, dead ends at the Patterson bike path, but we can't go that way if we have a fire, an earthquake, a flood, a tsunami, an evacuation from the underground gas storage that leaks or blows up. We live with those threats, realistic and identified every day. We are under the airport and we get the noise. Our challenge is this. Unless we can unscrew the bollards, we can't take vehicles this way. We are landlocked with the commercial on both sides and then the lovely orchard. We're all sorry to see land paved over. But for us, the impact is traffic. We have 200 homes, so approximately 300 to 400 residents with families, and 1 car to 3 car per unit, so maybe 500 to 600 vehicles. Ward is a very narrow 1 lane each way, and we've experienced previous attempts to try to get out with fires. We had a fallen log, we could not get out. What we're saying is that we feel that the other problem is that we are self-supporting, and a lot of money would be spent on trespassing with all the high income or impact nearby. And we already can't afford to put up security gates and higher fences, and we're dealing with that now. We have Parker property with a creek. There's no place for us to go, and we need to be able to get out in an emergency. So please consider that. And the secondary overflow of what we think would be trespassing and other issues.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank
That is
you.
your time. We will now go to Richard Foster to be followed by Nick Ritolari. Richard?
Chairs, supervisors, Goleta formed as a city because the residents felt the county was using them as a dumping grounds for their failed housing policies. And 22 years later, nothing much has changed. Goleta is the only jurisdiction that actually built enough housing over the last 2 decades for their population growth. Now you want to pile your housing all around the borders of Goleta, leaving us to pay for the road maintenance and for the impacts from negative traffic impacts. HCD has a guidebook for the selection of sites for housing for low-income and affordable. The Glen Annie site fails on almost every single thing except for proximity to schools. There are no nearby sources for employment. There's no possibility of commuting by bus. There's no markets and no retail services. And the open space is actually ag land. Let's be clear, the Glen Annie developer has been misleading us. Months ago, I asked about the fact that 3 different people were owners of property under the ag land. I was told that they controlled it all. They did not, and they do not. The community center, the pool, and the market is not even on land they own. It's on ag land owned by the neighbors to the east. When discussing the golf course overlay with the owner to the west, the developers told him that the inclusion of his property was a mistake by the artist. If they can't even get a drawing right, how are we going to trust them on a multi-million-dollar project? And what happens to the county's concern that the golf course, if it became part of the city years ago, would somehow become urbanized? Will you now vote to urbanize ag land that you once opposed, and can people confirm people's worst fears about politicians being trustworthy? Just recently, you voted to support taking money away from the Goleta overcrossing and moving it into Old Town. This would have helped to mitigate potential impacts of traffic and safety issues down at Glen Annie. And yet now you're going to go ahead and possibly vote for 800 to 1,000 homes there while you've taken away options for actually mitigating that impact? That seems grossly wrong. I would urge you to just say no to the Glen Annie resource and look elsewhere. Thank you.
We will now go to Nick Ritolari to be followed by Mike Claytor. Nick?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I guess we're in the afternoon now, almost. I'm a member of the Rancho Goleta community as well, and so we're down at the bottom of the Ward Drive. And if I look at the developments that are anticipated that are on the, over in the flight path, I think that is an issue that we ought to consider. The second thing is the issue that my colleague brought up here with the Ward Drive access is something that has to be addressed. There's going to be quite a bit of population added, and it's good to add those housing projects, I think. I would favor the George I one. I think the ones that are down by the stream and by the, by the bike path, I think that the densities that you're thinking about are going to greatly impact that recreational area. And I also think that because of that, you may have some environmental impact on that wildlife area there. So I'd like to encourage you to reconsider the density of those projects and also think about mitigating the Ward Drive issue that will ensue. Thank you.
We will now go to Mike Claytor to be followed by Steve Windhager. Mike?
Hi there. How's it going? Nice to meet you guys. My name is Mike Claytor. I'm a resident here in Santa Barbara, long-standing resident. I'm here to express my favor of the Ballard Project. And the reason being my lived experiences here since moving to Santa Barbara in '98. I've been here a little while now. Came for college and, quickly found out that I was going to be cuddling with some friends in a one-bedroom and was, stuck with that housing arrangement early on. And since then, I've been able to, find a nice place to live and won't be relocating anytime soon because of the lack of opportunities to find additional housing. After I was here a few years, my mother also came down to manage a project and had housing available to her. And then as soon as that project was done, tried to find housing and then eventually had to leave and relocate as well, leave the area because of lack of opportunity in housing that way. And I've experienced that as an employer here in Santa Barbara as well, the difficulties of getting somebody, being able to be competitive and keeping good employees. And then in addition to that, I'd like to express obviously that this fits for the development projects in Carpinteria. The area being zoned for residential, it sits as a perfect opportunity for us to provide additional housing. And outside of that, I just really encourage you to really recognize the importance of fairly distributing that, not just in the northern county, but also in the southern part of the county as well.
Thank you.
We will now go to Steve Windhager to be followed by Michael Lozay. Steve?
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, supervisors. My name is Steve Windhager, and I know from my previous visits you may recognize me as the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. But today I'm here speaking, not in that official capacity, but instead as a private citizen expressing my personal viewpoint relating to the housing element. Our community has a desperate need for affordable workforce housing, and the many people who already serve our communities. Determining where and how we'll provide this will not be easy, and I appreciate the challenge that's before the Board of Supervisors today. I'm not an urban planner or a traffic engineer. I'm a restoration ecologist with a background in applying the principles of ecological restoration to projects within the built environment. I won't run through all of my background to save time, but I'm suggesting a few principles that you might consider as you're approving different projects. Principle number one, we must build for people and the planet. A development project should be able to address issues like housing while continuing to support native biodiversity within our area. Our planet is undergoing the 6th major mass extinction of species on the planet, the first in 65 million years. Our future developments must incorporate ways to sustain native biodiversity into their design while providing for other needs. Great development projects will leave the landscape they are developing better able to support native biodiversity than they were before they were undertaken. Principle number two, healthy ecosystems give back. Healthy biodiversity ecosystems provide a wide range of ecosystem services such as clean air, clean water, improved air quality, carbon sequestration, nutrient cycling, as well as habitat for all life on the planet. We must take advantage of the services that healthy ecosystems provide us for free, as well as provide habitat for the rest of nature. Good projects should promote healthy environment while also providing housing for our community. We can do both. We need housing and healthy creeks and open space. Principle number three, access to the natural world improves the quality of life for everyone. Every development should have a way for their residents to experience the natural world, whether through small gardens, courtyards, or public trails. No property is too small to connect people to the rest of nature.
Thank you, Steve. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Lazo to be followed by Case Van Wingerden. Michael?
Good almost afternoon, supervisors. We're a minute away. On behalf of Glen Annie Canyon Ranch and Glen Annie Organics, my name is Mike Lozo with Lozo Jury LLP. The ranch opposes the rezoning of the Glen Annie site and believes that the EIR is deficient. Our concern is it attempts to hide behind a programmatic EIR labeling as a rationale for not looking at potential site-specific impacts of each of the rezoned sites. However, CEQA compliance does not turn on how an agency labels an EIR for rezoning proposals, whether it's a single rezoned site or a group of rezoned sites. CEQA requires an EIR to disclose, evaluate, mitigate impacts of the site's, quote, most probable development patterns, end quote, and reasonably foreseeable indirect physical changes in the environment. And the probable development of Glen Annie and many of the larger sites in front of you have been spelled out in detail, but you wouldn't know that from the EIR. There's just no way to really tell. And this is especially true for the Glen Annie site. Our biologist has been on site to do a reconnaissance survey. It's one of the busiest wildlife sites he's ever surveyed for us around the state. Likewise, local impacts of grading and construction with housing nearby, the high school, emissions of diesel, particulate matter, none of those localized issues are addressed for the site. Aesthetic impacts as well. As a result, we think it leaves the supervisors unequipped to compare the relative environmental impacts of the various rezoned sites and to factor in those impacts to your rezone decision. And I think that's also part of the criteria that you have as your guides actually don't even mention environmental impacts, relative ones at least. Lastly, our expert comments were left out of the EIR and weren't responded to. It's kind of a big concern for us, and the statement of overriding considerations we think is also deficient as it leaves out many mitigation measures that could help ameliorate some of the impacts that are acknowledged. And one would be to remove the Glen Annie site, which would have the predominant biological effects and other impacts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. We will now go to Case Van Wingerden to be followed by Joanne Foltz. Case?
Good afternoon. My name is Kees van Wingerden, and I'm speaking as the owner of Wingerden 1 and 2. My brother Jerry and myself have farmed in the Carpentry Valley for over 50 years. In the 80s, we helped some of our employees purchase their own homes, 7 in Ventura, 1 in Carpentria. These employees are now retired. After that, it became impossible to help our employees purchase their own homes because of the ever-increasing cost of housing. We farmed open field cut flowers on the Wingerden 1 parcel, but stopped several years ago due to high labor costs and competition from low-priced foreign cut flowers. The recent rains, even though very welcome and needed, is now complicating production of any crops during fall, winter, and spring. The Wingerden 2 parcel has an extremely high water table and a 50-year-old greenhouse that are no longer earning their keep. Both parcels have high water tables and are agriculturally non-viable. Due to our high cost of labor, we can no longer compete against South American and Mexican cut flower growers. 15 years ago, we were shipping 1 million stems of locally grown cut flowers per week in bouquets nationwide. Now we barely ship 100,000 stems per week in bouquets to the West Coast only. 90% of our bouquets consumed in the US are farm-made in South America. For the South Coast to be the state leader next to Marin in the lowest availability of workforce housing does not create a balanced community. It makes it difficult for government agencies, local utilities, and local employers to attract and retain employees. As an employee, why give up an hour of personal time, vehicle maintenance, wear and tear, and fuel if you can get a job in Ventura County for equal and better pay and cause less pollution? Ventura County employers have no problem picking off our hardworking, dedicated employees. Not if, but when 101 and 196 between Carpentry and Ventura go down, who will run the sewer plants, water distribution systems, and emergency rooms on the South Coast?
Thank you, Case.
Let alone
that is your time.
law enforcement, first responders that can no longer make it work.
Mr. Van Wingerden, that's your time. Thank you.
We will now go to Joanne Foltz to be followed by Christy Boyd. Joanne?
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Foltz, and as I'm listening to everybody's points of views, it's very difficult that all of you are facing, and because everybody needs more housing, but I also am torn with all the things that's going to be happening to our surrounding areas and the environment. One of the things I live in the San Marcos growers area, and many of us are perplexed and surprised that the county planning staff solicited the owners of prime agricultural sites for the RENA housing element and infill housing sites for housing. These lands are recognized in California as being prime farmland and unique farmland per the government code 6558.89.5 states the following, that the legislature also recognizes that premature and unnecessary development of agricultural lands for urban uses continues to have adverse effects on the availability of those lands for food and fiber production and on the economy of the state. Furthermore, it is the policy of the state that development should be guided away from prime agricultural lands. But here we are with San Marcos growers, Card, and Georgie, and others being rezoned, and the state of California clearly states to stay away from the prime agricultural lands. So,
Hold on just a moment, ma'am. We'll hold your time.
My apologies. Please proceed.
Okay.
I will stop your
You're going to get an extra 15 seconds there, so go ahead.
Me? Okay.
Yep.
So a lot of these parcels are along the last of the Hollister corridor of prime agricultural lands. Do you have to rezone all of them? And so please consider saving some of them for the future generations. I mentioned that we live in the San Simeon and near El San Simeon and El Camino School. Our neighbors in the Thunderbird Track and Sungate Ranch would like you to consider holding off on the rezoning of San Marcos Ranch because there are 4 projects in that area, Montessori, Tatum, and the HUD, the Housing Authority, and then San Marcos. That's 2,000 units.
Thank you, Joanne.
That's your time.
Of rezone, am I done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway.
That was a tough one. I'm sorry.
We will now go to Christy Boyd,
Right on.
to be followed by Karen Lovelace. Christy?
I like that. Am I done? My name is Christy Boyd, and I live near the proposed rezone on Baylord Avenue. My home is located in the urban-rural boundary zone between the highest urban density in Carpinteria and 10-acre minimum avocado ranches. The Baylord neighborhood currently has over 500 condominium units in 2 square blocks, with the urban-rural boundary separating the 2 distinct land uses. When you look at the aerial view of this proposed rezone, you see that the property in question is bordered on more than 2 sides by intense avocado ranching. The current zoning on the 7-acre parcel is 1 residence per 3 acres. This zoning designation was put into place decades ago as a byproduct of good planning decisions by Santa Barbara County and the city of Carpinteria. The urban-rural boundary has multiple functions there. It is there to protect the dense urban dwellers from farming methods that may be detrimental to large residential areas. This boundary also protects the ranchers from urban issues that might affect their ranching, such as trespassing and theft. The 7-acre piece in question sits importantly in that urban-rural boundary. It has been farmed for over 150 years and is currently home to an organic farm. The soils are listed as prime and subprime, and the current farmer who farms them all over the county says these soils are his most fertile and productive. Carpinterians value their small beach town character with a rich history steeped in agriculture. You have in your packets over 85 letters from Carpinterians who vehemently oppose this rezone for a multitude of valid reasons. The City of Carpinteria's lead planners have sent you multiple letters opposing this rezone as it sits on that line between the city and the county. Our mayor and city council have sent you a formal letter in unanimous opposition to this rezone. We have over 2,500 signatures of residents who have signed petitions online and at the farmers market who are against this rezone and the Red Tail project. The county's own planning department is not recommending this property for a rezone.
Thank you. That is
Please
your
hear our
time.
multiple voices and continue to be our community's partner in good planning decisions.
We will now go to Karen Lovelace, to be followed by Malcolm Sun. Karen?
Hi, good afternoon. Chair Lavanino, sorry, I butchered your name, I apologize. Can I ask that the rendering for the Glen Annie Golf Course be put up? Is that okay
Well,
to ask
if,
for?
if you provided it, yes. If you didn't provide it, then no. But we all know what it looks like.
Okay, all right. Well, in that case, hang on a second. We have been told we need to provide for more housing due to the alleged housing crisis. The reality is we do not have a shortage of units. We have a massive shortage of units that are economically affordable. We hear the complaints that essential service workers, teachers, firefighters, police, etc., cannot afford to live on the South Coast. County-owned land is a unique opportunity to build 100% affordable. Let's do it. Question, why is one of the criteria to disregard builder's remedy sites when these have the greatest likelihood of being developed? Supervisor Capps said early on that she wanted to see more affordable housing units. If this is so, why take a pass on the Georgie property but not St. Ignatius when both of these Hollister Avenue locations meet all HCD requirements for siting high-density, income-restricted housing? The Georgies are local owners with a local developer versus Glen Annie's out-of-state developer owner who presents a project that is based on lies. Regarding Glen Annie, how is it that county planning staff, commissioners, and Supervisor Hartman were duped by the Boston Group's deceptive renderings of providing 100 acres of public amenities, including pool, market, community center, public trails, on land they do not own or control? In January, Supervisor Hartman held a meeting that was filled to capacity, over capacity of DP High School, and the public was lied to. Unfortunately, the falsehood of public amenities has been promulgated on online news sites and again this morning by county staff. Even Habitat for Humanity is participating in this sham. I ask you to keep Georgie.
Ma'am, that's your time.
That is your time.
That's my time. Okay, thank you.
We will now go to Malcolm Sun, to be followed by Ken Triguero. Malcolm?
See how high this thing goes.
Right on.
It's impressive.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Malcolm Sun, and I'm here today on behalf of Redtail Multifamily Land Development and the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. I'm here to speak in support of the Baylord project. In looking at the proposed rezone sites throughout the South County, it's apparent that there's a shortage of housing sites in the Carpinteria Valley. Our 182-unit project represents just under 4% of the total housing sites presented in the rest of the South County. The Baylord project is one of the few, if not the only site in the area that has a ready-to-go project with an experienced development team. If rezoned, we'd be able to deliver the housing the area has been deprived of for so long. Many businesses and residents have reached out to express the lack of housing for their workers and for relatives to live. Our thoughtful project design and location to many local businesses will allow residents to significantly reduce their commuting times or even walk or bike to work. The Baylord project is an already residential area close to parks and outdoor amenities and will provide much needed housing to the residents of the Carpinteria Valley. I just wanted to quickly echo a couple points Brent had brought up earlier just regarding our quote unquote challenged access. We do have 3 separate points of access to Villarreal, and we received the highest level of service from our traffic engineering study. Another point is that the county's own Agricultural Advisory Commission did not object to the development of the Baylord site as part of the housing element rezones, as it's not a significant agricultural resource. Further, we engaged a third-party consulting firm to study the development of the property using the county's thresholds of significance, and they determined there was no impact, and this report was filed with the county. There's absolutely no way of knowing how the Coastal Commission will view this or any of the rezone sites, but what they have told us on multiple occasions is that they are likely to support our project because it's currently zoned residential, never ag. The agricultural rezones historically have had more problems and been tougher for them to support. So that's all I have. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
We will now go to Ken Triguero to be followed by Kitty Christian. Ken?
Need several minutes to move this down. Okay.
We'll put all our speakers by height next time.
Yeah, I
so.
saw that. I saw what you did there. Honorable Chair and members of the board, it's a pleasure to be before you. I'm Ken Triguero from People's Self-Help Housing. We're a local nonprofit developer. Since 1970, have been fairly active here in Santa Barbara County, have a couple thousand units. And not only are we doing housing, but we're doing services too. And it's exciting to hear a lot of these projects are not only bringing housing, but a lot of other benefits. So we want to be a part of that, and we're actually part of several projects I want to express support for. Before I do that, though, I just want to talk about wait lists, because I do this. We of course want to, sounds like comply with state law, and that's important, but as was said, these are real folks with real needs. In our own case, a couple thousand units, 15,000 households. That ratio, if you will, is about for every housing unit that's affordable. We have on the rental side, about 7 households are waiting or qualified, say they need it, and so it's real. We are really pleased to be in partnership with the Cared family, who we have shared values with, and excited to do hopefully some farm worker housing. That's important to the family too. There's about 300 units, a mix of rental and home ownership, and so that's an exciting opportunity. Similarly with the Van Wingerden family, we've been working with them over several years on two of their sites, and they've been a great partner in the past, so we're looking forward to that opportunity, especially where we've got the opportunity to, as was said, provide a Head Start facility there and partner with Communified. We've done that a couple times, and it's a great thing to do. St. Vincent's too. I'm on the board at St. Vincent's. They've got some great projects. Those folks do such great work. I'm sure you know that. They've been here since, let me look, 1858, the sisters, and so we really hope that that goes forward too. Lastly, thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, for those comments to talk to us more about the Mariposa Real project. Thanks.
We will now go to Kitty Christian to be followed by Carrie Seagal. Kitty?
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Kitty Kristen, and I live in the Rancho Goleta Mobile Home Park at the end of Ward Drive, which is by the bike path on the far end from Hollister. We are 200 homes with approximately 600 to 700 residents, and as mentioned earlier, we have one way in and out of our community. We have the UCSB traffic that comes in and merges onto Ward Drive when they need to get to and from work. And we have other businesses along our street that are also using the street. It is sometimes gridlocked when UCSB is letting loose. And we have one way out, but that goes to Hollister, which is now also gridlocked and going down to one lane through Old Town. And with all of these 7 large developments that you're looking at in our area, we are scared. We're scared that we're not going to be able to get out at all. If we even get to the 101, are we going to be able to go anywhere? If there is a fire like Painted Cave that comes down and crosses the freeway, is it going to be another incident like Lahaina just happened? Are we going to be able to escape? I feel like our representatives need to talk to Sacramento about our infrastructure. We're talking about a lot of housing. Yes, we need some low-income housing. But are there other solutions? Can you demand that UCSB cuts their enrollment until they provide the housing that they promised that they were going to have on campus? They haven't done that. The housing remedy is scary. I understand, you might deny something, but if somebody can come in and do what they want to anyway, these things, I think they need to be fought, looked at, and just look at the overall picture of the density that we're putting in an area when we have no escape. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Carrie Segal to be followed by Brett Hodges. Carrie?
Hello, I'm Carrie Segal. I'm a resident of Rancho Goleta and an engineer in the community. I moved to Rancho Goleta recently to be close to my work in the nearby commercial buildings. However, things changed, and myself and my husband are both suddenly remote employees, and we have been since the pandemic. We want to be good members of our community, and we try to bicycle as much as we can. The bike path nearby Ward Drive is under a lot of traffic right now, especially from high-speed bicycles. Driving down Ward Drive immediately gets me into traffic with the recent Hollister Avenue roundabout construction. And I think the Georgie property in particular is poorly thought out. It's being forced through as a builder's remedy where we just have to take a 5-story parking garage, massive apartment buildings all over the place, and most of that housing does not look affordable. I'm an engineer, and so is my husband, and we're probably not going to be able to afford those market rate housings over there. My community has a lot of concerns as well with emergencies in the area. We recently had a fire in the 10 acres of the eucalyptus forest on top of the natural gas preserve, which was very alarming. We spent that midnight outside trying to get everybody into cars before the firemen said that they would come and knock on the door if there was a fire, so we should just relax. We try to mostly buy local food from the nearby John Givens farm, as well as the preferably avocados from the orchard, which are up for removal. And we think that being a good steward of your community is being able to interact with the rest of the world and being able to support yourself locally with your neighbors. And we want to build for the future we want to have, not for commercial space with families separated, kids stuck in childcare all day while their parents are trapped in low-wage jobs while they're barely able to afford workforce housing. That's everything.
Thanks.
We will now go to Brett Hodges to be followed by Lori Goodman. Brett?
Hi, everyone. I'm Brett Hodges. I'm here representing our family, which owns the San Marcos Growers properties. And if you don't mind, I'd like to share a brief history of the properties, not of our family. In 1979, we bought a 6-acre parcel and started a wholesale landscaping nursery. In 1981, we bought a neighboring 27-acre property. And it's important to point out that this property was zoned residential when we bought it. And that's why we bought it, and we always intended that someday it would be housing. In the early 1990s, the county downzoned us from residential to ag. And then in 2022, sort of the story coming full circle, I got a call from the county asking if we'd be interested in housing, and I said yes. Independent of this question about rezoning, Last year, our family announced that at the end of 2025, we're going to be closing our nursery. And at the same time, we're also going to be ending our leases with Lane Farms and with a gardening service who have a few acres at the front of the property. Thank you so much for considering us as one of the solutions for our housing crisis. I would like to suggest that you do follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission, which found that our property was ideally located for services, schools, transportation, and they did recommend San Marcos Growers for rezoning. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Lori Goodman to be followed by Greg Reitz. Lori?
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Goodman. I'm the Executive Director of LEAP, formerly Isla Vista Youth Projects. I am here today as an employer, a child care provider, and a neighbor of the Glen Annie proposal. In fact, I live right around the corner, so this is very much a personal response. As a child care provider, there are two barriers to providing adequate child care in this county, which is a crisis. And those things are workforce and and space. And the Glen Annie proposal is going to make a significant difference, both in terms of building a significantly sized facility. We are proud to be their child care provider partner and look forward to opening more than 100 additional spaces for children beginning as infants, 0 to 5. In our work with our FRC, we see that there is such a housing crisis. So many families are couch surfing, their children who don't know where they're going to sleep from one night to the next. And this is not conducive to healthy living, to school achievement. So we need those affordable housing units, but as an employer, I can tell you we need them at every single level. We need people who can move up a level and open up that next level of housing for those people who are saving so hard to be able to move into a little bit bigger place. And then just to go back to the original, way back when Laura was asking about being able to house county employees, I want you to know that a master teacher for my center makes $54,000 a year. That's a good salary for us. And entry level, we're looking at raising it. It's just under $40,000. We are doing our best, but we need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Greg Reitz to be followed by Vanessa Jackson. Greg?
Can you bring up the Montessori site from your presentation? Just showing that, because it's an odd zoning.
These are things you have to do ahead of time, generally. Yeah. So go ahead.
Thank you.
We're going to start.
Well, we'll get started. So, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm here. My name is Greg Reitz. I'm here representing Rethink Development and the Montessori site. The Montessori site is unique in that it's not only there addressing the housing needs of the county, but also the dire need for childcare. Montessori is currently, and Vanessa will talk about this more, is currently leasing land. They're bursting at the seams. They want to provide more childcare, and they need a new campus. This is their means to do that by selling this site to us. At the last hearing, we did not have an agreement to purchase the site. We do now. We are partnered with Investec. We're two local developers who will be here for a long time as stewards of the land. You can see the site now. Some of the advantages of the site are there's no active ag on the site. We will be providing moderate income housing for Montessori's staffalty. That is a dire need for their staff, as well as the greater county. It has the highest bike score of all of the sites in the South County, which means that we can reduce traffic from our impacts more than any other site in the county because we can provide an alternative to using the cars. All of our housing, affordable housing, will be in partnership with Housing Authority. We've had conversations with them. We also support the South Coast Chambers local housing initiative, and we'll be part of that. And finally, I want to encourage you to change one thing in our zoning, which is the recreation zoning, which is almost useless property, and we hope you consider making it of equal value to the other properties where they're donating land. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps has a question for you.
Hi, Greg. Thank you. I'm just curious, thank you for the update. If you are selling it, how are you providing housing for your employees?
So I will be purchasing the property.
Okay.
And Montessori will be selling it to us. So we have an agreement for the purchase of the property. The agreement is to buy it at the appraised value after entitlements. So the better the value of that rec zone property, the better value of the overall property, the greater the endowment is for Montessori. And through this agreement that we have with them, we will build into the development, into the entitlements, the housing for faculties, for their staff and their teachers.
Okay. I'm not sure. I have some questions about how that complies with fair housing, but if Montessori doesn't own it, but if you have.
We have a means to do that through a master lease,
okay.
Which should be safe under fair housing laws.
Okay. Thank you.
We will now go to Vanessa Jackson to be followed by Philip Tennant. Vanessa?
Good afternoon, supervisors, and I want to thank the Planning Commission for your recommendation and you for your time. I'm the head of school for Montessori Center School. We're the owners of the property at 5050 Hollister Avenue. We originally purchased the site back in 2008 with a vision to develop the property as a permanent site for the school. That project encountered some headwinds, and ultimately, when we were approached and asked whether we'd be interested in developing for residential, we said yes, with the intention of being able to then reinvest the proceeds of this development in acquiring land to build a permanent campus for the school. We serve students ages 18 months through 6th grade, and we have a wait list of 100 families for our toddler program. And so right now we serve roughly 40 toddler students in the school. This coming year we'll serve close to 66. But our wait list is growing rapidly, and our intention is to be able to expand our footprint because we are at capacity in our current facility. And so we really think this project can be a win-win for Montessori Center School and for the community and the county writ large. And so I thank you for your support and consideration. We would like to respectfully request a reconsideration of how that bottom parcel is rezoned so that when we do donate that land as a public park, the land is valued appropriately. That's all. Thank you again.
Thank you.
We will now go to Philip Tennant to be followed by Linda Honigman. Philip?
Need to bring this down a bit. Hello, my name's Philip Tennant, and I represent myself and fellow golfers in the South Coast. I've lived in the Santa Barbara area, Goleta area, for decades, since 1986. I've paid my taxes, given to the community. We've effectively paying for your salaries, and so you're sort of working for us. And so we have a voice, possibly louder than Sacramento. I retired a couple of years ago and was looking forward to many years of playing golf at my local golf course. It's a gem in paradise with wildlife, flowers, views up and down the coast, maybe one of the best golf courses in California. I may now have to travel more, pay more for the same pleasure, which is not what I really want in my old age. I find it incomprehensible that you would take a perfectly ideal golf course on the edge of our community and destroy it for high-density housing. A scar, a weeping wound on our beautiful hillsides. There are thousands of fallow acres not too far west of Goleta. Have these ever been considered? The new housing development has been poorly planned. As you may have gathered, nobody in Goleta is for this development. The traffic situation is bad currently, and you add to that thousands of cars coming off the new estate, and there'll be total gridlock all the way along Cathedral Oaks, from Winchester Canyon to Fairview, Glen Annie all the way down to Hollister, Los Canaras to the 101. All the local streets will be inundated with people trying to find alternate ways to get to work. This situation will be dangerous and potentially put some lives at risks, especially when you consider
I'm sorry,
all the kids
that's your
today
time.
on e-bikes who...
Thank you, Philip. That is your time.
Thank you very much.
We will
Thank
now
you.
go to Linda Honigman to be followed by Cressida Silvers. Linda?
Hello, I'm Linda Honigman, co-founder of Future Housing Communities. This is a very important day for me and the South County. My interest in housing security began with a Ponzi scheme which led to the purchase of a doomed photo business during the recession. One of our photographers had 3 jobs to cover her student loans. Our office manager had a huge pay cut after her employer closed on State Street. When her landlord died, she could not find a replacement property that took a toll on her health. I was moved to advocacy in 2017 when 3 friends were evicted for the same reasons that are still happening. Mold was found, landlord died, etc. The important lesson was that having a history of home ownership in your family tree makes a big difference to your financial security. Since then, I've observed younger colleagues and friends of all ages and incomes leaving the area. It is important to consider why. In January, I asked you to imagine a future where the county has earned a national reputation for reversing our housing crisis. I have 2 concerns about the process that need to be addressed to get the best outcome. First, on this day of decisions, it is important to use the most accurate information we can. I prepared a grid with a lot of factors that I could use to compare the affordability and livability of the larger sites. It helped me see that the density of the actual plans were directly related to future concerns like traffic, parking, and open space. The 3 developments that had the highest level of affordable units and livability points had relatively low densities of 10.6 units per acre for Glen Annie, 18 units per acre for Georgie, and 8.2 for Caird. In my second concern, the people you haven't heard from are the most important, the potential residents of these neighborhoods. We should be in good shape to help the lowest income folks who are helped by the housing authorities and nonprofits, those that can use the low income tax credits.
Thank you, Linda. That is your time.
Okay, thank you.
We will now go to Cressida Silvers to be followed by John Polarski. Cressida?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Cressida Silvers. My family and I live in the San Simeon and El Camino area neighborhood, where a total of about 2,000 units is being proposed, although it seems to be always changing and none of it seems to be guaranteed, really. Please consider the totality of what is being proposed at the corner of San Simeon and San Marcos Road. It's really more of a bend in the road than a corner, and it's right where El Camino Elementary School is, the smallest school in the Goleta Union School District. El Camino families and San Marcos High School students use the path through Tatum property to get to and from school. Some walk down San Marcos Road and around on Hollister, and El Camino students as young as kindergarten cross Hollister to get to Girls Inc. after school. A traffic study of the proposed 2,000 units with consideration of El Camino and San Marcos families is essential for the safety of our kids, not to mention evacuations in an emergency. Upzoning is inevitable, and my hope is that affordability at all levels of both rental and for sale units will be maximized throughout the county so that densities can be minimized. Traffic safety maintained, and no single location is overburdened. I really appreciate your attention, your intentions towards these goals so that we're not doubling down on the crisis we already have. And we're in this crisis, I think, because for decades, somehow we've managed to accommodate both NIMBYism and developers, resulting in the devastating undersupply of housing we need and a ridiculous oversupply of way above moderate housing. Meanwhile, families that have built this community over generations are displaced, especially our Black, Latino, and Indigenous neighbors who have historically been denied and robbed opportunities for home ownership. We must use any tools available to encourage developers to serve community needs in practice and not just in PowerPoints. The proposed premature elimination of the LOS standards discards one of those tools.
Thank you, Cressida.
Replacing an objective safeguard that has teeth with developers' judgments. Thank you.
We will now go to John Pilarski to be followed by John Strandring. John?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. First, I want to thank your planning department and your planning staff. It's been great to work with. And I also appreciate the very hard decisions that you're having to make. The Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara, and I'm John Polanski, Director of Housing Development for the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. We're fortunate to be partnering in several exciting South County rezone projects under consideration. We have definitive agreements with partners at San Marcos Growers, at Tatum, and at Baylord, and we're having serious conversations with Montessori, Glen Annie, and St. Athanasius. And we really select our partners as carefully as they select their partners. Inexplicably, at the Planning Commission, the Baylord CUSD site was removed from their recommendations for a rezone. And I'm perplexed. In 2019, the Carpenter Unified School District surplused the site. January 1 of 2020, we entered into an enforceable option agreement to purchase the site. While we declined the city's offer to immediately annex into the city so they could process the entitlements, we invited them to come to the table. And actually, quite frankly, to the county's credit, through your CEO, the county agreed to meet with the City of Carpinteria and with the Housing Authority at the table to come up with the best possible development. Development of this site has been a foregone conclusion for over a decade, with the Coastal Commission, with the city, and with the county. Unfortunately, while initially the city agreed to join the table, some months later, after some productive discussions, they backed away. We still invite them to come back to the table. We really respectfully request your support to include Baylord in the rezone. Thank you very much.
I have a question, Mr. Polanski. Go ahead, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Polanski, for being here. You mentioned the sites that you had agreements with. Those are all South Coast sites. Do you guys have any agreements with any North County sites at this point?
We do not have any definitive agreements for any of the North County rezone sites.
Thank you.
I just have a question about Baylord. So if we don't move forward with a rezone, what gets built there?
It's builder's remedy.
Okay, so it's 173 units with 41 affordable?
And the 41 affordable, so we lose the 9 affordable units right off the bat. The other thing is that, as you've heard earlier, our partners, and we partner with folks that are doing a workforce-oriented rental project, not luxury. They're currently looking at Ventura Oxnard rents to price out the rents in Carpinteria, not South County rents, to get people off the freeways. We've met with several of the employers. They really would like this housing locally. The higher costs, the more time it takes to process the development, the less affordability you get, both on the affordable unit side, which concerns me, and on what the cost of the rentals on the market rate side are going to have to be, just to make it pencil out. That concerns all of us, not just the housing, because we have staff too that they can't afford to live in the county in which they work. So that's the repercussion. The other thing is we shared with you a letter from State HCD,
right?
Because there was such opposition, a lot of it based on misinformation, which is unfortunate. But State HCD spoke with the city, spoke with the county, spoke with the Coastal Commission. They studied the site, and they think it's an excellent site that would be hard to replace in the Carpinteria Valley. It's the only one in the entire Carpinteria Valley not zoned ag, but zoned residential that's under consideration for a rezone.
All right, thank you, John. And by the way, John was supposed to be on a flight to Barcelona today, but put it off so he could be here.
I really
Big
hear the
mistake.
violins
No.
playing, and I really appreciate you mentioning that, though. That was actually true. I should have been somewhere between here and Chicago at this time. But this is very important to all of us.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
happy to be here.
Thank
and I
you.
will be at LAX at 6 a.m. tomorrow if somebody wants to drive me.
We will now go to John Strandring to be followed by Craig Minus. John?
Good afternoon. My name is John Standring. I am the president of the Coastal Housing Coalition. You guys received a pretty detailed letter from my board. Some of them are here in the audience, but I felt there was a real need to come up and speak today. But I'm going to speak to you not as the president of CHC. I'm going to speak to you as a UCSB alum, as a father, and as somebody who does have equity in this community and wants to see our community have more equity for more people. You've got a lot of people in this room who care about this community, and I think there's a real opportunity for you guys to look yourselves in the mirror and understand that this is a housing element that's going to happen again. And this is the first time I think any of you, except for maybe you, Das, who've been involved in a housing element, and you see what's involved. You know, it's a real challenge that I think people are painted as negative, as positive. I encourage you to commend any developer that's willing to deed restrict their property. That is encumbering it for future value. So that's them putting their money where their mouth is and trying to make this a better community. We all want affordable housing. We all want to be a part of this community. But the reality is we're not going to build ourselves out of this. So let's play with the players who want to be a part of this community. Our staff, Lisa Plowman and her people, I commend you guys. I commend you guys as Board of Supervisors. I think it's amazing what you're doing, but really take a hard look in the mirror and ask yourself, is this really going to be able to happen? Because you're going to rezone these projects. Some of them won't get built. Play with the players who want to play the game, okay? This is a very real thing for you. These are big decisions, and I encourage it. People don't like change. I came here as a student. I'm now a father of 3. I don't plan on going anywhere, but guess what? There's a reason why a lot of people my age are not in this room. They're at work. They're trying to build equity in this community, so please support them. Thank you.
We will now go to Craig Minus to be followed by Mark Carney. Craig?
Good morning. My name is Craig Minus, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Coastal Housing Coalition. We have urged you to make the most land available for housing, specifically rezone all of the identified South Coast sites from Baylord to Glen Annie and everything in between. Bold, yes. Needed, absolutely. Over the past 3 decades in the county, in the South County, less than 100 residential building permits were issued per year on average. So needless to say, there's been a massive shortfall in obtainable housing for our local workforce. Taking my CHC hat off for a little bit, I'd like you to know I'm a local land use planner working here for over 25 years. For 13 of those years, I had the privilege of working for the late Michael Tobes, who was a respected developer, banker, and philanthropist. Mike was a visionary and had a keen ability to see a community need and provide for it. Years ago, Mike spent considerable effort attempting to build housing on the San Marcos Ranch site, and I worked closely with him. Excuse me. It's a perfect location, infill development, next to school, commercial center, and essential transit corridors. In fact, it was zoned residential. But through the efforts, the NIMBY mentality was alive and well, and ultimately we were unsuccessful. This is a perfect example of why the housing crisis is here now, and why we're here all today. And I can't help to think Mike Tobes is urging us to complete a vision for a community need that he saw years ago. Your county planning staff has done good work, bringing forward real potential housing sites for a very real housing problem. All of the identified South County rezone sites need to be made available for housing. Please do so.
Thank you.
We will now go to Mark Carney to be followed by Alex Wingerden. Mark?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Mark Carney, and I'm a partner in the local law firm of Riker Fow, and the attorney for the owners of 3 parcels, 3 40-acre parcels immediately adjacent to the Glen Annie Golf Course. And I'm here today to speak in opposition of the inclusion of the Glen Annie Golf Course in any redevelopment plan. I want to identify the properties for you. The two parcels at the very top north of the property are dedicated to production of fruit. There's Glen Annie Organics and Glen Annie Ranch, which provide avocados and lemons and mandarin oranges for public consumption. The third parcel is the abate parcel. That's the parcel which is immediately to the east of the Glen Annie Golf Course, upon which the owner of the Glen Annie Golf Course has professed that he is going to, or they are going to, add all of the high-intensity recreational amenities and commercial uses associated with the Glen Annie Golf Course. I wrote you a letter on the 25th to let you know that from our perspective that can't happen for a number of reasons. Number one, the mutual intent of the parties when the grantee was in place was that that property would be permanently dedicated to golf. It was a perpetual easement for golf. Secondly, there was a vehicle by which the owner of the golf course could, which would trigger the opportunity to get the fee title interest through a lot split, but that would be only if the lot split would not adversely affect the CUP for golf. And since the whole purpose would be to vacate the CUP, that's an adverse effect on the CUP. Thirdly, the county code prohibits the subdivision of Ag 40 parcels, so we're not sure how they expect that they're going to be able to divide the abate parcel. And fourthly, the Ag 2 zone does not allow the active recreation amenities that are being offered as part of the development. Since I wrote you that letter, my client actually closed escrow on the abate parcel, and in connection with the closing of that property,
Thank you, Mark. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Alex Wingerden to be followed by Nancy Avacci. Alex?
Good afternoon, Chairman Lavanino and members of the board. Thank you for your time, and thank you to staff for all their hard work. I am Alex Van Wingerden, speaking in support of the proposed projects of Van Wingerden 1 and Van Wingerden 2 in Carpinteria. The need to convert our two parcels to housing is essential for employees that work locally in Carpinteria but commute to work. 80% of the workforce that works in Carpinteria commute from Ventura County, and that's the same for our companies. These projects will allow many people to walk or bike to work, school, or to downtown. Carpinteria is its own community. It does not make sense to have people who work in Carpinteria living in other parts of Santa Barbara or Ventura counties. We need more homes in Carpinteria. Van Wingerden 1 and 2 are two properties that are currently surrounded by residential and urban uses and have been challenging to farm for the last 10 years. We are challenged by having to modify our operations to be more accommodating to our neighbors. The properties have a high water table and hard water pans. There have been complaints about our hoop houses, complaints about dust and noise from our tractors and wind machines, and increased regulation from the state mandating additional reporting of crop protection chemicals around schools and reducing chemicals available to us. These are just a few of the challenges we face every day as we farm these two properties. Our vision is to be able to provide farm worker housing to the hundreds of people we employ in our agriculture operations as well as other local farm workers. It is important to provide housing to the employees that work in Carpinteria, that support business, and employees that exist in Carpinteria and part of our community. One of our goals is to improve the quality of life for our employees and other employees that work in Carpinteria. We want our employees to spend less time commuting and more time with their families, and moving these families from Carpinteria will bring families back to schools, increase revenue to our local businesses, and allow our employees to be close to their homes, children, versus having to commute an hour plus to get home and handle the emergency. We are working with People's Self-Help to provide the affordable housing portion of our project. Ken Chirillo, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Nancy Avacci to be followed by Francisco Chacon. Nancy?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Santa Barbara County Action Network. My name is Nancy Avos, and we welcome the leadership of the Santa Barbara League of Women Voters, whose letter of April 26 is a comprehensive statement of priorities and principles that we share. We share regarding the rezoning decisions the board is tasked with. We endorse all recommendations put forward by the League of Women Voters letters, including the recommendation to establish and secure a local permanent funding source for the development of deed-restricted affordable housing and for it to be quickly implemented. SBCAN strongly urges the county to consider plots of land owned by the county that are underutilized and vacant to be used to develop affordable housing units. This would maximize and prioritize affordability, provide workforce housing, decrease commute times and greenhouse gas emissions, and protect open spaces. We would like to elevate that over 1,000 county employees cannot afford to live in the county, and developing housing on underutilized county-owned land can help guarantee that housing units will go directly to local employees rather than out-of-town investors. This can help disrupt additional gentrification and displacement, promoting stability for our hard-working residents. We believe that it is imperative for the county to promote affordable housing units for food workers, school employees, and everyone else who makes this community thrive, especially while wages have not kept up with rent and real estate prices. Please see our submitted petition to consider the support of 99 additional persons, more than half of which have identified themselves as county residents, to urge the county to develop affordable housing units on county-owned land. SBCAN appreciates the opportunity to comment on this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Francisco Chacon to be followed by Jeanette Chacon. Francisco?
Good morning, board, and everybody here on this very important topic. We do need housing, affordable, low-income housing here in this area. Just on my background, and so you kind of think that I know what I'm talking about. I'm a retired fire captain. That's 34 years in the fire service, 32 here in the city of Santa Barbara. I was also an aircraft rescue firefighter captain out at the airport for a time. One of my assignments was out there, so I kind of know what's happening with the airport. I also live in the area. Live adjacent to the Caird and Equil and George I property. And I know that I also am a heavy rescue instructor, a hazmat specialist, a federally certified safety officer, incident management safety officer, and I've lived in that area for 30 years. So I kind of know what's going on. And if you look at it, I'm here to kind of advise you that we should not put thousands of people in danger and put them in a safety zone. I mean, crashes are going to happen. It's not if, it's when. You know, they will happen. They've happened in the past. We just avoided one a few years ago with that C-130 that came through. And I was awake at the time. And when it first came over, I heard it, and I go, that doesn't sound good. And so when it came over again, I go, oh, they made a round. They're coming down. They're going to crash. And they did. Fortunately, they made it to the airport. If they don't, they're going to land in that safety zone. That safety zone is there for a reason. The safety zone is there to minimize the impact of something going wrong. Okay, so we don't want to put thousands of people in that safety zone and have them, you know, be in danger. Also the floodplain. I mean, there's other things that are going to go wrong there. I have a lot more to say, but
That is your time.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to Jeanette Chacon to be followed by James Kiriakou. Jeanette?
Yes, my name is Jeanette Chacon. I lived in many countries, in the Netherlands, in Ireland, and a little bit in Spain, and now here in beautiful Santa Barbara. And when I came here 15 years ago, I was surprised about the beauty, of course, but also about the airplanes, because I'm married with Francisco, just spoke. And the fly path that Lorelei just showed is just right where we live. And I'm very practical, so I have some things to show and to let you listen to. This was this morning at 5:33, so the persons that come to live in that neighborhood, if everything's go true, but I hope not, because it's very bad plan to build their houses, because they wake up with this this noise at 5:33 in the morning. It's outside my bedroom window. So you wake up very early, and in the evening till 12 o'clock you hear the airplanes. Then there's also a lot of pollution, where I was very surprised about, because I never had it so dirty. I have a glass table in the front garden, and I cleaned the table, and this is from 2 days. And it was really white, I can assure you that. So now you're of course curious how it will look like when it is a week. That's about this. And that's what we breed. And that's what the children will breed in this neighborhood. So it is very much of my concern for the young families that come to live there. Do they know all this? I assume they don't. Then we live also by the creek there, because that beautiful triangle field was now a farm field that have two creeks.
Sorry, but
that
that's your
come
time.
together.
But
that's
thank
a
you very much.
Flood area. Okay. You're welcome.
We will now go to James Kiriako to be followed by Ron Pooley. James?
Hello, James Kiriako, representing Goleta City Council District 2. You've met some of my constituents over here at Rancho Mobile Home Park. The areas that you're considering for rezoning in the South Patterson Ag Block is a state-designated disadvantaged area. As a principle of affirmatively furthering fair housing, you should be looking to distribute housing as much as possible throughout the areas, including higher resource areas. Resist the temptation to put all of the housing in one place that's in a lower income area just because they're not speaking up as much or as loudly, because they're at their jobs and they're doing other things. I'm not here to say no to housing in my backyard. I'm actually here to say yes to housing in my backyard. I'm here to say yes to 6 different sites with over 1,400 units of housing development potential: St. Athanasius, the 3 Caird sites, Scott, and Equal. That, if you look at it, is a quarter of the way towards your county-wide 5664 number. It's, I believe, a third of your South Coast number. That gives you a good start, and it allows you flexibility, along with the work of Supervisor Hartman and CAPS, to add county sites, to have more options and better options to ensure that the cumulative impacts of growth are distributed throughout the area, so that we're all part of the housing solution. We're all working together. Just real briefly, the one thing I do want to bring up that's a little bit critical, I know the county has worked really hard to make this a better process, is I think that you kind of missed your window on the LOS service issue. You didn't analyze this under Program 16, Reduction of Governmental Constraints. You have programs in your housing element that look at SB 9, look at other constraints. You didn't analyze what it would mean to change how you treat level of service. And that should have been something that was analyzed in your EIR. It should have been something that was analyzed and discussed before you adopted in December. So I would respectfully request that you not include that as part of your motion. There's nothing stopping you from following state law. If a project says, hey, we have a feasibility issue, let them open their books and treat them like anybody else.
Thank
not
you,
asking you to
James.
not follow the law.
Thank you.
We will now go to Ron Pooley to be followed by Stanley Zankoff. Ron?
My apologies. I did have a doctor's appointment. That's why I left. So
No, I had no problems.
because I like all you guys. Is Dawes and I, pardon me, Supervisor Williams.
Don't worry. Even my students called me Mr. Das, so everybody can just call me Das. There's no problem, especially my planning
more
commissioners.
seconds because we've been talking. I'm
Right,
sorry. Go ahead and
please.
start over.
As you well know, we did some changes to the freeway project by being on the design as well as being on the MPC. We caused Caltrans and SBK to build the roundabouts first at San Isidro and Olive Mill. And I am in favor, even though in a perfect world, I wouldn't have a subdivision bordering my property, but if I had to pick one, I would pick Glen Annie. It was well-designed. The developers seem to be thoughtful, and they've worked with the school district to help them initiate plans to put some of the teachers who have no homes in their housing, which has been a critical problem for, as you know, for a long time for our teachers. So the thing is, I would say, though, is that we've had a pre-existing condition at the Glen Annie store egress. It's not big enough now. It backs up to Los Caneros. And so by virtue of that, because of the commercial Target and Costco, we have this huge issue now. And with this 1,000 new homes, if we were fortunate enough to get that many, it's going to get worse. And so I just hope that as part of SBK, you would take a look at their priorities and realize that this has to be moved up. Because if there's any way possible to get that widened so we can get the cars off the freeway, otherwise it's really a hazard. Secondly, the roundabouts that have to be built, that should be built, and you've heard it already, can be built and built within 18 months if we can get something moving. As you know, Goleta does not have the funding, and the only place we're going to get most of this money is from SBK. Now, I know it's part of the county, part of Goleta, but we need to be able to consider what we're doing. It's a great idea to add the housing, but if we don't add the infrastructure simultaneously, you all know that. I'm probably singing to the choir here. I don't sing very well, but I want to thank you for all your efforts. And plus, planning has done a hell of a job getting it done this fast. So, thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Stanley Zankoff to be followed by Andrew Fuller. And before Stanley speaks, we did find a pair of Honda keys in the front row. If anyone's missing some keys and you are a member of Gold's Gym, please let me know. All right, Stanley.
HIPAA. All right.
I'm actually here for a pair of keys.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. I'm here as a working class renter and a co-founder of the all-volunteer Santa Barbara Tenants Union. And like many others you're hearing from today, like SBCAN and the nonprofit I proudly work for, Cause, as well as the many others who simply are just unable to voice their concerns in these types of meetings. I'm tremendously concerned about that these crucial rezoning decisions will result in a dangerous overemphasis on above moderate income housing, neglecting the crucial need for affordable housing in the low income, very low income, and moderate categories. Please rezone all South County sites, and please emphasize true affordability. And please prioritize the use of publicly owned land for the development of 100% deed restricted affordable housing. It's a tired cliche now, I hope, but we simply can't build our way out of our housing needs. We cannot continue along this path of affordability agnosticism or lazy laissez-faire housing policy that's gotten us here. We must prioritize housing affordability so much more than we have been. Through our tenant unions, monthly canvassing, weekly help desk, and all our volunteer work, nearly every single day I hear stories of tenants' struggles and successes. And through it all, I get glimpses of an alarming rise in quick flip housing investment companies, both out of area and local LLCs, displacing families from our homes to deregulate the rent and make unheard of profits. They rip through the social fabric of our community. Stronger tenant protections like a rent cap and anti-harassment protections are all part of the policy puzzle, but boldly building quality housing that's truly affordable and your thoughtful infrastructure is the other big piece. I know a few of you here will agree we've got a long ways to go on both fronts. So thank you so much for your time. Please make sure to prioritize rezoning for affordability.
Thank you.
We will now go to Andrew Fuller to be followed by Brandon Mann. Andrew?
Board chair and members, my name is Andrew Fuller. I am on the San Marcos Ranch Development Team. Of all of the proposed sites, the San Marcos Ranch site is arguably the most ready to develop with virtually zero constraints. No airport, environmental hazard, biologically sensitive habitat, flood, plain, fire, noise, access, infrastructure issues, or the like. And it is the most realistic to deliver a substantial amount of quality housing within this next RHNA cycle. The County of Santa Barbara Agriculture Advisory Committee does not oppose the rezone of this site. The site is truly infill. It also sits in the middle of a high-resource transportation hub, close to the 101 freeway and bounded by major arterials, bike paths, and bus lines. This positioning allows for ease of circulation from all four sides, 3 for pedestrian and vehicular, Hollister, San Marcos, and San Simeon, and the 4th for intermediate pedestrian access to the shopping center. Our team has worked tirelessly with the county planning staff, planning commission, and the Board of Supervisors, and through that process, we've made substantial compromises by greatly increasing our affordable unit count, agreeing to reduce the proposed zoning density of 30 to 40 units per acre to only 20 to 30, and donating over 2 acres of developable land for a neighborhood park. This site is a natural, it's as practical as it gets, and thank you for your consideration.
We will now go to Brandon Mann to be followed by Autumn Gasparella, who is our final in-person speaker here in Santa Barbara before we go to Zoom. Brandon?
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Mann with Focal Investments and JP Development Group, representing Key Site 1. Figured I'd give everybody a break from South Coast sites for a sec. I want to thank the board for its consideration of our site and staff for their tremendous efforts in putting this all together. I'm sure this has not been easy. I'm simply here to emphasize our commitment to processing our project as fast as possible and looking forward to working hand in hand with the community of Orchid and the county staff to achieve this goal. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Autumn Gasparella. Autumn?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Autumn Gasparella. I'm here on behalf of Red Tail Development and the Tatum Project, Baylord as well. I wanted to reiterate from my team a point we were attempting to make earlier, but our time was cut a little bit short. The Tatum project is currently owned by the Santa Barbara Unified School District. The district's ongoing collaboration and input has been integral in the planning process that we've put in place. We understand their need to provide district housing at this site and believe we have an approach to make that a reality. We are working in collaboration with them, only in LOI at this time, but it is an ongoing process. So just wanted to make sure that was clear. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break to about 1:25, between 1:25 and 1:30. That's our lunchtime. We'll be back and start on Zoom public comment, and then we'll get into deliberation. So thank you. All right, we're going to reconvene this hearing of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. We are in the middle of public comment. And Madam Clerk, I'd just like to make one announcement to all the folks on Zoom. There's no reason you don't need to ask us if we can hear you. We're going to try to save the first 30 seconds of each one of your phone calls. Just begin your public comment. If we can't hear you, we'll figure it out. Jacqueline.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, thank you. We have 41 requests to speak on Zoom, and we're going to begin with Susie Anderson, to be followed by Mike Wondolowski. Susie?
Hello, my name is Susie Anderson. Baylord should not be rezoned in this hearing, but required to continue to be reviewed by the Planning Commission and the Coastal Commission. Builder's Remedy Code requires that the housing development project is located on a legal parcel or parcels within an urbanized area and meets one or more of the following criteria. 1, it is located within 1/2 mile walking distance to either a high-quality transit corridor or a major transit stop, both defined as providing transportation every 15 minutes during peak travel times. The MTD Route 20 on Via Real only provides a bus every 30 minutes during peak travel times. 2, it is located in a very low vehicle travel area. Last week, on 2 days between 6 and 7 p.m., the cars parked on public streets in this small area were photographed and counted. The overflow, this is beyond parking provided within Casitas Village and Villa Del Mar, was a staggering 567 vehicles. 3, it is proximal to 6 or more amenities. Proximal is defined as within 1 mile. The amenities listed are all beyond 1 mile and up to 3 miles away. 4, parcels developed with urban uses adjoin at least 75% of the perimeter of the project site, or at least 3 sides. The Baylord site itself is designated as having prime farmland and farmland of statewide importance, and it has ag on 3 sides. It has been farmed by the Baylord family for more than 155 years and has been farmed as organic row crops, providing food to the community for over a decade. Baylord does not meet these builder's remedy requirements. Please require that the application continues to be reviewed prior to any rezone. Do not rezone Baylord as part of this hearing. Thank you.
We will now go to Mike Wondolowski, to be followed by Cindy Marcus. Mike?
Yes, I'm Mike Wondolowski with the Carpenter Valley Association. We urge that the sites located in the coastal zone that are outside the urban-rural boundary be eliminated from rezoning consideration. This is rezone sites 50 and 16, Ben Wingerden 1 and 2, and pending site 37, which is Baylord. As we described in our letter, excluding these sites from the rezone list has 2 major benefits. First, these 3 sites are the only coastal zone sites outside the urban-rural boundary in the entire county-wide analysis. Including any of them in the rezone list would create issues with the Coastal Commission, likely delaying completion of the housing element update. This would extend the window for further builder's remedy applications. Secondly, it better adheres to good planning principles since it preserves the stability of the carefully defined urban-rural boundary. It's unacceptable to expand that boundary solely because it's inconvenient and restricts where new high-density housing can be built. The whole point of county policy defining a stable urban-rural boundary is to prevent urban sprawl. Additionally, eliminating sites 15 and 16, Ben Wingerden 1 and 2, from the rezone list will still leave a surplus in every income level category as shown in tables 10 and 11 in the staff report. And a final point, expanding the urban-rural boundary to accommodate this year's RHNA numbers will create expectations that your successors on this board will do the same thing in 8 years for the next RHNA cycle. That will create land speculation along the urban-rural boundary, putting upward pressure on ag property values and therefore their assessed values and resulting property taxes. And that is an impact that our agricultural areas cannot accept. Thank you.
We will now go to Cindy Marcus, to be followed by Laura Bernard. Cindy? Cindy, we have unmuted.
Yeah.
Okay, I just saw it. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. I agree with everything that Susie Anderson just said, and so I won't repeat all of that. One thing I would like to say, though, in addition, is that when Doss Williams asked Brent Little to address the exits from the Baylord site, he said there were 3 exits. I don't know where those 3 exits are. As far as I know, all this, he doesn't have access to Casitas Village. And even if he did have access to Casitas Village, all the streets in Casitas Village go to Baylord. So that is not another way out. That area is a death trap. In an emergency, when people need to get out of there, it has already been proven that they can't get out because they've had evacuations before. So I really would like for the committee to take into consideration the safety of the people who already live there and not put them in danger further. I really would like somebody to go look into that situation. I don't know where those 3 exits are. There aren't any. The Via Real dead ends when you turn right out of off of Baylord. It dead ends. It doesn't go anywhere. So people that need to get out of there need to get to Baylord. So I mean, I don't know how else they can get out. And also we need organic farms in this community. When land is, farmed with pesticides, it destroys the soil. That land has been an organic farm, so it has good soil. And I think everybody else has said everything, so that's all I have to say. Thank you. And the density is too high. Thank you.
We will now go to Laura Bernard to be followed by Jennifer McDonald. Laura? My apologies. It looks like Laura is no longer on Zoom. We will now go to Jennifer McDonald to be followed by Laurel Perez. Jennifer?
Hi, my name is Jennifer McDonald. I am the Director of Children's Services for Communify. We currently serve 722 children and families in our Head Start programs countywide. And in Carpinteria, we've been serving children and families since 1974. And we currently serve 32 infants and toddlers and preschoolers at the Boys and Girls Club, where we provide high quality, full care, and education for children so parents can work. We provide dual language learning curriculum, as well as comprehensive services for families where they receive goal setting, dental services, health screenings, balanced meals throughout our day. We are asking to support the Van Wingerton Site 2 location due to its easy access to the bus stop and freeway. This is an excellent collaboration between People Self-Help Housing and the Van Wingerton family to continue to provide quality Head Start services in Carpinteria. We recently moved locations in the last 2 years where we used to serve 72 children and families in Carpinteria. And when we relocated to the Boys and Girls Club, we reduced to 32 children and families. We respectfully request your support for such an important and valuable project in Carpinteria. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Laurel Perez to be followed by Ben Ellenberg. Laurel?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. I'm Laurel Perez with SEPS Land Use Consulting, representing the Caird family who owns the Caird Equal Properties and the Chadmar Group Local Home Builders. First, thank you to planning staff, your planning commission, and your board for countless hours dedicated to this important effort. The Caird Equal project is committed to 40% affordable housing, the majority of which is for sale, including 25% low and moderate, deed restricted, affordable homes in partnership with People Self-Help Housing, and 15% below market rate for sale homes in partnership with large local employers. The property is located in the heart of the urban center, within walking distance to thousands of jobs, including Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital. Approximately 20 acres of the property will remain zoned agriculture, supporting ongoing nursery operations. And 10 acres of the property will be dedicated as a public park for public recreational uses. We are committed to working with the neighbors next to the low-density triangle piece on the east side of the property to address flooding and fire safety, important to all of us, including the Caird family who lives in the neighborhood. The county fire department and flood control district are required to thoroughly analyze development proposals to ensure access and other development safety standards are fully addressed. The airport land use staff and P&D will also
Laurel, that's your time. I'm sorry.
Safety
Thank you.
standards are met. And finally, we would welcome
Is she
the
not here?
opportunity to enter into a devised. We would embrace the planning committee.
Okay. Your time's up, Laurel. Thank you.
We will now go to Ben Ellenberg to be followed by Mindy Fogg. Ben?
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Eilenberg. I'm actually a former attorney turned developer. I'm not involved in any of the sites on the housing plan, but I wanted to raise two issues to the board that frankly I would suggest consulting with staff and or county council afterwards. The first is, unfortunately, what we've seen in some other jurisdictions, and there's actually even active litigation right now, is that when housing elements are passed with sort of parcels scattered here and there are challenges to it via spot zoning, which in California is generally considered illegal, which is basically where a single parcel or a small group of parcels has more or less rights than the parcels surrounding it. So I would respectfully suggest you double check with county council that you feel comfortable with the spot zoning that is going to happen with this housing element. The other is just that I think that the county may be leaving money on the table, for lack of a better term, in that there are a number of builder's remedy projects that have already been vested on their rights. And the county may want to, rather than fight those, adopt them into the housing element as part of the RENAs so that you can fulfill via projects that are going to be essentially forced through because of the state. Thank you very much. I know it's been a long day and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Mindy Fogg to be followed by Peter Simmons. Mindy?
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. I'm Mindy Fogg with the City of Carpinteria Community Development Department. On behalf of the city, I appreciate this opportunity to speak today and would just like to summarize the points of the letter we submitted yesterday morning. For the reasons outlined in our letter, we believe your board should avoid rezoning the coastal properties in Carpinteria Valley. We understand why the sites in Carpinteria appear to be suitable for the housing element program, but in truth, getting the Coastal Commission to approve the redesignation and conversion of productive agricultural sites, as well as relocation of the urban boundary, would be a Herculean effort. Based on the regulatory hurdles and the direct input we've received from coastal staff on our own rezone program, there's a strong likelihood that these rezones would not be approved. And if that were the case, the county could then be required to identify and rezone other sites for the no net loss standards and have to go through this process again before the housing cycle's over. So in sum, we respectfully request that the board choose not to rezone any coastal Carpinteria Valley sites at this time, and we thank you very much for your consideration of our comments.
We will now go to Peter Simmons to be followed by Lolly Anguano. Peter?
Sorry about that. Chair Lagnino, members of the Board of Supervisors, Pete Simmons, Urban Planning Concepts, representing PD Apollo Way LLC and the Apollo Way project in Vandenberg Village. As mentioned in the past, PD Apollo Way LLC is a local family and developer that has specialized in providing a variety of housing types to help keep employees and residents in the Lompoc area, and is committed to working with county staff, decision makers, and the community to achieve the best project possible. We want to thank you and the staff for all your hard work on the housing element update. We appreciate the Board of Supervisors' support of the Apollo Way project rezone and look forward to proceeding through the discretionary review process with Santa Barbara County. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Lali Anguanio to be followed by Ann Pazer. Lali?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Lali Anguiano, and I'm a resident of Carpinteria. I'm here on Zoom today to speak to you in favor of the Baylord project. I'm a born and raised Carpinterian, and I left home to go to college and get my start in my career in a bigger city. Every time I look for housing options in my hometown as a renter, I'm discouraged because there are truly no good options here to rent. It seems like I, a local, am being pushed out of my hometown, and my only good option is living with my parents and moving back into my childhood bedroom as I've done. As a woman in my late 20s, this really isn't ideal, but what other options do I have? CARP values community, and that's what I love about my hometown. I love this community. I love it here. I love living close to my family, but not under the same roof. I love being close to my friends who I've known since our elementary school days at Canalino. I love this community. And like I said, I love Carpinteria, but it really feels like there's no space for me anymore in this town I call home. Thank you.
We will now go to Ann Pazer to be followed by Hilda Maldonado. Ann?
Hello, Principal Lavigno. Just kidding, Chair Lavigno and Supervisors. My name is my name is Ann Pazier. I'm the owner of Santa Barbara Gift Baskets, and I'm the current chair of the board for the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. As a small business owner, and as a member of this regional business organization, I see the serious impacts that our region's lack of housing is having on the workforce and the economy. My grandparents and my parents were all small business owners here in Santa Barbara, and I'm proud to be continuing that tradition in Old Town Goleta. I have a daughter starting high school next year who wants to be in law enforcement here in Santa Barbara, and a son currently studying business at City College who's expressed interest in eventually starting his own business here. Sadly, as the housing market stands today, and has been echoed earlier today as well, I can't imagine either of them being able to afford to live here or launch a startup business in their own hometown. This housing element and these rezones we're talking about today represent the closest we have seen to the solution that the business community has been waiting for. We need more housing for our workforce, and we need it to be built by people who understand that and who are willing to work with local employers. That is why I'm proud to be working with the Chamber on the employer-sponsored housing consortium with partners like Glen Annie, San Marcos Ranch, the Cared Property, and the Orchard Project. Thank you for your vote of support for workforce housing and to help businesses and families like mine continue a legacy of living, working, and contributing to the local economy in Santa Barbara County. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Hilda Maldonado to be followed by Kim Peters. Hilda?
Good afternoon. My name is Hilda Maldonado, and I'm the proud superintendent of Santa Barbara Unified School District. As you may know, every day it is becoming increasingly difficult to attract and retain qualified and experienced employees. It is imperative we take care of our employee workforce. We have heard their stories on the increased, almost impossible challenge to find affordable housing. As we plan to give over 1,700 employees of varying levels of income a salary increase, We know that this race is not enough to cover the high rents and mortgages in this community. In a survey to all staff with over 450 responses, only 11% of our staff feel their housing is affordable. Our board housing committee has developed a partnership with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara to create an affordable staff housing project on the Parma site at no additional cost to the district. The Glen Annie project is before you today. It is a unique and rare opportunity to benefit from a significant amount of land to develop employee housing at no cost to our district. They have donated 7.7 acres of land to our school district for the express purpose of providing affordable housing to staff. And our Board of Trustees has accepted this generous donation. We urge you to take action to approve this space at the Glen Annie development. The offer to construct 200 homes for SB Unified represents a remarkably generous gesture, one poised to revolutionize our capacity to attract and retain top-tier educators and staff dedicated to our students' well-being. You have a unique opportunity to make Santa Barbara more affordable for our educators. Let's work together to meet the moment. Thank you for your time.
Hilda, hold on. Supervisor Capps has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Maldonado. I just wanted you to elaborate on you said how many units are you planning, and what will that impact, how will that impact your employees, the 7.7 acres?
Yes, we are poised to build somewhere between 230 to 308 units at Glen Annie with this land donation. Our district project is looking at Parma for over 40 units, and developing with Tatum, it looks like somewhere between 60 to 100 units, which is a total anywhere between 300 to 448 units.
And if memory serves, you have about 1,800 employees, right?
Just about, yes.
Lastly, just because it's a donation, does that ensures 100% that you can give it to your employees, correct?
The agreement that we are working with Glen Annie is expressed, yes, because the land will be owned by the district. We are able to then make this project employee housing only.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Hartman also has a question.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. My issue really has to do with working with the school district on traffic, particularly at Dos Pueblos High School, and would just like a pledge from you to work with my office, the city, and with the developer and the county public works on that.
Yes, Supervisor Hartman, I am well aware that drop-off and pickup during school hours is an issue in many of our schools. And anything that our district can do to help mitigate that, we are ready to work with you on, and any other agencies that will help with that. Our collaboration to solve complex issues is definitely one of our biggest values at Santa Barbara Unified.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We will now go to Kim Peters, to be followed by Mary Ellen Brooks. Kim?
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Kim Peters. I'm a homeowner in Sungate Ranch. My concern is the rezoning of 3 parcels, Montessori, San Marcos Growers 1 and 2, and Tatum, in a small area encircling Sungate Ranch. This rezoning, if approved, would add approximately 1,800 plus housing units. This high-density development in a small area, especially on the San Marcos Growers parcels, will create an extreme hazard for the ability to evacuate in case of fire or other emergency. It will overwhelm the traffic carrying capacity of San Marcos Road and other local roads, create a severe parking problem. The San Marcos Growers parcels development plan calls for only 1 parking spot per unit of the 996 units, some of which are 2-bedroom units. The parking will spill over onto local roads and choke our local roads. Sungate Ranch has private roads, which are fire lanes, with only 24 street parking spots available for residents and their visitors. The parking in Sungate Ranch will be overwhelmed by people seeking parking from the San Marcos Growers development and the other developments. We have children who play and ride bicycles on our streets. The heavy traffic created by the traffic congestion and parking issues will create a dangerous hazard. My request is that the Georgie property be developed at present time instead of the San Marcos property, as development of all three of the parcels adjacent to Sungate Ranch is too much development in one small area. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Mary Ellen Brooks, to be followed by Gabe Escobedo. Mary Ellen?
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Lavigno and Supervisors. I'm Mary Ellen Brooks, President of Citizens Planning Association. CPA made public comments at the North County session on Tuesday, urging you to prioritize sites that will give us truly affordable, low-income, and workforce housing. And we also expressed concerns regarding Key Site 11 and the Apollo project. At the end of the Tuesday session, we were surprised by the high number of extra units that seemed to be caught up in the upzoning that you were looking into, and you will be looking into this afternoon. For the North County alone, you have 1,800 units above the state mandated REIT numbers and the 15% buffer. I believe for the South County right now, you're looking at 2,600 extra units. CPA hopes that you will be able to pare down these numbers to the required levels. We urge you to eliminate in the North County Key Site 11 with its environmental sensitive status and very late inclusion, which omitted public input opportunities. Ditto, we hope you eliminate the Apollo Way project as it was submitted last minute, and we do not believe this parcel was even considered in the programmatic EIR. Today, you will be asked to make findings in order to support a statement of overriding consideration. This is needed because all of the upzonings will have significant impacts that cannot be mitigated. The findings are written only to accommodate sufficient units for the RENA allocation and the 15% buffer. If you can't pare down your numbers to the required number studied in the PEIR, we suggest you need to come up with new findings as you are far above the limit of the original project and its environmental review. The findings introduced admits that the current project has significant environmental impacts in 11 cumulative areas. You will be saying it's okay to ignore these negative impacts in some of the areas such as its agricultural.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Gabe Escobedo, to be followed by Terry Schwab. Gabe?
Good afternoon. My name is Gabe Escobedo, and I am a member of the Santa Barbara Unified Board of Trustees. And I'm here to voice my support for the rezoning of the Glen Annie property, which proposes to donate 7.7 acres to the Santa Barbara Unified School District, for which the district plans to work with housing authority partners to build affordable housing for our employees and their families. This project represents a pivotal opportunity to make a tangible, positive impact on the lives of hundreds of individuals who work tirelessly to educate and nurture our children. For too long, the high cost of living in our area has forced many of our valued educators and school staff to live far from the schools where they work. This not only puts an undue strain on them and their families, but also diminishes the sense of community within our schools. With this project, we have a real chance to change that. By providing affordable housing for district employees, we can help them stay in the community they serve. This means shorter commutes, less stress, and more time to focus on the important work they do, which most importantly benefits our students and ultimately our community. I understand that there are concerns about traffic and its potential impact on the surrounding areas. However, I am encouraged by the property owner's commitment to work with Caltrans, the county, the city of Goleta, and the school district to address these concerns. I can also say the district is fully committed to ensuring that these solutions come to fruition. With careful planning and collaboration, I believe we can find solutions that will minimize disruption and ensure the safety and efficiency of our local transportation systems. But let's not lose sight of the broader vision here. Providing affordable housing for school district employees is an investment in the community's future. It strengthens the bonds between educators and the families they serve, fosters a greater sense of belonging, and enhances the quality of education for our children. I urge you to move forward with the rezoning of this property. confident in our collective ability to address any challenges that exist or may arise. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Terry Schwab to be followed by Lisa C. Terry? And Terry, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. In addition, we also have the Clark Avenue traffic image up as requested.
Thank you. My name is Terry Schwab. I'm representing the Tree Amigos of Orchid. The photo in the slide I'm showing you was taken yesterday afternoon at 3:14 p.m. It shows Clark Avenue between Orchid Road and Bethany Lane. Many days like yesterday, the traffic backs up from the intersection of Orchid Road and Clark Avenue to Bethany Lane. If the LOS standards for traffic and air quality are waived for the housing element, then this development at Quayside 11 will be built with no consideration for the dangerous impacts it will make at that location. The development for Quayside 11 was first introduced at the board workshop of March 19th. One of the county staff members in attendance stated to the Board of Supervisors that this was the first time staff had heard about the proposal and that they needed to determine whether it aligned with the housing element. This is at the 4:46:38 point of the March 19th meeting playback, which, by the way, was not even posted on YouTube until April 24th when we asked about it. Then on April 1st, 12 days later, the Planning Commission voted on the housing element and slipped in Quayside 11. The public was never informed that Quayside 11 was going to be on the chopping block. As Goleta City Councilmember Kasdan stated in his public comments submitted for today's meeting, the public deserves a transparent and public process with clear standards. If the City Council member states that the LOS standards do not need to be waived for the City of Goleta per the state, then certainly the LOS standards for Quayside 11 must remain in place. The Tree Amigos is requesting that you reconsider your decision to rezone Quayside 11. If not, then at the very least, direct planning staff to retain LOS standards for the Quayside 11 project. Thank you.
We will now go to Lisa C. to be followed by Kendra Duncan O'Connor. Lisa?
Thank you so much. My name is Lisa Call, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak at this meeting. I am a resident of Sungate Ranch, and I have been since 1996. I'm very concerned about the plans for such dense housing right around us at the San Marcos Growers, Montessori, and Tatum properties. 2- and 3-story buildings all around us is absurd. When the 101 is closed, as it has been at times in the past for an emergency, Hollister and Cathedral Oaks become parking lots. With thousands more residents here, how will all of us get out in a wildfire or emergency? Supervisor Capps said in a recent article in the Santa Barbara Independent, 3,000 new units within a 3.5-mile radius in the eastern Goleta Valley will impact water, traffic, and quality of life. I couldn't agree more. She also said, I believe that the county has the power to do what's right to meet our community's pressing needs. 996 new units on San Marcos 1 and 2 is going to overwhelm our area. Then add to that the Tatum and Montessori properties, and you have a disaster. Supervisor Capps also said we need to protect agricultural land and open spaces. I believe that we need to do this, as she has stated, as it will affect our quality of life. And yes, it will, supervisors. It will change our quality of life. Supervisor Capps also said, fundamentally, our government, county government, has the ability and the responsibility to do what's right for the community it serves. Please do what's right for the community you serve. Please eliminate the San Marcos properties and look at the Georgie property, the part that isn't in the safety zone of the airport. Do not turn our orange groves and farmland into Orange County. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Kendra Duncan O'Connor to be followed by Jonathan Aboud. Kendra?
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and supervisors. I'm a resident of the Eastern Goleta Valley, and watching this process of updating the housing element unfold over the past several years at the local and state level has been frustrating and really disappointing. 9 years ago, I sat in your hearing room to support the adoption of the Eastern Glida Valley Community Plan. I know that a few of you were also there. That plan was a true community plan involving thousands of volunteer hours, 47 public meetings and workshops, 7 planning commission hearings, and 2 board of supervisors hearings. Community members worked alongside county staff, who I know are also there today, to draft a plan for the future of the valley. Unfortunately, it has now taken the county staff a fraction of that time to dismantle it. Today, your board is expected to approve the rezoning of nearly all remaining agriculturally zoned parcels in the Eastern Glida Valley, rezone parcels in a very high fire hazard zone with repeated history of burning. You will approve moving the urban and rural boundary. You will amend the county's general plan, adopt multiple ordinance amendments, and certify a programmatic EIR, all in one special hearing on a Friday. In an appropriate planning process, each one of these major changes would be separate agenda items spanning multiple planning commission and board hearings. This speaks to how the housing element update has been handled. County staff has inundated the public, the planning commission, and your board with an overwhelming amount of information to consider in one hearing. I cannot help but think this was intentional. It is easy to point fingers at Sacramento and timelines for the situation we find ourselves in. While the state has passed a multitude of housing laws and requirements that are nearly impossible for local jurisdictions to comply with, the state legislature did not direct the County of Santa Barbara to gut a local community plan. In reference to the housing element update process, California's HCD states, quote, although housing elements must comply with state law, they are ultimately a local plan that should reflect the desire of the local community, unquote. I am thankful for the supervisors Capps and Nelson, who have not hesitated to voice their concerns about this process, the lack of transparency, and for the alternative ideas they have brought forward. Thank you.
We will now go to Jonathan Abboud, to be followed by Trey Meeklebest. Jonathan?
Hello, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. My name is Jonathan Abboud. I'm here to support 2 projects, but also to support generally the plan to rezone the rest of the sites. We need housing at all income levels to solve this housing crisis. I serve as president of the Board of Trustees at the Santa Barbara Community College District, who I'm not representing today and speak on my own behalf. And I'm also a graduate of UC Santa Barbara. And I'm just acutely aware personally and professionally of this housing shortage. Many of my friends and colleagues have excellent jobs, but struggle to find a place to rent and end up moving away. And recruitment of new faculty at City College has been hampered by the high rents in this area. I want to specifically support 2 projects, the Baylord project and the San Marcos Groves project. Both of them have elements to include the housing authority to have truly affordable housing that wouldn't exist otherwise if the rest of the projects weren't happening. I toured the San Marcos infill project a few months ago with Brett and John, and I believe it's an excellent location for rental housing. It's nearby, all the things you'd want housing to be nearby. Both projects will help local employers attract and retain valuable and skilled employees, and they'll help people like me continue to live and work on the South Coast. Thank you.
We will now go to Trey Meeklebest, to be followed by Joseph Schuster. Trey?
Sorry, I was muted. Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and the entire board. My name is Trey Meeklebest. I'm speaking today as a resident of Thunderbird Tract, and I thank you for offering myself and the public the opportunity to voice our feedback as it relates to the proposals on the table. My home actually shares a property line with the Montessori location in question. However, I'm not here to speak as a NIMBY due to that adjacency. I'm here to speak as a member of the current community in the broader area, which may be changed dramatically forever. As I've said in email communication with you over the last year, we don't have a housing supply problem in Santa Barbara County. We have a demand problem. I'd like to quote Mr. Standring from earlier today in saying, we're not going to build our way out of this problem. That said, we could build as many homes as we could fit in our county, and people would continue to move here for the desirable weather, beauty attractions, and so many amenities on offer in our community. I feel it's important to reiterate and confirm your purpose today, which is consideration of rezoning. Today's purpose is not permitting or approval of the details of specific developments, as that will come later in the process. As part of that purpose, however, I'd like to remind you and everyone present or reviewing the public comment that once developed, it's very rare that things are ever unpaved. And there are fundamental shifts, if not destruction, in our current community are on the docket today. I'd urge you to specifically consider a few things when working through deliberations today, or however long it may take. Inquire with the Montessori Center School as to why they've struggled to develop the property over the last 15 years. Just this morning, the head of school, Vanessa Jackson, mentioned the headwinds they've encountered in the process. How will a developer avoid these same headwinds on that property and the surrounding properties? Consideration of 1/3 to 1/2 of the proposed park on the Montessori property are actually historically protected structures and vegetation. How does that play into the development? Consider the ingress and the egress in the area. This morning's discussion on level of service was eye-opening to me, as it seems the level of service reviews have yet to be completed. As a commuter from there to the downtown Santa Barbara every day, I can assure you that the proposed developments will cause a huge impact on traffic around the San Marcos High School area and all along the Hollister corridor.
Thank you, Trey. That is your time. We will now go to Joseph Schuster, to be followed by Teresa C. Joseph?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Joseph Schuster. I've lived in Sungate Ranch for nearly 3 decades, and I understand and support the need for more affordable housing. However, I must emphasize that our neighborhood should not be bearing a disproportionate share of the proposed housing. I feel the 3 proposed building projects that surround us are undeniably too large for our small neighborhood. The cumulative effects of these housing projects extend far beyond mere inconvenience. They pose serious risks to public safety, emergency response capabilities, and environmental sustainability. In light of these concerns, I urge you to consider the following recommendations. Number 1, delay San Marcos rezoning until thorough traffic, public safety, emergency, and environmental issues can be studied. The current plans for this project are obviously incompatible for this neighborhood and would cause irreversible harm by more than tripling the population of our small area. Number 2, utilize the Tatum and Montessori properties. These 2 sites offer ample space for sensible development. Number 3, rezone Georgie in place of San Marcos. Georgie is a builder's remedy project. This alternative would not affect the county's compliance with the state requirements and would provide a viable solution to our housing needs. In addition, it would allow more time for a thorough study of the issues that I mentioned earlier that would impact the San Marcos project. So in conclusion, I urge you to please reconsider the approval of these housing developments and instead prioritize a more thoughtful and sustainable approach to addressing our housing needs and kind of like act as if these proposed projects were going to be where you live. Thank you for your willingness to consider my views.
We will now go to Teresa C., to be followed by Gary Campopiano. Teresa?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Please proceed.
Hello, and thank you. This is regarding rezoning of San Marcos growers, Tandem, and Montessori. First, the LOS. While legislature has removed regulatory barriers around infill in houses, it does not preclude the county from finding a project adversely impacting the surrounding environment or transportation patterns. The government code defines infill zones as residing within a half mile of a major transit corridor with service intervals no longer than 15 minutes during peak hours. MTD schedule Route 11 Hollister does not meet the service intervals. As such, San Marcos growers, Tandem, and Montessori do not qualify as infill sites and do not qualify for LOS exemption. Government Code 65089 does apply and requires LOS standards as well as deficiency plan if the levels of service standards are not maintained. Designate the parcel as an agricultural preserve, providing agricultural use, food security, recreational use, and open space. Instead, rezone county sites with high density, prefab solar homes, and reduce environmental and residential impact. HAA and state law support the denial of agricultural zone properties. This applies to San Marcos with adverse health and safety through the deficiency of the LOS, air quality, and overall safety. Protect natural-based resources. The oak woodlands and the savanna at the Tanum and Montessori are nature-based solutions vital to combating climate change. They sequester CO2 emissions, release oxygen, manage temperature, groundwater quality. They manage air and noise pollution. They provide shade. And most importantly, they're regenerative and they work for free, ongoing. So save the nature-based solutions. It's reckless to squeeze 2,000 units in a block, causing high pollution, high density, high traffic, high accidents, and the destruction of a vital nature-based solution. We are in a climate change crisis, and you need to protect that area.
Thank you, Teresa. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Gary Campopiano to be followed by Laurel Sykes. Gary? My apologies. It looks like we lost Gary on Zoom. So we are going to Laurel Sykes to be followed by Valerie Janssens. Laurel?
Good afternoon. My name is Laurel Sykes, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. As a member of the Executive Committee of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, I wanted to speak today in support of housing for our workforce. I support the Chamber's efforts to create an employer-sponsored housing consortium, which will give local employers the opportunity to secure housing to both retain and recruit their employees. I can personally speak to the challenges that local employers are facing filling jobs here in the Santa Barbara County. I'm an executive vice president with American Riviera Area Bank, and I can attest to the fact that it's not just low-income workers that are impacted by the housing issues. Even when hiring employees at six-figure salaries, we've struggled to assist candidates find adequate housing. In one case, we even had to resort to paying for long-term hotel stays until suitable housing could be found. I urge you to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation here today. Thank you.
We will now go to Valerie Janssens to be followed by Luz Reyes-Martin. Valerie?
This opportunity to speak. In 1997, I represented a local employer as a human resources director, and I spoke before the superintendents to say that I was concerned about local housing for employees. The median home price at that time was $400,000. Fast forward now, and a median home price is 3 times that. Today, I speak to you as a resident of Sungate Ranch. I was very, very lucky through working as an employee in this town. I was able to afford housing. Prior to moving back to Santa Barbara, I lived in Orange County. And I have to say, when I look at the density of the proposed housing coming to our beautiful area of San Marcos Road, and looking at the current San Marcos Grower area, I'm just so concerned about density and so concerned about quality of life. I understand you have a tremendous challenge ahead of you, balancing the needs of local employees, families that struggle to find housing and daycare. These are delicate issues, and I just urge you all to think about being not short-sighted, but think more long-term. And I do think the Georgie property is probably checks all those boxes, and I would encourage you to consider taking San Marcos Growers off that list. Thank you.
We will now go to Luz Reyes-Martin to be followed by Maria Novara. Luz?
Hello, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Luz Reyes-Martin, and I serve as the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Goleta. Our City Council sent a letter and shared our disappointment to learn that county staff was proposing to create an exception to a critical county circulation element policy. I appreciate some of the comments from this morning to reassure the public that there are options to address traffic and level of service. Still, you should remove the proposed exception. County staff says that this is in accordance with state law, but there are sufficient questions and uncertainty about this that you should hold off on creating the exception and just follow the current law when you evaluate projects. Also, I continue to hear many comments and concerns from Goleta residents about the Glen Annie site. The Glen Annie site would expand our urban boundaries, promote sprawl, and the impacts will be borne by the city of Goleta. It merits a high level of scrutiny. It is already in an area with major transportation challenges, including critical bike and pedestrian safety issues for students at Dos Polos High School and adjacent residents, and the already impacted Stork Glen Annie intersection. So to wrap up, please don't lock yourselves in and provide any exceptions that could limit requirements for transportation mitigations. And I thank you for your consideration of the hours of public comment that you've heard. Thank you.
We will now go to Maria Navarro to be followed by Christian Alonso, who I believe is in person now. Maria Navarro.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, supervisors, chairs, and staff. Thank you for listening to, I think, almost 5 hours, if not more, of public comment. And I'm here just to make my public comment really quickly. I'm representing the Central Coast Alliance United for a Sustainable Economy, otherwise known as CAUSE. And we'd just like to express our support of these rezoning changes, but we really want to just highlight the availability of county lands. Hopefully, I want to just echo Supervisor Cap's comments regarding county lands being used for low-income housing. It is essential that we use our resources wisely, and I think the addition of supportive and or low-income housing in these areas makes more sense. It creates an incentive for affordable housing developers, and it allows for housing opportunities to be made in a better and more useful way in our county. So hopefully you all take this into consideration. In general, thank you for, again, listening to all of these comments, and have a good day. Thank you.
We will now go to Christian Alonso to be followed by Ian Bach on Zoom. Christian?
Hey, supervisor, it's taking so long I was able to come in person. It's not surprising. I don't have much else to add here, but I'll say my piece in support of the South County housing projects and the rezones. We have an opportunity here to continue progress on the housing crisis in our community. I don't need to bore you all with what's at stake, but for too long, decision makers have taken too meek of an approach to tackle this crisis head on. The reality is stark. The housing crisis is not just a statistic on a piece of paper. It's a harsh reality that disproportionately affects people of color and young families like mine. We cannot stand idly by and watch as our neighbors are priced out of their homes, forced into long commutes, or pushed out of our county entirely. You know the impact on our essential workers, the teachers who educate our children, the first responders who keep our streets safe, and the nonprofit workers who fill important gaps in county services. All of these people deserve the dignity of being able to afford housing in the communities they serve, yet they are forced to endure less. Take, for example, the Baylor project. This development is not just another housing project, it's a lifeline for our community. By rezoning it, we have the opportunity to create more affordable units, providing much needed relief to those struggling to make ends meet. Furthermore, we can help our local businesses. I have worked for many years for a fast-growing company in Carpinteria and watched as we struggled to recruit and retain top talent because there are no housing options here, even for well-paid workers. Increasing the supply in South County will enable market rents to be benchmarked to neighboring areas like Ventura and Camarillo, and we can welcome back workers who have been pushed out, fostering a more inclusive and vibrant community with thriving local businesses. Please support the housing element update and the rezoning of all the South County sites, including the Baylor project. Seize this opportunity to create a more equitable, sustainable, and inclusive future for Santa Barbara County. Thank you for your time.
We will now return to Zoom with Ian Bach to be followed by Betty Jepson. Ian?
Hi, Chair Lavanino and the board. Thank you for taking my comments. Ditto to everything Christian just said. And I'd also like to associate myself with the comments from the Coastal Housing Coalition. I'm born and raised in Santa Barbara, graduated from San Marcos. I've been the past year working in Washington, D.C., where I'm calling you from, on policy research. And I'm very happy to say that I'll actually be moving back to Santa Barbara permanently next month. But that just underscores what I've already known my whole life, which is that we have a severe housing shortage on all types. And it's been extremely difficult even finding not just housing that we can afford, and I'd like to think we're in a pretty decent situation, but also quality housing that was built within my lifetime. I think we're in this position, and it's unfortunate we have to do all this at once. But we're in a position because we're playing catch up from decades of basically a lack of political will to grow sustainably. And so I very much encourage you to not only pursue the county sites and to rezone all the South County sites, but also to think about going forward. If we want more affordability, we're getting, I think, lucky with a lot of these developers and the amount that they're proposing, and community benefits. But going forward, let's set policies that meet our expectations as opposed to kind of relying on the generosity of property owners, which we may not always be able to depend on. I don't relish quoting my dad, but I will. At the city planning commission hearing on the Garden Street Hotel, he mentioned how inappropriate it is for a place like Santa Barbara that champions itself as a birthplace of the environmental movement to essentially have housing policies that say it's okay for you to commute long distances. We're fine exporting our environmental impacts. It's time that we, take these tough calls. I understand that change is difficult, but it's a necessary change. And I think 30 years from now, people aren't going to look at these things as a negative quality of life impact. They're going to look at their neighbors, the
Thank
families,
you, Ian.
the
That
lives.
is your time.
Thank you very much.
We will now go to Betsy Jepson to be followed by Mark Shatillo. Betty?
My name is Betty Jepson. I'm the president of the Casitas Village HOA and with authority to speak for the board in opposition to the proposed red tail development on Baylord Avenue. My letter in opposition is tab 46 of your board packet. Casitas Village comprises 288 units, allowing 5 people per bedroom. This alone is 1,440 individuals vying for an escape route on Baylord. Adding the Villa Del Mar across the street exhausts the escape possibilities in the event of a disaster. If you allow another 173 units, it would create a death trap. There are not 3 routes out of Red Tail as stated today. They do not even have their required second emergency exit. Because of this, the would-be developer first went to the city of Carpinteria and asked that the land on which they proposed to build be annexed and for required second emergency exit onto Baylord. My letter includes 3 letters from the city of Carpinteria rejecting this proposal. Tap D to my is from the Carpinteria Community Development Director, which states our position that high-density urban development is not appropriate for rural or agricultural areas along the city's edges is further supported by the following adopted policies found in both the county's and the city's respective certified local coastal plans in the California Coastal Act, the County Coastal Act Land Use Policy 4-4, and the California Coastal Act Section 30250A. This project consists of all 3-story buildings. There are no 3-story apartment buildings in Carpinteria. Your board packet attachment 15 at tab 37 shows that only 41 of the proposed units are lower income, while 132 units are above moderate. There are no median incomes units at all. Please take a look at the rents that they are actually proposing instead of taking their statements that they're using Oxnard rents.
Thank you, Betty. That is your time. We will now go to Mark Shatillo to be followed by Jason Chapman. Mark?
Good afternoon, Chair Levignino, members of the board. I'm Mark Shatillo. I'm speaking today as an individual to support additional housing that can meet our community's needs. Your board should focus on affordable housing that is deed restricted, relying on market rate or affordable by design has failed in the city of Santa Barbara, and it shouldn't be a practice that's accepted by the county. And finally, don't overshoot the goal. My concern is for unintended consequences, given the scope and breadth of the programmatic EIR and the project. The 12 Class 1 unavoidable impacts are a red flag, and I ask that your board consider ways to reduce the significance and the magnitude of the impacts while still achieving the project purposes and state law compliance. I suggest that you explore ways to narrow the programmatic EIR that you ultimately certify, including a reasonable buffer for the no net loss requirements and including the projects that your board determines to approve today and earlier this week, but to eliminate the potential for widespread application of some of the findings and reliance on the certified EIR. That may require a revised hybrid alternative and an addendum letter and revised findings, but I think it's worth taking the short amount of time necessary to correct that. Finally, on the issue of the circulation element, the objective impacts, particularly safety, need clarification. Congested and overburdened roads are going to compete with first responders' access and worsen fire, and these conditions are worsened by the fire and storm scenarios with sea level rise. The Public Works Department needs to work with the fire department to develop those standards. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to address the board.
We will now go to Jason Chapman to be followed by Sullivan Israel, who's our final speaker. Jason?
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jason Chapman. I serve on the Planning Commission for the City of Goleta, but I am here as just a resident of Goleta speaking. I would first of all like to say that I support a majority of the rezones. As many have said, it cannot be understated how much of a housing crisis that we are in. It is leading to increases in homelessness and just poor quality of life for many people. I appreciate the commission and board's efforts to avoid agricultural sites, and infill is an important tool for creating housing while limiting environmental impact. And I think this is something that should be focused on. One thing I do want to take issue with is the approach to transportation, and specifically the exceptions to the level of service analysis. While I do think it's valid to question how appropriate level of service is in urbanized areas, it should not be done in an arbitrary way. Plus, the mitigations proposed in the housing elements exceptions encourage the typical pattern of road widening, which induces more vehicle traffic in the long term, decreasing in safety and quality of life in the end. If the board wants to get more serious about mitigating impacts from vehicles that can come with new development, you need to think dramatically different about alternatives to driving, especially mass transit. The funding for Santa Barbara MTD is paltry in comparison to similar cities that actually have high rates of transit use. Sites like Glen Annie, due to being far from job centers and shops, will necessitate some kind of transportation for those future residents. And with the status quo planning, that will be driving. The widening of roads around an area would be costly, create more dangerous roadways, and ultimately induce more driving. It's simply not the answer here and shouldn't be at other sites. These rezonings have the potential to be transformative and beneficial, and you need to help our transit system meet that need. Thank you.
We will now go to Sullivan Israel, who is our final speaker. Sullivan?
Hello. Thank you so much for sitting through this meeting. I can't believe I'm the final speaker. That's a lot of pressure, but I'll keep it short. Sullivan Israel, I help run the group Strongtown Santa Barbara. We sent you a letter. Basically, we support all the South County rezone sites. This is something we need to do. Of course, a reminder, and I'm sure you know that if we don't do this, we'll get builder's remedy. So the question is, what's worse, rezoning and getting what we want, or not rezoning and ending up with unpredictable builder's remedy projects? I'll also say this is something we need to do in the South County because, you know, someone came to our last meeting actually with a printout of the population of Santa Barbara since 2000, and it stayed at about 90,000. And so she said to me, "See, why do we need to build new housing?" And I said, "Well, can you tell me how much the population of Santa Maria has grown since 2000? The answer is over 30,000 people. And that's all by design, right? That's not because there suddenly were more jobs in Santa Maria than Santa Barbara, because the commuting into Santa Barbara has only grown as well proportionally during that time. So it's super important that we build more housing in the South Coast region. And I'll also say in an ideal world, we wouldn't be rezoning the last little bits of empty land and golf courses. We would be upzoning existing neighborhoods so that people could take down their single family home and build duplexes or quadplexes or what have you. But that would, of course, have a huge political backlash. But that's going to come probably in the next housing element, right? If these projects do get built on the few available species of land, we're eventually are going to have to face upzoning. But of course, I think it's politically more sensible to upzone these empty pieces of land and build these projects that have been presented today. And I hope that happens. Thank you so much.
And I'd just like to say you were up to the challenge. Good close. All right. So that closes public comment. Okay, excellent. So at this time, I'd just kind of like to kick it back to staff for just a minute to see if there's anything from that last 5.5 hours of what you'd like to comment on before we start asking questions. We're probably going to address 90% of it, I would assume. I'm going to wait for questions. All right, do any board members have any questions? I know I had one. I'll just lead off. I want to talk about the Baylord project and just help me with the builder's remedy. And can we just talk about that project for a minute as far as, okay, if we did not rezone it at this point, what does happen?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So they have submitted a builder's remedy application, and they would be permitted to move forward with that application despite whether or not the board rezones it. The benefit of rezoning it is that we get some additional lower income units, 9 to be exact, to add to our inventory that are deed restricted.
Okay. And then just refresh my memory of why at the Planning Commission that did not make the list.
Mr. Chair, it was not 100% clear to me why it did not make the list, but I think Commissioner Cooney had some questions about coordinating with the city, and so he decided he did not want to support that, and the other commissioners went along with his request.
All right, well, I think that opens it up for deliberation then. I don't see any other lights on. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I did have a question about Glen Annie, and I gather some of the parcels were not considered in our EIR, so the recreation parcels. So could you describe a process whereby we could address that?
So if the board decided they wanted to address those 2 parcels where the recreation is identified, they could direct the department to go back to the Planning Commission to, if you recommended rezoning those parcels appropriately, then we would go through the Planning Commission and then we would bring that up to the board. So there would be full public hearing process on that.
And the reason we have to do that is it wasn't included in our programmatic EIR.
That's correct. While the Planning Commission did observe the site plan and did observe the areas that would be designated as recreation, we didn't specifically identify those 2 parcels that are on the east and west side of the main Glen Annie parcel for a change.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. Building on Glen Annie questions, I appreciated the public speaker,
Governor Newsom signs a bill.
Ron Palucci's suggestion, and I'm kind of, this is either for staff or for my colleagues who've been on SB-CAG longer than I have. How do we raise, if we move forward on this project, how do we prioritize that the clear transportation needs that exist now there? Can you want to elaborate on that?
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, we've been thinking about this because of the traffic impacts. There's not a one-size-fits-all. We've engaged with Caltrans, Mayor Perotti and I.
Yep.
I think we need to engage with Assemblymember Hart, who's on the Transportation Committee. the state is imposing these housing requirements, I think the state has to come up with more support for the infrastructure to help us manage the impacts of these projects. And then again, you heard working with the school district, working with our public works. There's no one size, there's no one solution. We have to work it at several different levels.
But I really like the just at least the approach of, because it's been a problem for a long time, right? And as we all know, and especially those who are affiliated with Dos Pueblos High School, but trying to get ahead of it if, again, this is a project that gets rezoned rather than waiting for the development.
Right. So I think we can start working with our own Public Works Department right away. We can highlight it at SBCAG in every way we can.
Okay. Well, I'm with you on that.
Well, on this topic, I think that's why there is an importance to the sentiment, at least, that we're hearing behind transportation improvements, which is that it's really important for the applicant to participate meaningfully financially in this in the solutions, because, at least in my view, it would be feasible for them to do so, and it obviously will have some effects in the region. And I think, it's something that takes some folks who, might not want to see the project, but might feel a lot better about the project if there was meaningful participation by the applicant in those transportation improvements.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify with staff. I think the number that got put up for the North County was, I think, 140 units above. We were originally 99 units below on the low category. We ended up 140 above was the number that we had. I think we rechecked the math, and it's actually higher than that. Would you mind sharing?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Yeah, that's correct. There was a site that had been left off that list. So we're currently at basically about 195.
That's what I understood.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to get that into the record there, that we did three times as much as we were supposed to. So I thought that was kind of a cool number to share with everybody, because I think that's a success and a sign that we're really trying to do that. And we've got a lot of projects in the north that have been studied that are going to be ready to go once they are fully developed. So I think that's also good news for those people who are trying to find additional housing stock. One of the questions I had was on the Montessori site. There was a question about the 2 acres of rec, and there was and seemed like the owner wanted it to be zoned something else, but it was still going to be a park, and I didn't quite understand what they were getting at there. I was trying to read between the lines, but a little dense. Sorry.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Right, so the Planning Commission did recommend rezoning 3 acres for a public park. I think what Montessori's position has been, and not trying to speak for them, but having had enough conversations with them, I think I understand, which is they're not against offering up a public park, but they'd rather not have it zoned for recreation. Similar to San Marcos Ranch or Tatum, that are proposing public open space without the zoning tied to it. So I think that's the distinction they're trying to make.
So that would free them up to make it denser on a different, concentrated portion. If that happened, is probably what that would end up doing, because it still have the.
It would mean potential for more units, and I think the other piece of it is that when they get credit for providing a park and park fees, sometimes that's based on what the property's worth. So the value of that 3 acres, they're concerned, would go down, and they would get less credit for the donation of that 3 acres. And
all right. Well, I'm agnostic to what the decision is. I was trying to understand that a little bit better. Could you also speak to, I think it was the Citizens Planning Group that came in saying that we were wildly above the numbers that we were required to, that we were 1,500 units above the requirement from the state. I think that was former Commissioner Brooks that brought that up, and like 2,600 units above in the South County. I think that didn't reflect the fact that we're making some assumptions at different categories. Was that? I was trying to understand what you were trying to follow her, but I think that was.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, without identifying the exact number, currently the South Coast already satisfies the above moderate or the above market for the RENA requirement. So technically speaking, we don't need more above market or above moderates, but as we rezone each of these other properties to get the lower and moderate, we're getting above moderate with it. So that's where the extra is coming, is in that range.
And we don't have the tools.
And we, right, and we don't have the tools exactly.
That direct and that focused with some of those rezonings to be able to force that and so make them economically feasible. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
Okay, just trying to understand. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about development agreements and if they exist for these projects. I know that in a conversation with the cared folks, they had indicated a willingness for that. I meant to ask that during public comment, but are there development agreements established that you're aware of, planning staff, or is that something I can affirm?
Sure. The county has entered into a few development agreements over the years. Most notably Santa Barbara Ranch, there's a development agreement for that, but also we just entered into a development agreement with an affordable housing provider for Key Site H in the Orcutt area.
Okay.
And there are benefits of a development agreement, and it just depends on the circumstances surrounding site's development, but it secures certain things for a developer and secures certain things for the county. And so under certain circumstances, I think it could really be a useful tool. I don't think it works or is needed for every site, but some sites I think it would be beneficial.
And I know Laurel Perez is traveling, but she had indicated to me an interest in doing that with the Carrot site, and I just wanted to verbalize that. I don't see anybody still here from.
Some of the larger complex sites that might be phased over time might benefit from a development agreement.
And I just only, having met with a lot of those neighbors after she had indicated that, I see the need even more because they do have a lot of concerns that I think could be addressed in such an agreement. So,
and Mr. Chair, I just wanted to note something about the issue at Glen Annie and Cathedral Oaks. We've talked with Public Works about it, and there's quite a lot of room at that intersection, and there are potential improvements that could solve a great number of the problems and the congestion that they have there. And we're talking possibly about a roundabout, which has really been a tremendous solution in other areas in the city of Santa Barbara and even in the county, where that's brought levels of service F up to levels of service A. So I think there is a solution there that's workable because there's sufficient space.
And we were ribbon cutting to one of those yesterday that all of the neighbors, or a majority of the neighbors, had thought was going to be a disaster, and it's actually working pretty well. Yeah. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add on that, the rezones, the potential rec rezones there at Glen Annie. If Supervisor Hartman, that's in our district, that's something I would be supportive of if that's something where she wanted to go down that route. So I just want to get that into the conversation.
Okay, so now I want to figure, did you want to, is there an answer there? No, we're good. Okay, so now I want to figure out, are we going to do kind of the same way we did in North County? Okay, so we are going to have a Excel spreadsheet put up.
That's correct. We have the balancing act tool and the Excel spreadsheet that we can pull up, and we figured we'd kind of start east to west.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay, so while that's up, I think is a good time to start with kind of our deliberation, and we're going to start with Supervisor Hartman.
This has been a long and very difficult road, and there are some people who are interests that have to be acknowledged, and first and foremost, it's the public. The people who reside in these communities and who have been stewards for many, many years and made Santa Barbara County the desirable place that it is. And that can't be overstated. I also want to acknowledge the work of the Planning Commission because they really delved into this, met with the various interests, and tried to wrest the very best they could in public benefits from this. And I think that's our template from where we're starting today. And I especially want to thank John Park, who really worked very, very hard on this. And then finally, the planning and development staff. This has been just a staggering effort. And you're caught between a rock, the unmovable state regulations, the hard place, a board that's been skeptical and frustrated and taken it out on you, and then really hot fires of intense public opinion. So this has been a really difficult job, but I think you've at each point made the best of it that you can possibly make under very difficult circumstances. I'm going to take a little bit of time here because this is really important. I grew up in Southern California where in just 2 decades, all the orange groves and small farms completely wiped out by housing. And the places we used to wander around as kids were utterly transformed with no reserved trails, parks, or community open spaces. So I've dedicated my career to environmental protection. And not long after moving to Santa Barbara County 25 years ago, I worked to defeat Buellton's proposed 6-fold sphere of influence expansion and led the campaign to create the first urban growth boundary in the county, requiring a vote of the people before they could expand city limits, because that is really such an important decision for people who live there. Soon after, I advised on a related initiative, Goleta's Measure G, which was designed to protect agricultural lands. So today, it is with a great deal of personal anguish that I find myself considering approval of the most consequential set of housing rezones the county has ever adopted. But daily, as a supervisor, I confront the fallout of our housing shortages. Top talent leaving or choosing not to take jobs with the county or within the county at Cottage or Sansom or schools or nonprofits or businesses that keep our economy strong. I see families pulled apart because it's too expensive for the adult children to settle here. I see rent-evictions and renters afraid to ask for repairs because they don't want to rock the boat and have to try to find a new place in this housing market. I see way too many families with children renting a single room in a home with other families because they just can't afford more. And I see the rates of homelessness among senior women and families with children on the rise. So the lack of housing is hollowing out our community, making it less balanced and less vibrant, and ultimately unstable. Housing has become the #1 issue in our state, and state leaders have really seized local land use authority to ensure new housing is built. And I have a short video that Gina Fisher in my office put together that I think kind of puts this in context for all of us.
Governor Newsom signs a bill to create more affordable housing in our state.
Governor Newsom signing several bills yesterday, and of course not everybody is a fan of these measures. The League of California Cities drafted a letter to Governor Newsom last week with the backing of 241 California cities. The letter states, while we appreciate Atkins' desire to pursue a housing production proposal, SB 9 as currently drafted does not guarantee the construction of affordable housing, nor will it spur additional housing development in a manner that supports local flexibility, decision-making, and community input.
Governor, several of the bills you signed deal with carve-outs to CEQA. You've spoken several times in recent months about wanting to see broad reform to CEQA because it is hampering various projects throughout the state. What type of broader reform would you like to see, and how would you get it done?
Well, I think we're advancing reforms here today. Land use reforms, ministerial as of right zoning. I mean, that's exactly what we've been calling for. This is a demonstrable example of what we've been talking about, including the 19 or so CEQA bills that I've had the privilege of signing. Just build housing. It's not even that complicated. It's, Econ 101. Build more housing. Stop talking about it. Enough processing. Be inclusive, be responsible, be respectful of community and those you serve, but move. and just abuse yourselves so we can continue down this pace that we've seen in the past. It's not that complicated. I also said that we would codify that goal more formally through a process called the RENA process. And we just went through what we referred to, forgive the language, the 6-cycle RENA. And we put a legal framework forward of 2.5 million units, this goes to the latter part of your question, that we want to secure by 2030. And that's roughly it's a complicated process, but roughly the numeric. The state vision will be realized at the local level, cities and communities all across this state. And that's where we need to see results.
The thing is, no one gets to pick and choose the laws they want to follow. You can advocate against legislation when it's proposed. You can call, you can email, you can go in person and speak at committees or to legislators. You can tweet at the governor not to sign a bill. You can challenge the law in court, but you cannot throw a law out the window because it doesn't suit you, because you don't want to follow it. The law is the law. It applies to everyone.
To enforce the laws of the state of California that are on the books, that are not suggestions, are not recommendations. They are the law, and they must be followed by all.
So to those who've been asking us to fight the state, a review of the cases where that has been tried suggests its futility. The 6 cities challenging the regional housing needs assessment assignments, suing COGS, all lost. The state has sued 2 cities, Elk Grove, which lost, and Huntington Beach, which is still in the courts. But the governor has stated that Huntington Beach, I quote, continues to fail its residents and that California will continue taking every step necessary to ensure everyone is building their share of the housing and not flouting state housing laws. Nonprofits, though, are the most aggressive in suing local governments. YIMBY Law, California Housing Defense Fund, and Californians for Homeownership have filed scores of successful lawsuits, and in the end, the court determines the remedy, worse than if the local jurisdiction had done it themselves. I personally believe that our area is so desirable that building housing alone will never meet demand. We have an experiment in our state with San Francisco where housing was limited and LA where it was not, and both now suffer severe housing shortages. But we must build. The building alone is not going to solve this problem. Without measures to ensure that the housing stays affordable for teachers, nurses, social workers, and public safety personnel, among others, workforce housing, much new housing will be snapped up as investment opportunities in vacation homes. That's why I have worked so hard with Supervisor Capps. We aggressively approached every parcel owner we could find to expand the universe of projects under consideration for rezoning, including a commitment so we got a commitment from UCSB to build 735 new faculty and staff units. We got other IV properties. Sadly, underused commercial properties have long-term leases that cause the state to reject them. Owners of some other potential properties aren't ready yet. But once we had more properties available than we needed to rezone, we worked to make the rezone itself an opportunity to promote more of what our community needs. Low-income housing by encouraging partnerships with the Housing Authority and other low-income housing developers with a record of keeping their housing affordable over time. Workforce housing by encouraging partnerships with employers and with the South Coast Chambers Housing Consortium. And community benefits such as parks, trails, childcare, and other opportunities. We also encourage developers in close proximity to work together to better integrate the features of their projects, and I'm very grateful that they were responsive, that they heard, that they did that. We worked to give as much discretion as we possibly could wrest out of the process to get more of what the community needs. I did my absolute best to make sure these controversial projects will be as good as we can make them. That's my job. I represent 90% of the city of Goleta. On the west end, folks are upset about the prospect of redeveloping Glen Annie, but I also represent Old Town Goleta, and a lot of the county's proposed rezones squeeze that end of town. So I've had to be as balanced as I possibly can. This is still far from ideal. All I can say is that we're here fighting to make the best that we can of this situation. Going forward, I pledge to do all within my power to mitigate impacts, especially those associated with traffic, and you've heard a lot about that today. You will see that despite our efforts in the South Coast, we have to build about twice the number of units needed. It's 4,142 units, but we're going to be up about 8,000. This higher end housing is needed in order to support the required low and moderate income housing that's required. Over the longer term, we need to get ahead of this. The market rate housing generates demand for more lower income workers, so it's kind of a Ponzi scheme. So we need to work towards a funding option, possibly a bond, that will help us get the level of workforce housing that we desperately need without having to build so much higher end housing in the future. So I'm prepared to go along with the North County sites that we identified as adjusted. And in terms of the South County, I support what the Planning Commission put forward, except Baylord, that should be included. I support keeping the flexibility with the county-owned properties so that we can use that to fill gaps. But I agree with Supervisor Capps. We want as much affordable and workforce housing as we can. So we have a workforce study, so I think that'll help enlighten us. And in terms of the level of service, this almost feels like the straw that broke the camel's back, but I'm committed to ensuring that what we're doing with this policy is trying to make visible, make transparent the process by which we're going to address level of service when it is deteriorates with the housing development. So I think it's better to make that process clear rather than to struggle ad hoc. So I'm supportive of what the Planning Commission recommended. So there you have it. Thanks for listening.
All right. Well, thank you for that. That was great. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I have a slide, Clerk, if you wouldn't mind putting my slides up. There's just a couple. Just to make the point, not quite as well as that video. That was awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you. We're finally at this finish line of a long process, but I do want to say, I mean, what I've been saying to a lot of neighbors, this is a huge step, but this is really just the beginning step, and there's so many decision points along the way. I want to also extend thanks to my planning commissioner, Laura Bridley, and the entire planning commission, my staff, the chamber. And I especially want to thank the groups that really stand up for those low-income folks that don't have lobbyists and so forth. CAUSE, SB Can, Santa Barbara Unified, what they're doing, and the League of Women Voters who's educated me so much. And I just keep this is pretty much plastered in my office, these statistics of what we're up against here in Santa Barbara. And again, I was born in Goleta, raised in Santa Barbara. I remember what this place used to be like when lower middle class people could live right near where they worked. And here it's just a much different scenario with skyrocketing rents, wages that are the same, most expensive small city in America, sixth most expensive county. I mean, I say these statistics until I'm blue in the face because it's so important to remember. We have the second highest rate of poverty, and 42% of households they live beyond their means, and housing is the #1 driver. So that's what has pushed me every day of this entire process since I took office to just make sure we get the best that we possibly can out of this process for the people that need it the most. They're suffering, and it's impacting every aspect of our community. It impacts our traffic, it impacts our climate change, it impacts our hiring ability, it impacts our schools. Teachers are unhappy. I mean, it would be a challenge to raise an issue that we deal with in the county that isn't impacted by the fact that housing is so expensive and out of reach for most people. So that's been my charge that gets me jumping out of bed in the morning to try to fix this. And here we're at this critical juncture. if you could go to the next slide, please, because this is also what we're up against. And the league, this is kind of a little confusing when you see it like this. But the gist of this slide, which I also stare at, is that we don't need to rezone any market rate housing. We have already satisfied the requirement. Yet the rub is that without market rate, we don't get the low income. So that's the struggle that I've been sort of like faced with. It's like, okay, yeah, we need the low income desperately, but in order to get the low income, we have to have some of the market rate to offset the low income. But the goal for me is low income, moderate, and workforce. Because again, it just bears repeating that low income is our workforce. Low income is our teachers. Low income is our hospital staff. Low income are the backbone of this entire community. And they are low income because of housing. So that's why, as Supervisor Hartman has said, and I've said again and again, the county sites represent such an opportunity that we're just embarking on. I'm pleased again that there's 320 units, but we're only just begun, and I've taken inspiration from other counties, other places that have actual requirements, have policies that government land needs to be explored for housing, especially parking lots. I just think we live in a different age where we don't have to have parking lots that take up half a city block of urban areas where people want to live. So I'm motivated to keep pushing on the additional housing sites, county-owned. I'm open to what configuration that looks like, but just with the North Star that low-income folks are who we have to protect the most. And then just moving on, I want to just commend the fact that our process, I think it could have had more engagement, but we really kind of came together at the end here. That so-called beauty contest we did worked. Developers went up in their affordability, every single one, by and large, at least in the South Coast. And that's what we wanted. That's what I wanted. So thanks to that, I mean, did it go all the way as much as I would have wanted? No. But, the commitments definitely increased, and we even saw an increase today. So that was a really important process, and I heard from a lot of folks that, were kind of skeptical about what we were doing and kind of came away saying, oh yeah, we learned a lot more and we saw what was happening. So if you can move to the last slide, please. We've already done the county employees. Okay, so then I get to my other, I'm naming a lot of the challenges here as a first-time RENA person. Too much disproportion in my district. The decisions were made long ago. I inherited them. It's just been brutal, to be honest. As much as you hear it in my voice, I hope, I'm a fierce advocate for more low-income and affordable housing, but having it so concentrated in one small slice of our county, and I get there's a history there, and it happened last time in Orchid, et cetera, but it's been really hard to balance with people and explain this to people. And I have to commend neighbors, the hundreds of letters and emails we've gotten of frustrated people when they kind of wake up and they see these sort of graphics and they realize what's going to happen. The notes have been really, by and large, respectful, thoughtful, not NIMBY-ish, just wanting to make sure, hey, what about traffic? What about water? What about all these really important things that, again, the pressure we're under from the state doesn't take into account at this stage? So this is what I've been up against, trying to balance. And for that reason, there's no way I can support all of the projects that are up as a possibility here. It just would be far too much. Literally, 4,000 units or 3,000 roughly in a 3.5-mile radius. And that's what you've heard. You've heard it today. You've heard it repeatedly because it's just too much in one area. And I wish, and I did my best to try to spread it out, working feverishly in the time that I had as a supervisor, literally cold calling Magnolia shopping center owner, by just Googling, trying to find, and then getting interest. But then, for various reasons, it wasn't accepted by the state. Doing the same with Turnpike, just believing that it would be better to have infill where there is already commerce and a grocery store and a gym, rather than rezoning agriculture. Doing the same in other places, potentially knowing, what a housing advocate Supervisor Williams is, looking to see if there was more opportunity in Carpinteria to spread this out, because again, this disproportion has been really challenging for me as the representative of this area, and especially for the folks that have to realize what's happening. But in the spirit of Goleta, having known what that place is like for a long time, I'm trying to turn lemons into lemonade. And move forward, and I think we're in a good spot. I'm actually really optimistic. So I'll say where I've landed just as recently with this breaking news today. I'm by and large moving forward with the Planning Commission recommendation. I do support the San Marcos growers, San Marcos Ranch, I should say now, because of, again, their commitment to more affordable and the fact that they lowered their density. Again, that was a specific request from neighbors. I am supportive of Glen Annie. The fact that they are donating 7.7 acres to the school district, again, because I wear my school district experience so close to my heart, that is a massive donation to a school district. I don't even know, it would be interesting to find out a comparable sort of donation to a school district. So that speaks volumes to me, and what that will actually mean for not just our teachers and staff, but for kids, for their families. So I am supportive of that project. I can kind of go through the list, but I think the ones that are too hard for me just because of the density, and I think need more fleshing out, are McCloskey and Montessori. I would be open to them potentially Montessori down the line, but at this stage, I just didn't have a sense of where they were, and it's too compact right there in that area. And similarly with Georgie, I had questions, and I've raised them about the flight plan and the issues with the flight plan, and just, again, taking a pure ag and turning it so immediately into housing right there in such a compacted place. So I want to thank the City of Goleta as well for their thoughtful advocacy. And on that, I'll just say I can't support the level of service. I really appreciate the explanation that came out today, and we've met on this. So I understand that it's not as black and white as it might have seemed, but I just think if the point is to coordinate with the City of Goleta, that we need to do it project by project, especially kind of the way that it was rolled out. Again, I appreciate that you were trying to get it out for transparency, and sometimes you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, but I think that we just need to, because of their objections, work project by project. So I will not be able to support that piece of whatever motion comes down the line here today. So I think I said everything. If I didn't, I will add as
You're going to have time. Don't worry. We'll come back to you
But
as soon as the light goes on.
I'm happy to move this forward and have a deliberation with my colleagues. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so going to far right or far left?
Well, politically or on the dais?
Which one is which?
Yeah.
Depends on which way you're looking. It's all perspective. I'll go with Supervisor Williams. Why don't you go next?
Well, I want to just express my understanding and empathy for everyone that's here and everyone that was here, whether you're worried about projects or whether you're worried about what's going to happen to Santa Barbara without projects. And I especially understand the process questions, sort of the for a county legendary for its unending process. There is obviously both concerns and excitement from different people on this truncated of a process. Of course, for us, it doesn't seem so truncated because we've been dealing with it for a couple years now. But I think it's important to indicate that more processing while you could view that as positive. The end of the day would yield more builder's remedy projects because we will not be able to stay in compliance with state housing law. And so I do think it's important to realize that deadlines are real, have real consequences in this. And so that there's a real demonstrable reason for this process being the way it is. And in an age where, I think, both sides of the political spectrum or many sides of the political spectrum have gotten less used to being reasonable with one another, I think as a community we have to try to be reasonable with one another. And I think it's reasonable to have certain expectations. It's reasonable to have the expectation that we will push for what housing there is to be meaningful for the intention. And that is what Supervisor Capps and Hartman were speaking about it in terms of affordability. And I would also broaden that to, projects that, by the way, where they're by their location or by their relationship with employers or by their design are able to accommodate people who actually, work or live here, right? Especially people who work here because that therefore can help reduce the impacts of that growth, which I think is huge. So I would just say that the public should know that these are great strides. To have a bunch of projects that are 40 to 75%, affordable with, with market rate components, some of which are already tied up in agreements with local employers, that is really substantive and I think goes a long way to making sure that the housing built is not in vain, that it's not just going to go to rich people from out of town and that sort of thing, particularly because such a high proportion of it is rental and price controlled and because of the intentionality of creating relationships with employers in advance. I think it's reasonable for us to be vigilant and aggressive in mitigating the projects how we can, and transportation being one of them, whichever route we go. I am a little, ambivalent, on, if our position is it doesn't make any difference in the law, and we're just doing this change to be more clear, I understand the argument for being clear and honest. I also understand the argument to, if it, makes our partners at the City of Goleta feel better, that we would keep everything in theory open, even if we are also, as usual, committed to following the law, then I suppose I can understand that argument as well. I think the public is reasonable to ask that we choose sites that are close to transportation, jobs, or which create or provide recreational amenities for the whole community. And this package does that. And I think it's reasonable to minimize the impact on ag land. And how do you do that? You have to have density on the parcels that you do rezone. You have to. Otherwise, you have to rezone a lot more land. And I think it's a reasonable expectation to care about, how to make it work going forward, to make sure that it is the fire marshal's determination and not a political determination of what the egress from parcels are, for example. But what it's not reasonable to do is to ask us to break the law, right? And it's not reasonable to hope that, and sort of just to look at just what's going on in one area alone. You know, I mean, it's difficult for me to wrestle with the desire from the city of Carpinteria and some of my friends in Carpinteria that we remove all sites in the Carpinteria Valley from the inventory. You know, you all have been very understanding as planning, and we have taken off 9 of the orange sites, the sites that were less viable, off the table in the Carpinteria Valley. You know, that was the big headline that freaked a lot of people out, and maybe that map should have had a key in the newspaper. But we've taken 9 parcels off the table, and to ask us to remove the last 3 in the Carpinteria Valley, you know, when you all are taking thousands of units and multiple sites in your district, you know, I feel like that's not understanding the realities of the situation. Particularly when we realize that Carpinteria needs housing too. I would, if Carpinteria was zoning Linden and Carpinteria Avenue for projects of the scale of the Baylor project, I would have no problem asking you guys to deep six the ones in the county, because I do think it's better planning to have units closer to a downtown and closer to transit. That is a far better situation. It is something I offered the city and the community in an open letter published in the newspaper last year. It was a letter that I received no response to. And no interest in beyond one community organization who responded saying that a 3-story building is not appropriate anywhere in the Carpinteria Valley. And so that makes me sad, because for me, I believe, again, that it's better to have housing close to a downtown, to transit, to services. But I think it's crucial for a working class and a middle class to exist in Carpinteria. I've lived in Carpinteria twice over my lifetime, fallen in love with it. It's an amazing, amazing place. Nothing like, no place like it. Everybody says that, but I sincerely believe that about my community. But its uniqueness is not just in being pretty. Its uniqueness has been because it has historically been a working community that included middle and working class people, that included Latino and people of color. And that will not continue to exist in the same percentages unless we have some housing, particularly the kind of housing that is proposed. To me, one of the public speakers who I'd really like to meet, just so that I know the person that is feeling this pain, you know, the young Carpinterian that just said, I really feel like there is no space for me in my town. That's wrong. That's wrong that we live in a town where the many teachers at Canalino and Aliso can't afford to live there. It's wrong that we live in a town where the number of the population of kids is shrinking rapidly because of the lack of availability of rental housing. And so I support the Van Wingerden 1 and 2, especially the 1. I mean, I don't know why that got caught up and had opposition. I've walked hundreds of doors and spoken about Van Wingerden 1 at hundreds of doors, especially the ones that the 4 cul-de-sacs closest to it. And I have yet to find one person who said, please don't approve that. Because it's envisioned as a largely farm worker housing project right where there's farms, right next to farms. And it's envisioned to include Head Start. There's obviously a lot more local opposition to Van Wingerden 2 and to the Baylord project. For me, the Baylord project, I don't even need to have an opinion about it. The fact is that planning and our legal understanding is it's a builder's remedy project on a residentially zoned land. It is going to get built. The only question is whether we facilitate that with a rezone, saves it a little bit of time, and therefore can have a higher percentage affordable, which is what everybody is claiming to want. So I don't I guess if it's going to get built either way, we should be having it in our inventory. So I think my responses look, sorry for that explanation, but I think my responses look exactly like Ms. Hartman's as usual.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Labanino. I'd be remiss not to thank my planning commissioner, Roy Reed. He just recently joined the planning commission and hit the ground running, and I thought he did an excellent job helping to lead the discussion when it came to the North County projects, and his ongoing work has been really important to this process for our office, so I want to thank Roy for that work. As far as these sites are going, one of the first things that any of the projects that came to me they wanted to present, the first question I asked is, have you talked to your supervisor yet? And I couldn't ask them how their supervisor felt about that. It might be a Brown Act violation or would be a Brown Act violation, but I stress the importance of, the five of us make these decisions, but at the end of the day, we're gonna be the ones that are living with it within our own districts. And that's a really big deal when we try to defend the work that we do up here on this dais. And so taking that really to heart, and I do appreciate my colleagues' support of the plan that I helped put forward for the North County and where we have that landed right now. To compare that also and put it in context to the story that Supervisor Williams was talking about with Carpinteria, about if Carpinteria had taken it really seriously, how that might impact what you would do in the unincorporated Carpinteria Valley. The city of Santa Maria has really taken this seriously. I think Goleta, a guy from Goleta came up and said that Goleta is the only city in the county that's not having to do the same type of level of rezoning. So that's absolutely incorrect. I mean, Lompoc hasn't had to do that, and the city of Santa Maria has gone well above their numbers at this point. They've rezoned and upzoned thousands of units and are continuing to meet the moment that we're facing countywide. And so that's a part of the big North County conversation. I don't want to get left out. I was just looking at some of the articles that are on the webs on the news sites, and we're bringing over 500 affordable housing sites online just over this next year, and there are literally thousands in the pipeline. We're going up to as high as 6 stories on some of the projects right there in the heart of the city of Santa Maria. So just want to add that to the context that we are, as a valley in the North County, doing our best to address the growth and the issues there. As far as the sites that I support in the South Coast, I am really looking to my colleagues on where, can we get to a number where we all have given a little bit here and figuring out. So I'm going to kind of look to you all and your sites. Sounds like the PC recommendation is kind of the status quo, or at least the recommendation. I'm a little unsure about the Montessori. I know that Supervisor Capps brought that up, and I don't know if that might be as trying to get us to all on the same page. I don't know, maybe just pulling that out and saying that they need to go work on a development agreement like we've done with Key Site 26 might be a compromise to kind of say if it's not ready yet, but we want to get it there. I don't know if that's something that's agreeable to the board, but I'm trying to find solutions for a unanimous vote here today. As far as the circulation element question, I'm in favor of us not adopting the new policy because we know it's already there in state law, in part because the state law is fairly dynamic right now. And if we're going to go adopt something at where the state law is right now, it's going to probably keep moving. It seems to have been moving. Some of these various bills that are coming across are kind of going back and forth on, and some of the courts are also ruling on some of these new state laws as well that make them in effect and not in effect. I know SB 9 has been challenged for a handful of charter cities that it doesn't necessarily apply to the counties. But this is an evolving area of law, and I'm concerned about us adopting a point in time of where the state's at today. If we have to just, if our council is going to tell us that we have to adopt the states, if they have supremacy there, then I would just rather, as that continues to evolve, we adjust to the state's standard. Right now, it means that we wouldn't be able to deny a project or reduce its units for level of service. That could adjust in the future. I do like the fact, even if we did adopt that we have the tools in place that if there's a safety issue that we can make some findings. I am somewhat concerned about who gets to make that decision on whether there's a safety issue. I like to see that be a more public and transparent decision. I don't know how that exactly works moving forward. Maybe that's just some feedback as we address that. So as far as the county sites go, the good thing about the county sites is the 5 of us are ultimately the people that get to decide what go on those today, tomorrow, and in 2 years from now. And so I think there's some value in maybe keeping some flexibility there. I mean, we could go and do something wild right now and put some big numbers on there, but that don't mean anything until we actually get a project in place. If we need to use them, sure, let's use them. If we don't need to use them, let's hold them back and use them when we need to. But encourage nonprofit developers or whatever that looks like, that, hey, we have some inventory here, we're open. And so again, I'm kind of agnostic on that. All the county sites at this point are South County sites. We do have some sites in the North County, but we're trying to maximize those right now for some North County public uses, but that they may pop up in the future. Time will tell. So that's where I'm at.
All right, cool. Well, I get to close, and I just would say that it was, first off, I really appreciate my colleagues. This was a huge undertaking, especially for those in the South County, and well, for those who got the majority of it, Bob, Joan, and Laura. I think you did the community a service by opening up the process as much as we could and making it as transparent as possible. Not everybody's going to be happy, but very few rarely are. So I also wanted to thank the public for the public comment. Sometimes I like to joke around, or we get a little, I want people to pick it up. But there's very few places where you're going to get 100 people to show up, and all of them provided something. I know people are passionate, and this is changing people's lives. So really appreciate the tenor of the comments, and I hope that the reason for that is that you can tell that we're all committed to trying to get this right as best that we can. It was really nice to hear the governor say that this is not that complicated. Maybe if you learn.
I was going to say something about that, but
you guys can't.
But I
can't.
had discretion.
I can. Glad to hear. Maybe if you live in Kern or Riverside or Shasta County, that might be the case, but it is complicated here in Santa Barbara County. And so I really want to thank our planning development staff, Herculean effort. I also want to thank our county council and our clerk as well. This is just tough managing 100 different people and all these different meetings that we had. I think and all the public comment that came. So thank you for that. I want to thank my planning commissioner, Vincent Martinez. This is his first time through this. It wasn't easy for him either, so I think he's learning a lot on that. And I understand people aren't happy with the state mandate, and I think if you listen to us, we aren't either, right? We all enjoy this beautiful community because of the slow, well-thought-out planning process that this community was built on, right? I think somebody talked about the Eastern Valley Goleta plan. I was here for that. And there was like, 100 public meetings, and it was went on and on and on and on. However, that same deliberate, laborious process that gives us this beautiful community also created a significant shortage of housing. And like many of you, I have kids, I have grandkids here. They're struggling to find places to live, right? So, well, the grandkids aren't yet, but they might be buying some of our county properties. And I do sympathize with the residents of Goleta. Your community is going to change. We realize that, just like the North County has changed over the last couple of housing element cycles. And I wanted to just, a few of the things I heard during public comment too, when we talk about ag, we all have to remember, we all live, as Supervisor Hartman was talking about in Orange County, we all live on ag. At some point, it was all ag, right? Or open space at some point. So the house you're living in, that you're calling from, was probably an ag piece at one time. And I can't believe only one golfer showed up, because I probably got 5,000 emails from golfers just wanting to kill us. I'm a golfer. I love Glen Annie, except for hole 14. But I've talked to the owners of Glen Annie, and it is not a profitable business. And it's not the job of government to then tell the guy he has to keep a golf course open when it's not profitable. This is the second golf course, I think, that we've had since I've been here that is going to close. And so, just wanted to let that golfer know that it wasn't us going to the owner and telling him he has to put housing there. I'm going to support the Planning Commission's recommendations with the addition of Baylor. I think that just makes too much sense. It's a project that's going to get built anyway. If we deny it, we're just cutting our nose off for 9 additional affordable spaces. So I just can't go there. And then for me, I think the one place where I might deviate a little bit from everybody else is the county sites. And I do want to keep them for flexibility, and I'm not opposed to us building on them, but we really haven't delved into the meat of it yet, of what that really means and how that, I like to know how something's really going to happen. And because of the fact that, these are assets, and if we build, depending on what we do with them, we're going to have to replace them at some time at a much higher cost. South County property is not going down, and maybe this is the future of the move of the county and its resources more to Mid-County or North County, where it makes more sense to have government property held. But I will, I kind of ranked them at one point, but at this point, I think I'll just save that for when we actually go through the workforce housing study and that. So, yeah, I think I'm okay with them. I'm going to have input on, I want to maximize the affordability, but I think also we need market rate to make it work. I want to partner with, Mr. Polanski and others that can figure out how to deliver projects. And so, looking forward to that. And with that, yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
If you will all bear with us for one moment, what we would like to do is just select the sites through the balancing act.
Okay.
So you can see where you have ended up. And then we have just a few clarifying things that we will discuss at the end of that process.
Do you want to take, is that a break, a 5-minute break, or is it?
Oh, no, we can walk through it right now.
Let's walk through it. Cool. Yes, go ahead and yes those other sites, even though they're, I don't know if you have an emoji like, I don't know yet.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. My staff is telling me we do need 5-minute break.
Okay, cool. Let's take a 5-minute break, 5-minute break. We'll be back at 1:45, and we'll finish this up. Okay, we're going to reconvene this meeting, the County Board of Supervisors, and we'll go to our Planning Director, Lisa Plowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made some quick corrections to make sure the Balancing Act reflects the discussions that have been had today. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Marrero, and she's going to walk us through that. And then we have a couple little cleanup items at the end.
All right, thank you, Ms. Plowman, and thank you, board members. So we'll begin down on the eastern side with Baylord. And it looks like we have a majority that was in favor. So we have Baylord now showing the rezone numbers with the higher lower income units, 50 now.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Capps.
I was supportive of that too.
Oh, okay.
And
Thanks.
so was
I will-
Supervisor Nelson.
Great. Great.
And so that reflects the higher number of affordables.
Correct. Now we have Van Wingerden 2 and Van Wingerden 1.
County on site.
Probation building. Flag lot. Hope Church. The St. Vincent's are now selected.
Juvenile Hall.
Juvenile Hall, Food Bank, Page and Fire Station, Archives. And down here we have San Marcos. San Marcos has been updated to reflect the higher numbers that they mentioned today, so with a total of 228 lower income units now. And Montessori, Supervisor Nelson, did we get a yes on Montessori from you?
No, we didn't. I was
No,
still
we did
wanting to
not.
have a further discussion if we could find a way for, so I want to get us to, if possible, a unanimous vote here. So I was hoping maybe we could try to negotiate maybe a development agreement on that site, and maybe that might be able to help. If we, but we got to see those numbers first. So could we table that?
Yes. St. Athanasius, Scott Equil, and the Cairds. And Friendship Manor. And there's Glen Annie. And at this point, we have met the RENA with a surplus in the lower income category of 185, and that's without McCloskey, Leland, Georgie, or Montessori.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I want to make clear about Glen Annie, about the rec rezone and giving clear direction to planning staff how to move forward with that.
Yeah.
Or you explain to us how you're going to do it.
Yes.
You did already, but I
Yes.
want to make sure you know that that's what we want.
Yes, and I can, if we can come back to that as soon as we finish this component of it, I have it on my notes to swing around to that. Okay, so I think that now we're at the point where there's a decision. We had 3 yeses for Montessori, we had 1 no, and 1 maybe there's a different solution. So that's where we are, and to let the board deliberate about that.
Could we go over what the planning commission, because they
Yeah,
changed it.
So, yeah, if we could kind of zoom in on that area, I mean, for me, again, just it speaks to the density, and again, it's nothing, I regret that it's Montessori, but for me, I just, looking again and again in that huge block, and to say yes to all of them except for McCloskey, which we didn't really even hear much about, it just provides a lot of a break, basically of a valve to that whole area of density by not choosing them or waiting to see what they potentially come back with a development agreement. But what the Planning Commission did, in my estimation, was just sort of gave a little bit more of that reprieve by having by rezoning it into rec.
And is it existing on 3 parcels as it's indicated right here, or does one of them require a bifurcation?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, there are 3 parcels on there. The current, or what's shown here with the breakdown between DR 12.3 and DR 3040 follows 2 existing APNs vertically. However, the rec zone would sort of straddle 3 different APNs. So there would be some split zoning under this configuration, which is okay. We've done that before. But there are 3 APNs covering that property.
But can you just show the graphic of all of them right there? Is that possible? And so my logic being, and definitely preference of some advocates and folks there, is that the other Tatum and San Marcos are on more of the closer to Turnpike and Hollister, and that's just more interior ag and providing some reprieve for the density that would be in existence if we said yes to all of that. And a lot of concerns about egress, evacuation, all of, I mean, again, just that's a lot to swallow for that neighborhood, and we don't, at this point, need it for our arena.
Can I just ask staff, what does 25 BR mean now? Or what is the current zoning there now?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, the site is zoned for agriculture, but it does have a builder's remedy application on it.
So it's something that would have to be negotiated still because of the builder's remedy project. Got it.
Supervisor Hartman?
Tough call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have tremendous empathy for Supervisor Capps' situation. There are several reasons why I support rezoning the Montessori. One, at the workshop, the beauty contest workshop, we strongly encourage these landowners to work together to come up with the best project. And so they have been working with the surrounding landowners for ingress, egress, for parkland, and they've with the Planning Commission reoriented to get more low-income housing, and then feathering or better to integrate higher-end housing around the neighborhood, as well as the recreation area. So I think that what we have with the rezone is a far better project than we would have had with the builder's remedy. So, and I think we have the leverage with the rezone to get that better project. So that's what's concerning to me.
Yeah, I would just add, I mean, we don't, it would be helpful to see the numbers there, I think, but it's, the total is about 2,000 units, right, in a small area. And you're right, it is a risk. It is a school, so I would hope that they would do the right thing if they do get approved for builder's remedy, which is an if. And I haven't seen much of the proposal at this stage in terms of others that are very far along. So that's just, again, my rationale. And having been out there and listening to folks who are, will be very much impacted when it comes to traffic and all of the things that have been discussed today. It just seems as though that interior with McCloskey also not being rezoned provides some much needed relief to that neighborhood.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to, so is there any value for the board to give direction today to not make it part of the rezone, but to direct staff, like I'm going to direct staff as part of our motion to work with Key Site 26. I'm going to make that part of the motion, or whoever makes the motion, I'm going to ask that to be added to maybe do that for this, because it has a builder's remedy project, so it's not going to die. I mean, it's got some value there already. There's some negotiating posture for Montessori with us. If we direct staff, the CO's office, planning and public works, to kind of get in there and try to make sure that project's a little bit more vetted out. Could the board support that in an effort to get us on the same page?
But it sounds like you almost looking for it to be open space, but I don't know how we're going to get there with a builder's remedy already in place. So would the development agreement be okay with you, or you're I mean, if it was a yes or no, it'd be a lot easier as far as whether we're going to build something there, or it's going to remain, or not. But it sounds like with a builder's remedy, you're either going to get, what I found is, it's like you're going to get something. Is it?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, what I've been, again, builder's remedy is somewhat of a new scenario here, and I just, again, don't know if everything's going to build out the way that we think. So it is a risk. I understand that, but.
Okay.
I mean, I certainly prefer what the Planning Commission did over just accepting the original proposal.
Can we put the list back up? So, okay, thank you.
And I know we're kind of like on our last leg here, but can we get a summary of what the project would be as a builder's remedy, what it was proposed, and what the Planning Commission determined, just so that we can like.
And and affordability too, with the numbers would be great.
Yes, we can get that for you. It just take 1 minute. So Supervisor Williams through the chair, or maybe it was Supervisor Capps, sorry. The builder's remedy application showed 69 lower income and 276 above moderate. So that aligns with what the builder's remedy law requires.
20%.
20%, yep. Yeah, so 349 total. And the difference is what they offered. Well, actually, it's a little bit hard to tell because the Planning Commission did one thing and they offered something else in their LOI. But in their letter of intent, they offered, and I think my staff's going to bring that up, an alternate breakdown of lower moderate and upper moderate, above moderate unit count. So just 1 second. Right. So that provided 80 lower income, 40 moderate income, 77 above moderate. That's what they offered in their LOI. I'm sorry, that's the Planning Commission recommendation. Thank you. with the county assumptions layered over that, which was 50 lower income, 25 moderate, 25 above moderate.
How many units total in the Planning Commission recommendation?
197.
Plus a park, and plus better integration with the existing affordable housing on the other side, and sharing of the trail park space.
Okay.
At the
So
northern end.
they're just to be clear, what their letter of intent was 459 units, including 110 affordable units. So what the Planning Commission did substantially reduced the total unit count, and then created the 3-acre open space area.
Yeah, I mean, I just, again, I'll repeat I don't want to take more than what is needed. And that's what's happening with, again, 75% in one area. And so to go above and beyond, it's been a puzzle to try to figure this out and to try to look at different projects and try to reduce them, and then they tell me that, oh, then that's going to change the affordability percentage. So I'm just giving you my rationale now that we can speak openly in public here of what the rub has been. But I certainly don't want to take more than what is needed for an already disproportionately impacted area, and this is the crux. So
yeah, I'm only talking about it because I'm struggling with it, because
Yeah.
I want to. I think it's really important that we're all moving together as a team on something this big, and I'm just I was wanting to hear those numbers, not because I knew them ahead of time, but because the builder's remedy has 329
that's the
total
risk.
units, and the PC recommendation has 197. 60% of which are affordable. So it feels like rolling the dice.
Mm-hmm.
And if they that the chances of it coming up bad is high. I just would love to know your thoughts on that.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, again, I have tremendous empathy for Supervisor Capps, but playing the odds and then thinking this is for a school to help them out, to give housing for teachers, and integrated with the surrounding area in a way the builder's remedy isn't, that kind of tips the probabilities for me to going forward with the letter of intent or Planning Commission recommendation. I'm not quite sure I fully understand the difference and where we're going on that one.
And that's where earlier today, I would like to see if this is accepted. I haven't seen a proposal of how it would support teachers, in contrast to some others where we actually have MOUs and real solid things. So I have not seen that yet. And so that's what I would prefer to give them more time. If this has to be all buttoned up, but my preference would be to give them more time to actually produce those documentations that would justify preferring them this route over not including and then running the risk of builders.
Let's get that. So it's the same thing to me with Key Site 26. It's like, how do we button this up and then still have abilities to work on development agreements and those types of things? I don't understand that.
So what I would advise the board is that if the board doesn't take action on a rezone today or follow the Planning Commission's recommendation, we will be in a situation where they have a right to pursue the builder's remedy application.
Right.
I don't know what they will do, so I can't speak to that, but my expectation is that they would pursue it, because I think the school has and you can certainly ask the representatives, but I think the school has an intention of selling that property and moving on so they can build a campus and someplace else.
I mean, if you would, Greg, if you would
Yeah,
speak, that'd be great.
please.
That'd be helpful.
Chair and Board of Supervisors, Greg Wrights with Rethink Development. We are in contract to purchase. Oh, I get.
We didn't pay for that for nothing. Here we go. Come on. There we go.
Taxpayer dollars at work. Okay. We are under contract to purchase the property from Montessori. Before that, I was supporting Montessori and pushing forward their applications as a former trustee and former parent of the school. So our relationship has changed a little bit, but it's evolved and has gotten more solid, and so we have a plan for proceeding. The question is, are we pursuing the builder's remedy? Yes. We hired RRM to complete the design so that we would meet our deadline of June 2nd to submit. So our builder's remedy application was submitted on December 5th. We have 180 days, which is June 2nd. So they've been working in the background to make sure we meet that deadline, not knowing what would happen today. Because this is very important to the school. This is their endowment. They have no endowment. This is it, and this will help them get their permanent campus. So that is not our preferred course of action. Our preferred course of action is to get this zoning. We wanted the DR 3040. That would have been even better for the school. But what's before you today is acceptable. We prefer that to the builder's remedy, but
Okay.
we prefer the builder's remedy to nothing.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. Supervisor Hartman has a question for you.
Could you speak to your commitment to provide housing for teachers? I mean, I think that's one of Supervisor Capps' main points, and I know many nonprofits aren't as far along in the partnerships as some of the other developers, but that would be really an important factor to consider here.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I feel like we've been a little bit behind this whole process, but more so since we got the biggest change from the DR 3040 to this mix of zones. We've been trying to catch up, and so I apologize that we don't have anything formal in front of you. But we are committed, and the school is committed to building the housing that they need for their faculty on the site. That is a big part of recruiting and retaining employees, and I saw that as a trustee when I was a trustee, how hard it was to retain employees because of the cost of housing. So it is key to their success, as well as the money, the proceeds they get from the sale in order to buy the campus. Those two are both very important to them, and we're committed to making that happen.
That's great. I mean, I know things have been moving. Sorry to interrupt here.
No,
but when we've met a few times, that was sort of my push, not push, but just my hope, I guess I would say. And then I didn't quite hear that during the public workshop, and so to know that that's where you've gotten is helpful for me to hear.
Yeah.
But so I mean, I think if given, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of my colleagues, given the two things, if you would forego builders and in lieu of what the Planning Commission devised, that is acceptable to me.
All right. Thank you. It's good that you stayed around. All right. So I think looks like our Excel spreadsheet is filled out.
It's complete.
It's complete.
Now I just need clarity on the circulation element
Lord.
amendment.
Okay.
To see where I heard I heard at least one yes, and I heard two no's.
Honestly, I'm ambivalent. I mean,
Make your best pitch.
yeah, pitch it.
Director Plowman, make your best pitch for why we should do this.
Yeah.
So what I would say is that there are often complaints about processes being ambiguous and unclear, and our department has been a target of that, saying that our process is not clear. And so we believe that this sets us up for having a very clear process for not only the applicants, but the planners that come into the future who are analyzing these projects when they come to those policies. So that is why we recommended it. We wanted the public to know we were going to do our best to get as much improvement as we possibly can out of each project without running afoul of the state law. And so it was transparency and clarity on process, I think, that drove us to bring that to the board, and why I supported it.
I guess the fear is that the Public Works Director is going to be working with some consultant and coming up with some level of mitigation that's affordable, and that doesn't seem transparent. It's hard to explain, so help me with that.
So this is not an easy process for sure, having to implement these various state laws. And I think it certainly, the way the law is written, it does put county staff into a difficult spot. I think what we would do is try and make that process as transparent as possible, and I think we would be working with, planning staff and public works would be working together, and I think we're going to be in the position of having to hire people to help us assess the situation to determine what's feasible. I don't see any way around that because I don't think we have the expertise to do that. But that's the component that we're trying to bring into the process to make it as accurate as possible, so that we are not we're not taking the word of a developer without checking on it to make sure that what we're hearing is correct.
But if we do nothing and rely on state law, help us understand the difference once again, especially regarding transparency and opportunity for the public.
Right. So I think in the end, we are at the same place. Whether the board adopts this amendment to the circulation or does not, we still have to deal with the Housing Accountability Act and the ramifications associated with it. The adoption of it just makes it clear in our documents what our process is, rather than doing it on a case-by-case basis.
And
so that's the key difference.
Okay. We have our Public Works Director here, Mr. Snedden. You want to weigh in?
So, yeah, this is a tough one for us, as the, one of our missions in transportation is to provide a smooth ride and an efficient transportation system that's clear, and level of service helps do that. And but understanding that the challenges of what needs to be put in that housing element was how we got okay with the language. But ultimately, these have traditionally been policy decisions on level of service that are made by the board, and it does put Public Works and Planning and Development in the position of sort of making policy calls on levels of service, which can be a challenge.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, so is there a way for us, if this conflict comes, that be somehow brought to the board in a fast-track manner so we can make that policy decision? Is there any mechanism to do that? Because that would kind of solve it.
Yeah.
We take the heat for making the tough decision instead of putting that on staff and consultants.
Yeah. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, while I appreciate that, we don't really have a process to do that now, particularly with the projects that will be ministerial.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to, when you're done, I'll have another comment, but go ahead. Finish up.
Yeah, so we really, we don't have a process that could allow us to do that, but I appreciate where you're going with that.
So then the other solution that I hope we can get after, something we're going to try to do here in the Orchid area. So, I mentioned the day after our Tuesday hearing, I got together with Director Snedden, and we're going to look at that corridor at Hummel and Union Valley Parkway where a lot of projects were. And we're going to kind of hopefully design it out, and so we can start to portion cost so that we can make sure that's part of those projects so that we can get that eventually built. I wonder if Public Works might be able to do something similar in that Hollister corridor to say, hey, this is what we can get done here. This is what the ultimate build out is. This is what it looks like, what it's going to cost, and here's the proportionality for these coming projects. We have the G-tip and the O-tip But the GTIP, which is for everybody else, that's the Orchid Transportation Improvement Plan and the Goleta Transportation Improvement Plan.
Yeah.
And those were designed to handle these things, but those are part of community plans that are now become kind of stale because we've just added all this density. So maybe those could be freshened up with projects specific to some of these pinch points. Chris, would you mind commenting to
Yeah,
that?
and as he's walking up to the podium, I'll say that is part of what we're going to be doing in the circulation element update. So, and as we move through this discussion, one thing we might be able to do to make these things a little bit more transparent and advise the board of what's happening is have briefings with the board on where we've had to work with Public Works and the applicants. That's an option, just to give that to the board.
So Chair and Supervisor Nelson, I think in the Orchid area, particularly like the UVP corridor, it's pretty straightforward, a little more straightforward to determine the impacts that will be directly related to the projects. In the Eastern Goleta Valley, it's not as straightforward, and so going through the process of the circulation element update, really getting the models, there can be regional impacts because there's so much transportation infrastructure regionally that will be affected by projects. It's a little bit harder to to say exactly what projects will have exactly what impacts without running the models and going through the full process, and then that's how we get to apportioning the impacts.
But in the meantime, the other solution is to try to do that on a project-by-project basis, which seems very piecemealed and potentially, I mean, some projects might overdo it for their proportionality and some projects might underdo it. And if they all underdo it, then it falls on us to, using our local and regional dollars to do that. So that's the challenge here. And then
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, yes, that is the issue. That's why we'll be trying to complete this work as quickly as possible.
Amen.
Okay, so what do we have 3 votes on one way or the other? Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this, but it seems what staff is recommending. If it's even, I go with staff recommendation on the confidence that they are trying hard to make this more transparent, less ad hoc, and given what we're comparing it to, piecemeal project by project, but without coming to the board as a policy, I think it's less transparent than what you're trying to do.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, you scared me for a second. All right, so, okay, so you're both, okay, so we got 1-1. You're still no. So that's, okay.
So it relies on the person who fully embraces the fact that it won't make any difference whatsoever.
No, that's where I'm at. I'm like, it's not going to affect me at all. It doesn't matter to me. But I would have to say, if everything weighs out the same, and I generally rely on staff recommendation, but if it ends up the same, Goleta has been severely impacted through this rezone. If it makes them feel better, I'm okay with that.
And it does. I mean,
Okay.
I think it's important that their voice is heard
Yes.
on this, and they're the ones, again, I get it's just an approach here, so I appreciate the explanation. But I think if you're going to start coordinating, what we've heard is that they would like to have it a case-by-case approach, and
Okay.
I'm going to honor that by
Cool.
voting against this amendment.
Yeah, then I'm going to agree with that because I do think it seems like they have a different theory than we do.
Yeah.
And
this will play it out.
they're
then.
right, and whatever it is, if it doesn't make any difference in it and they're asking us to do something, then
okay,
we should be doing
Supervisor Hartman.
I'll go along. I guess I believe our planning staff, I'm not sure the city fully understands what we've learned today. We've been struggling with it, but out of deference, I'll go with it.
That's kind of where I'm at. Okay, so, all right, so let's change Montessori on D4. He was also a yes, I believe, at the end.
I was a DA, I was a development agreement.
Okay.
I'm a no right now, but it won't hold me up from voting for.
Okay.
For it.
All right.
All right.
So
Oh, I guess, so is this, sorry, I missed that second district said yes. So yes, I'm a yes.
yes, she got it.
Okay.
She got there. Okay.
Okay.
So everybody, believe it or not, is in agreement on all the projects. How did that ever happen?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm not there. I'm sorry. Because again, I went into this with a different, I apologize how long this is going, but I just need to ask, as we're sitting here, this is too important for me not to. Is it possible to reduce Tatum for the same rationale that I was just going for? I know I'm throwing this at you, but because they are being upzoned, is it possible to, keep proportionality of affordability and just, again, provide some density relief to that area since we are well above the target that we need to?
I think that's more of a question to the developer. I mean, the board could certainly do that. It's just what's the end result on the project. I don't think I can answer that for them. But you can do it. I don't know what that'll mean for the numbers of affordability, level of affordability. I see Mr. Little here. He could certainly.
I just would be kicking myself if I didn't try this at this hour. I apologize for. I'm not apologizing. This is my job. So if you could just speak to, I know you're getting a lot more than you went into. I've been very familiar with Tatum Project, having been on the school district when we sold it. Yep. So if you could just speak to any potential that you would see in terms of reduction of density.
So obviously we haven't had any chance to think about it. We've only studied two plans, the before and the after, and where we're at right now. So it's candidly, it's tough for me to sit here and say, I know what the economics look like.
Right.
Because there is a correlation. You raise the affordability and you need more of the market rate units to pay for it. So I don't know that I can sit here right now and pledge to you that I have any number in mind, but I certainly understand your points and concern. And I would tell you that we will work with you and staff to take a look at the plan. I hope that's something meaningful. I totally understand where you're coming from, though.
I would just like to interject one thing to make sure the board understands what the proposed zoning would be. It's not 30 to 40, it is 20 to 30 units per acre. Okay, just wanted to make sure that that was what we were looking at. And the average density on the site would be 23 units per acre.
So lower than.
So lower.
Lower than most.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Supervisor Williams.
I have another idea how perhaps you could insulate the neighborhood from the density without affecting the numbers on the project, which is that the county controls the road. And to me, so my question is are any LOS levels contingent upon having that road open? Meaning the density from Tatum, and arguably even from San Marcos, does not have to impact the next door area if you closed the road and made the park continuously flowing between the Tatum and San Marcos parcels. Of course, you put through a good big bike path so that people in the neighborhood can walk to the school and the other amenities, but the surrounding neighborhood would have far less impacts from the density of either project if you just close the road. Would that meet your interest?
Could I speak?
We're making spaghetti up here at this point,
yeah.
I mean.
Can I just ask, our transportation folks, if that makes a big
as he's walking
issue.
up?
I think he has already been asked this.
Yeah.
Before.
I think
Go ahead, Director Plowman.
fire has left, but we're going to require 2 ways in and out for a project of that size, so we can't just send it one direction. Chris, sorry.
Yeah, and Supervisor Williams, to the chair, I believe the through street from San Simeon to San Simeon through the southern part of that property is in the existing circulation element. So then again, it goes back to updating the circulation element and seeing how things shake out with that. Just in terms of even figuring out if that would create that kind of limitation for levels of service.
Got it. I was just trying to help keep that interest.
Don't ever do that again. Now, so then I guess that takes us to key site 26, which right now is a no, and you've got it working on some sort of development agreement, or you're going to work it. Okay. So we now have the north and south Excel spreadsheets up there. County Council, is that enough for us to be able to, I mean, what do we have to do to be able to vote on it at this point? Just make a motion that we're going to move forward with the spreadsheet? Yes.
We have one, just a clarification. We will put both spreadsheets up, and we would like the board to take an action saying that you are recommending or you're approving what resulted in those spreadsheets. We also have a change that we're making to our findings just to clarify that the statement of overriding considerations and findings relate to what the board approved today.
Correct. Okay.
So that's important to note.
Yep.
And then I want to make sure we're clear on Supervisor Hartman's direction regarding Glen Annie. And the purpose of this direction is because the Planning Commission did not consider those two parcels on the east and west side of the main project, and that the board is directing the department to go back and adjust the zoning for those two currently zoned Ag 2 parcels to accommodate the recreation, and then any other uses that are on those two parcels with appropriate zoning. I think 1E1 and maybe an Ag 1 for the western side, so that we would take that to the Planning Commission and then bring that back to the board.
Okay. That's what I heard. So, okay.
So
are we ready?
Council, would you like us to put up the change in the finding language, or are we okay with the way I've described it?
Is it posted online, or is this new language?
What'd you say?
If it's new language, then I'd recommend just putting it up so that everybody can see it at the same time.
Sure, we can put that up. And
I'm sorry. Now, hold on a second. If you ask a question, you can come forward. So if Supervisor Hartman would like to ask a question, that's great. If not, then.
There's a restrictive covenant that says that property has to be golf course for ag.
That's being litigated in federal court, and we're doing our job here.
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, I don't believe you're making that change today. So that's actually going back to the Planning Commission for the other two parcels. So there's another opportunity for people to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I don't know if you just heard that, but it's going back to the Planning Commission. You'll have plenty of time to talk about it there, and then it will come back to us. Okay.
And Mr. Chair, to address your question on the Excel spreadsheets, if they're both up and you have reviewed those, that's actually a nice way to be clear exactly which rezones you're approving and not approving.
And then this is the change in the language.
It's the underlying language that we've added.
What's that?
The underlined language is what we added.
Okay, I don't know who wants to take the initiative with a motion here. There's a lot to get to. One of you two, since, well, whoever wants it.
Just to clarify, we did not, the amendment for the level of service did not pass.
It did not.
So it's not part of the.
Correct.
Omitted, okay. If I can, yeah, I'm happy to carry it forward. Been carrying it forward for a while here. I just don't know exactly the language to be
Okay, well,
expressing.
yeah. Lisa, you want to help us with the language on a motion here? Or county council?
Sure. Either way.
This could be a tag team. Go ahead.
That's what I was going to suggest.
I
But
will
if we
say
start
so
with
moved
Director
if someone
Plowman, and then
says.
I'll add on, because
Okay.
I think she has more of the details.
Got it.
That the board approve staff recommendation as amended, removing the circulation element amendment and approving rezones pursuant to the Excel spreadsheets that are up on the screen now, and that certification of the programmatic EIR for the housing element, making the findings for the required rezones as modified today, adopting a resolution amending text amendments to the land use element, adopt an ordinance amending the county zoning map, adopt an ordinance amending the zoning regulations in county land use development code, adopt a resolution amending the text and maps of the coastal land use plan, adopt an ordinance amending Article 2, amending the South Coast Rural Regional Zoning Map and Goleta Community Plan Zoning Map, and adopting an ordinance amending zoning regulations to Article 2, and lastly, adopting a resolution selecting county-owned sites to help accommodate the RENA allocation plus the 15% buffer for lower and moderate income levels.
Okay, county council, are you good with that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm just going to give a shorter version. So I think it's just to make sure that she and I are understanding it the same way. So I think it's staff recommendation, which is items in the board letter A through D, with revised CEQA findings that were on the screen, with the zoning amended as on the Excel spreadsheets, which are reflected on the screen, and then deletion of the circulation element portion on level of service. Oh, and the direction for the two Ag 2 zones at Glen Annie to go back to the Planning Commission for consideration.
Okay. So Supervisor Capps, is that your motion?
That's my motion.
All right.
I'll second.
Second, Supervisor Nelson with a question.
Yeah, I'd like just to add to the motion, if it's okay for the motion maker, to direct staff to work with the developers for Keysite 26 on a development agreement. I just want to make sure that's clear in the motion.
Fine by me.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
One second, we just want to, because we keep referring to the Excel spreadsheet on the screen, we just want to make sure that the whole thing is shown, just for, Jacqueline just wants to make absolutely sure, there we go, just to make sure it's all there, thank you.
Shoot. Now we have to do child family services and above be well deck. That was all right, so we have a motion and a second. Why don't we do a roll call? Capps and Hartman.
Thank you.
My apologies, Chair Levanino and members of the board. That was a motion by Supervisor Capps. And a second by Hartman. Thank you. All righty. Roll call. Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Good work, staff. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned to May 7th.